buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes, because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building, and all this, like it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, and I dare say it is the day that the Lord himself has made. Therefore, we will rejoice and be glad in it. I'm welcoming you to New Day on Signature Television. And like we always say, with a new day comes new thoughts, new ideas, new possibilities, and of course, new opportunities. So welcome. And of course, I'm Chigi Chiagaram, and I'm not doing this alone. Here in the studio with me is no other but
Transpires. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We truly appreciate it. I mean, when you were saying good morning, I almost thought like you were greeting almost everyone.
Yes.
Who was listening. But I mean, one good morning would have been enough.
No. You do it 3 times. You know, when we go to church, they tell us truly, or verily, nice. So it gets to sink in. If you miss the first and the second, of course, there's no way you're going to miss the third. Welcome, Charles. What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
I didn't hear that.
What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
Oh, so what comes to mind when new day is mentioned is one is new, and it's the day that new things will be discovered, new conversations will be made, new perspectives will be made, and practically everything new, you know, just like the day is new. It's a brand new week, it's a brand new conversation, a brand new people hosting the show for the first time ever, so it's all worth it.
So you're in for so much fun, entertainment to keep you motivated and keep you educated. So don't go anywhere. Right after this time out, our newspaper headlines and reviews will be coming up. Please stay with us. This is still New Day on Signature Television, and we urge you to go on over to our social media platforms, like, comment, and share. We would love to hear from you. Welcome to our newspaper headlines and reviews, where we'll be highlighting stories that have made the headlines across national dailies. And first up will be Sunday Punch, and right above the Sunday Punch mast, two interesting news stories. 113 foreign hackers enjoyed police escorts before arrest, Abuja residents say, and Tinubu will win 2027 presidential election, coming from ABC. Both will be found on page 28 and page 7, respectively.
Under governorship poll, customers blame parties as banks run out of cash with a rider. Politician withdrawing up to 300 million naira daily, says bank manager. Ondo rank must be removed to avoid the 1983 crisis. PDP governorship candidate.
What's that?
I'm so sorry, this is so funny. I mean, so in Ondo states, you can't find cash anywhere in the bank right now. And the bank manager is saying that politicians withdraw 300 million naira
Hold
daily.
your horses, Mr. Chris will be here in a few, and then we'll have that discussion and that laugh that you always wanted to have. All right, moving on. Northern groups tackle DHQ as Lukeroas kills 15 Kebbi villages on page 12.
President's controversial tax bill splits National Assembly.
US deported me after traveling for 4 years through 10 countries, coming from late Oni's musician.
Hardship pushes Lagos teenage schoolgirls into prostitution.
And finally, on the Sunday Punch, why I kept my fiancé secret for 7 years, coming from Charles Okocha on page 21. And on FBI arrest, Anambra Pope's local government shares $3.3 million romance scam.
Interesting. I mean, you reach to keep your fiance on on secrets. This way, social media can tear you apart, you know.
All right, moving over to the Nation, just above the mast. Ondo, APC, PDP intensify campaigns ahead of Saturday's Guber polls. And all citizens must reject corruption, says CGN, Sanusi, and Fashola on page 5, 6, and on page 5 and 6, respectively.
New minimum wage, fresh battle looms over arrears. With the rider, workers demand new deal for pensioners. 2. Imo, Plateau, Ocean still negotiating.
And
I wonder what they're negotiating, frankly.
You're full of matter. You're full of matter. Just hold your horses until we get to the review. And finally, on the Nation, Okonjo Iweala is sole candidate for WTO DG position. And then moving over to the Sunday Times, Nigeria states FCT's domestic debt rises by 198.96 billion naira in second quarter of 2024.
Illegal mining, oil theft, Cold War brews among security agencies as federal government mulls special force, NMRS.
On NEL Fund, 844,000 students, 98 institutions granted loans. Understanding Wike through his political battles dotted by betrayals.
Okowa did not fund my presidential campaign, Atiku tells EFCC.
And finally, on the Sunday Times, Okonjo Iweala's bid for second term as DG will be unopposed, coming from WTO. Moving over to the Sunday Tribune, just above the mast, 15 killed as Lukerawa terror group Residents clash in Kebbi with riders. Sokoto residents appeal to government over new terror group. Troops neutralize 70 terrorists in Borno airstrikes. And Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa, tells them not to seek greener pastures as President jets out to Saudi Arabia today. These can be found on page 4 and page 5 respectively.
Well, cautioning about Jabba. Growing hardship. Call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies. Movements proposes 10 region arrangement. 10 region arrangements? Are you kidding me? Says 99% Nigerians know country becoming a disaster.
Well, how we kidnapped Oba's wife, kept her in forest for 14 days, collected 28 million ransom coming from a leader of kidnapped gang terrorizing Ogun, as he confesses.
Zamfara students in Cyprus sleep in mosques, risk imprisonment. With the writer, CSO raises the alarm.
And on page 7, praying for Nigeria, responsibility of all citizens. With the writer says, Oluwemi Tinubu says, denies plan to hold national prayer.
I'm sorry to say,
Okay,
praying for Nigeria is not the responsibility of Nigerians, frankly speaking. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I'm going to explain that. Maybe if I have the time.
It's the responsibility of everybody.
Well, it is the responsibility for people who really believe in the nation, isn't it?
We'll get there.
Okay, we'll
Very
get there.
soon.
General Taoreed Lagbaja community threatens to invoke spirits. Says death, not ordinary. Request for his corpse.
Interesting.
Well, he was 56, and quite frankly, given the circumstance around his death, you know, one would want to think that way. But again, this is Nigeria.
All right, moving over to the Sunday Vanguard, right above the mast. Embattled ASAGB, 8th throne. Well, fresh tweets as other stakeholders join the fray. How headsmen invited new terrorist group Lukarawa to Nigeria.
And bad governance, row over judge in Minus' treason case.
All right, on how we achieved groundbreaking bone marrow transplant in Nigeria, coming from Sickle Cell Foundation.
Edo poll, SAPC must arrest officials who betrayed public trusts. Martins Obono speaks.
All right, that'll be all for our newspaper headlines, and we'll be going right over to our review. And like you always know, we'll have someone in the studio to do justice to that, and we always give out a drum roll. Chris is in the house. Good morning, Chris.
Now that Charles has joined the drum beat, I'm suspect.
Everybody's catching
I'm honestly worried because for Charles to join beating drums for me to be here, it's okay. So Charles, thank you for the drum, and thank you, Chiki, for a new day.
Anytime.
I will thank God for life and
Absolutely.
the opportunity to be here. We are still wrestling. We are still trudging on. This is our nation, Nigeria.
That's true. That's true.
So,
well, Charles is full of matter, like they will always say. So, Charles, you have
let's start from Punch. Let's start from Punch. Customers blame parties as banks run out of cash. This country is funny. It's so funny. I've noticed that even in Enugu, where no election is going on, that the party is scarce. So, which party do we blame for this? I don't know.
Maybe there's an election going on.
Now, is there a withdrawal limit? How can a bank manager be somewhere and somebody withdraw 300 million and from a bank you allow that? And you force Nigerians to say this?
He has his court.
Are you categorically telling
So,
I mean,
if not, let's be very frank. It's not about proof. It's not about proof. Why should you are running out of cash? One single man comes in the name of party to withdraw 300 million.
And you approve.
Why they are not allowing individuals to withdraw? You said if you put a check for 100,000, they are giving 5,000. Yeah. This is the country we are talking about. They will deliberately set fire on this country, and they are looking for fire brigade people who will quench it. What do you country? These people they're evil. How can we do this? Who are we going to blame now? Tinubu? Look at it. Look at it. Every Nigerian will find a way of causing trouble for Nigeria and look for who to blame. He's blaming parties for coming to withdraw money. Who want to withdraw money? But if there's a system that said you have a limit, and the government know that during elections this kind of thing happen, why wouldn't they set limits? That in a day, nobody will withdraw this. Then now they collect all the money so that they will go and buy Ewa. And Agbado and share to voters at the end of it all. So good luck to the Ondo people.
That's why I keep asking, like somebody who gives you money to buy, because that is what is going to happen in Ondo State. People are going to go about trying to buy their votes. People will be willing to sell because of hardship. So that's what I'm saying, that the result of that election, doesn't it reflect what the people want?
Well, if you think, because we use what you have to get what you want. Now, if hunger is too much and somebody is coming with a mudu of Ewa, you accept it for a brief life, but it's what Nigerians need somebody to tell them that this one no be life. You are just chop and die.
You know,
you just chop and die system. The politicians know why they're doing this. Why are they weaponizing poverty?
I was going to get there.
Why?
See, hardship has been weaponized. Poverty has been weaponized in Nigeria. It's obvious. Now, if somebody comes to buy your votes, and because of hardship, we understand.
So that means you reflect. That means you accept to be bought.
No, it's not. You are forced to. It's a force. It's not a normal situation.
No, Charles.
No, be clear eye.
No. Chris, if you buy my vote, for instance, and it's expected I'd vote for you, and I vote for another person. Is it not possible?
It's possible.
So almost impossible. Because they are going to monitor you. They're going to make sure that they monitor you, and most of the time, those guys are the ruling party.
How are they supposed to monitor?
They monitor.
They'll give you half of the money first, and watch
not
you
even that. Not
and
even.
then when you come out, you come and take the money. I've seen that play out.
When you go to vote,
is this country they collect?
They
you don't even know what's happening now. They don't take such a risk. Charles, they don't take such a risk.
When was the last time you visited a polling unit? Those guys are more like the ruling party. Police officers will be there watching. They will do nothing. They will go there and watch you vote.
This is another thing. They don't even get to that level again. What they do now is they collect your vote, the number.
Yes.
The voter's card number. That one that starts with VN something. You collect it. You write your name. Then they just do little monitoring because it's costing them money to do monitoring. They just make sure from the word go that they bought the vote. There's nothing you are talking about. They don't come to start doubting whether you collect the money and go and vote or nothing. And we are saying this happens in a country. Politicians are forcing us, they're turning this around because they know what they want. It's intended result. They know. If you're doing something and you want to achieve, they know. And some of them, let all of them that have ruled this country in the last 2 decades say they didn't do this. So it's gathering momentum every day.
It is.
All Nigerian politicians are corrupt. They buy votes when they have opportunity. It's not as if we're talking about anything. It has become a style. Vote buying is now the custom of our people. Nobody wants to change. We talked about America the other day, and we said vote buying, all those things has taken over Nigeria. Nobody campaigns again in the public. Nobody comes for debates. How many of the governors who are now sitting, the incumbents, and the ones who are going back to the pool, have come for debate? How many of the presidents, candidates, and even the incumbent came for debate? So, what are we talking about? We clearly, as Nigerians, are getting ourselves into difficult situation, and we are looking for God to. Probably some people will be in the church this now, crying to God to save Nigeria. When Nigeria did not want itself saved, if you want, somebody is in the pit, if you give him a hand, he gives you a hand, you pull the person out. But Nigeria are comfortable where they are. Even the Nigerians, we say, Nkonye Liliko Obuna, the one where you chop and die, and that's why and that's why you collect one mudu of Gary and the
average Nigerian doesn't even see it as vote buying. I dare say they might even see it as their national cake.
It's even status symbol. It's not even people that now the wretched of the earth. People like us. That's the lowest of the
we're not the wretched.
And now we don't know which one. I know what I'm saying. Are the people who go struggling now because it's a status symbol to even see where they buy your vote. So some group of people have taken it as contract. They now buy in bulk. You become a territory. Say, I bought ENUGU for you. Then they collect the money from source and now start dishing it out to whoever is willing and they deliver. Some people are afraid to deliver and they use gun and start pursuing them in the street. I've seen where people who collected money and didn't deliver were being pursued. But that's about it. And 114 foreign hackers enjoy police escort.
Yes.
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so
But whatever it means, they have been arrested. That's kudos for the Nigerian police. But before then, all these ones that we as Nigerians have this what they call this complex that whenever we see Oyibo, it's like even the highest person in Nigerian security, we begin to
misbehave.
like begin to fidget. You provide escorts to criminals before you realize they're criminals to arrest them. Well, that's fine. That's a good one for police. Tinubu will win 2027.
I had my eyes on that.
No, that's a good one. Now, what it means with this, APC is a party. They will always say this. But I hope they are not demarcating the presidential candidate. Because that's one thing I don't understand about the party and what is happening in Nigeria. Some people think they're helping Bola Tinubu, our president. They could. By some statement they make, they provoke people to think otherwise. This is not the time for APC to make this statement. This is not the time. But as party, they are free to be, but they should have found another way. I'm not a politician. I'm not a member of APC. But to look at Nigeria in the face, at what we are going through now, and tell us Tinubu will win 2027 election. I think there's some swipes. They're not. I think whoever said this and allow it published in the headline it does not mean well for APC.
I wish the headline was the bag of rice will be reduced by 15th of December.
Then they said that, that kind of thing you have to see the face of a woman who put to bed before you ask her, what is the sex of the baby? This Nigeria is pregnant. We are not even delivered. We are in the labor pain. And you come and tell us you are sure the baby will be a boy. If you near that woman in labor, he will tear you into pieces because you are not even interested in her life and the pain she's going through. You are interested in the sex of the baby she will deliver. That is wickedness. It is wickedness. You look at a party did this in the past. PDP was one time they boasted they will rule Nigeria for 60 years. At that point, they were even having issues. That is Titanic. Is it something you call it Titanic? You that are anchors, I don't know, but that's the Titanic experience that will happen to people who are doing this because somebody built the ship Titanic. Whatever it is, you can become that experience faces anybody who will come and face Nigeria this time.
Are you saying there could be a political iceberg looming somewhere?
Whatever they do this, they didn't mean well. I don't know. But they say it's APC that make it. That's why I said unsuspect. If you will build a ship like Titanic and said it's unsinkable, you are challenging God. And you know the result. This is not the time to come and say, because PDP tried it. And they are paying up to now for the price. So I wish APC well. They go about telling this to Nigerians at this time. Instead of sorting out certain things before you come campaigning. In 2024, November, fuel at that price, bag of rice, and this issue, you come back and boldly tell us that Tinubu will win 2000. That means he's a walkover. You are very sure. God will help us. Right. Now, the Northern group tackles DHQ about Lukarawa, and somebody says somewhere that some group
headsmen
invited the Lukarawas to Nigeria. So what do you say? How you make your match? You lie on it. And God help.
Just quiet about it. This particular story is quite stunning. 3.3 million naira romance scam that Anambra local government chairman is involved in. FBI has arrested him. He arrived in Texas just hours later and then he was picked. And I'm so shocked that he would have that kind of mindset, have that kind of thing on him or over his neck, and he's traveling to the United States.
No, he did not.
He didn't.
No.
Yes.
That's one thing about system. A
that
system that works.
know he scammed people?
No, he has scammed.
So,
but he thought he's Nigerian. No, because he's a Nigerian, a typical Nigerian who has gotten through a lot of crimes, criminality around him, still wins the election in Nigeria. And he thinks it's the same thing all over.
True, true.
So he has tested a bit of where things work. And they will tell him, this is not Nigeria, this is America. And then we say, welcome to America, the mayor. Is it a logo mention or whatever it is?
Yeah,
coming
mayor.
from somewhere. I think it's coming from your state.
It's not my state, please. It's Anambra. I'm from Imo State.
Oh, okay. Is at this time now you want to know? I just put it to you so that you come out and see how Nigerians react.
No, you are from Anambra.
Assuming the man now he has been appointed by Trump as a special advisor. He would say, "He's my brother. He's my brother." Now that he has been arrested for crime.
No, Chris. These are
people that are.
Let's call a spade a spade. This man is from Imo State. This one is from Anambra State. Free him now. Let's move ahead.
I know, but he has put it back to me that the guy is from Anambra State. And I'm from Anambra. So that's good luck to my brother who has scanned America and went back to America. Now in Igbo land they say Anna.
But
the land has pulled him out.
This is worrisome. This is worrisome. This is because has actually been exposed. There are so many scammers that are there taking up political positions, and I hope more of them are exposed.
I'm wondering how these scams even pull
because
through.
Okay.
How does it pull through? Like, I tell you that I have.
He has been on this. He didn't just start.
I read through all of the scams that was done for several women, and all of them was just one is that I have money stashed somewhere. I need $300,000 in order to free that particular money, and then you send the money, and then the other one is. I'm going to get married to you.
That's one that works. That one works wonders for American girls.
American girls, like,
they want to say love. When you get love scam.
But then
they love Nigerian boys so much that just with a little letter.
Why do you think they love Nigerian boys?
After all, how many people ask? Even when I look at your face, I say, I like you. Have you ever agreed? Now somebody will write a just small email telling you he's in love with you and you're sending money.
Like, I don't get it.
I have a different view about it when the push comes to shove.
No, but they are becoming very
when somebody willingly send money to a lover and they keep sending, you are not seeing result. The lover you didn't see, you don't know whether it's a juju, is a witch, or whether it's a human being or spirit. You're just sending money in the name of love. At the end of it, or you arrest the person. For somebody who is hungry in Nigeria, and he can afford to buy GSM phone, which is all he needs, and he starts searching the net and where he get a name and send.
But then I think American ladies are becoming wary of Nigerian men, Nigerian boys. But at first it was.
But you Nigerian ladies don't even know what you have. But people who are struggling over Nigeria.
How many men can a Nigerian lady have? Huh? How many men can one Nigerian lady take care of?
The American girls don't even care.
I don't know about the American girls.
Even if they don't even ask you whether you are married, because if I find some 60-year-old people who are still scamming American girls in the name of romance.
It's worrisome.
So they say in Igbo land, if onye na asalo, he will take. Now, if something you are just very fond of, they use it to pay you. Whether it's equal to what you're being owed or not, you accept. American girls like love and romance, so anything you tell them in the name of love, they will send you money. Charles, I hope you are not thinking about doing that anymore.
How did he even get visa? Because if he is most
with that kind of money, you can buy visa in Nigeria. With that kind of money,
US visa.
All right, guys, we have to leave this and move on.
What America needs is for you to say you have an account. Somebody in Nigeria said, I'm going to America. I go to the American embassy that were delaying. Said, I'm going to America to spend my money. You are delaying giving me visa. I go to another country. And at that board, they gave him visa. So people who say, cap in hand, the people I want to go to America, they just wait. But if you come, look at my bank account, I have money. I'm going to spend money in America. They say, with this 300,000 million or something dollars, well, you're welcome to America. It's where you come in. The FBI and the CIA.
All right, Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa. Tells them not to seek greener pastures yet. President jets out to Saudi Arabia today. Your thoughts?
That's content. No, the president has freedom to go anywhere you want. But if you're a Nigerian, you have to be advised where you go and how you go. But if once the president goes, he's going on behalf of all of us. So all the people in government are free to japa, but Nigerians are advised not to. After all, here in the Nation newspaper, all citizens must reject corruption, said CGN, Sanusi and Fashola. And these are people who have gone through different positions of Nigeria. And if you look closely, the bug that are beating Nigeria, that is the bug of corruption, which I say all Nigerians are corrupt. So if these people are Nigerians, they are also corrupt. And they are telling Nigerians to reject corruption.
I'm pained that we're talking about patriotism in that light, because other newspapers reported that he is saying that we should be patriotic and not move to other countries. That staying around would mean that you don't love your country or moving outside of your country. But again, I'm wondering. I think the most unpatriotic people are people who have made life unbearable for people who are in the country, not to be able to do business and strive. And then you're blaming people who have decided to move away to countries that are good enough for them to live, to eat.
So I'm winning you to my side. You're now my brother. You're not from Imo. So because you are speaking in my mind, once you carry the corpse of another man, it is a log of wood. I mean, when you are very comfortable, you can go to church. I don't worship poor God, and you look at the clothes you're wearing, your shoe, you want to show the watch, and they tell the church, when you're preaching, some of these glamorous preachers, I do not worship poor God. If you look at my shoe, it's worth about $200 million, and that's the kind of God I worship.
Are we still talking governance?
I know he will be. I know she will be. But new minimum wage, fresh battle looms over arrears. That's what the nation says, and is shouting. Which war? No, I said some states, and the last time I was quoting, but Charles, you are good at data. They said over 25 states in Nigeria have not paid 30,000 naira.
Yeah, at the time.
And you have come again with it. And they have, just to escape it and sound politically correct, some of the governors are agreeing. And announced it 70,000 naira.
They are getting ready too.
Well, how many years did we start 30,000 naira? Some people have not gotten it. And when they still get old alert, they faint. And die. The man for civil defense got old alert when he's expecting new alert. He died on the spot. So many Nigerians are fighting. They don't want to die because old alert is now poisonous and deadly. So that's the war they're fighting. Right. When will even the old arrears of 30,000 be paid before you think about the new?
Right,
so
Chris,
we start paying.
Is that time?
Debt servicing.
Is that time? I wish we had time to talk about the restructuring. Tribune says call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to do justice to that. But right now we have to go.
Okay,
thank you.
We have to go.
Always a passionate
the community threatens to invoke spirits for the death of our COS.
You wish to go.
Well.
All right.
You wish to go.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right. If you're still there, please hang on to your TV sets. Entertainment comes right after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to another segment of entertainment news. As usual, it's filled with the best stories from the world of entertainment. And of course, yours truly, Favor Machi. I'll be your guide on this amazing journey. Superstar singer Beyonce dominated the list of Grammy Award contenders, earning 11 nods, including an Album of the Year nomination for her venture into country music. Behind Beyonce, Billie Eilish, Charlie XCX, Kendrick Lamar, and Post Malone tied with 7 nominations each. Pop phenomenon Taylor Swift and newcomers Chappelle Roan and Sabrina Carpenter scored 6 each. Women dominated the Album of the Year category, the top Grammy honor. Beyonce, winner of more Grammys over her career than any other artist, has never taken home the album trophy. Taylor Swift has won the honor 4 times and is in the running again with her breakup album, The Tortured Poets Department. At the award ceremony in February, the Beyonce and Swift records will compete with Carpenter's Short and Sweet, Brat from Charlie XCX, Eilish Hits Me Hard, and Soft and Rowan's
The Rise and Fall of the Midwest Princess. The two male artists nominated in the album feud were rapper Andre 3000 and jazz artist Jacob Collier. Winners will be chosen by the roughly 13,000 singers, songwriters, producers, engineers, and others who make up the Recording Academy. Terry Garr, an Oscar-nominated actress known for her work in films like Young Frankenstein, Tootsie, and Mr. Mom, has died. Garr was 79 and died in Los Angeles, more than 20 years after she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. This was revealed by her manager, Mark Gurvitz. She first shared her diagnosis publicly in 2002 in an effort to raise awareness for others living with multiple sclerosis. Nigerian socialite Okuneye Idris Olariwanju, also known as Bobrisky, has updated fans once more on his recent trip to London. The cross-dresser revealed that he was having a good time in the foreign country and connecting with Hollywood stars. In a bold statement, Bobrisky declared himself the most stylish online personality in Nigeria, claiming that Hollywood celebrities have been showing him lots of love. He also teased his followers, promising to share photos from his trip once he's ready. Nigerian singer David Adeleke, best known as Davido, has shown his intense love for cars with the latest addition to his garage. A video recently shared on the Afrobeat star's Instagram revealed that he splurged millions of naira to buy himself a Tesla Cybertruck. Davido splashed millions of naira on the Tesla Cybertruck, spewing details on why he bought the luxury ride. Davido claimed that he was bored and decided to switch things up in his garage. The Tesla Cybertruck, designed by Elon Musk Tesla, is a battery-powered vehicle known for its unconventional design and cutting-edge technology. Alex Iwobi bagged an assist as Fulham defeated Crystal Palace 2-0 in Saturday's Premier League encounter at the Selhurst Park. Iwobi, who put in a solid display in the game, teed up substitute Harry Wilson with a sublime pass for Fulham's second goal 7 minutes from time. The 28-year-old has so far registered 2 goals and 2 assists in 11 league appearances for the Whites this season. The versatile midfielder was in action for 89 minutes in the thrilling encounter. The Nigerian international was replaced by Adama Traore. Calvin Bassey was also featured by Fulham. Bassey saw action for the entire duration of the game. And that's the news this hour. I am Faith Onwachi. Thank you so much for watching.
Entertainment news on Signature Television. And just after a break that we're going to go into now, Abuja Rebound with our Abuja correspondent Godwin Sunday will be coming up, so please stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the Rebound for the week. I am Godwin Sunday. We'll begin the week on Monday with a very strategic conversation by engaging bread makers to talk about some of their challenges, even with the rising cost of bread materials in the market. Do take a look.
Personally, as much as I work here, the prices of products, the flour, the materials for production has increased. So invariably, it has affected virtually everything we do here. The only thing it has not affected is salary. it cannot affect salary, but the demand for bread has reduced drastically. For premium bakery, to the best of my knowledge, the price is just a little bit increased, a little bit, just little adjustment. The round bread usually goes for 200, now 250.
It has affected us negatively. In fact, the price of everything has increased. We usually buy, I think early this year, we buy flour at the rate of 35,000. But now it has gone up to 65,000. In fact, at a time we buy flour up to 85,000. The price of butter, the price of gas. So definitely, the price of bread will go up. And because the price of bread has gone up, it has also affected the demand on bread. We bake up to 7 bags. Like last year, we bake up to 7 bags in a day, but now we bake like 2 bags. So it has affected our sales also. If the government can come in and bring down the price of flour and other baking materials and make production easy for us, we'll be very glad.
To be honest, it's really affecting. Like things, everything changed. Like things are very cost in the market, and we that is doing the production at times it's not been easy for us. Sometimes if we do the bread, people will complaining the bread is small, this and that. But to us, we are not even benefiting anything much inside, because before we go to market and buy the way things are now, my brother, you choke. People are really suffering. People are suffering. Even we doing the work, we are suffering. It have not been easy for us. So how which government would look into this matter and do something about it and help us out? We are all complaining. It's not easy for everybody. It's not easy for everybody. So let them do something about it. Let them work on it, please. We are begging. Let them work on it and help us all.
The government should do something about the price of flour. I don't even want to talk about the price of the equivalent of naira to dollar. That one is old story. But this incessant, continuous increase in price of fuel, I don't know what the government do. I don't know what Tinubu is planning. He should replan before he will not have anybody to rule again, so that people will not die of starvation and hunger. We are not selling as much as we are selling before. By this time last year, we buy flour 30-something thousand, sugar within that range, but sugar is almost 100,000. We bought butter, a carton of butter, few months ago, 20-something. This month, as I'm talking about, 50. So where do we go from here? I beg you, Tinubu and his ally, they should please have mercy on the masses before we go and meet our Creator before the time.
Honestly, it's not easy. When we started, I remember a bag of flour is 28,200. But now, as we speak, a bag of flour is 62,500 naira. A bag of sugar is 82,100 naira without transportation. So by the time you purchase all those things, and you have to set 2 workers, you have to maintain your machine, you have to eat, and you have to pay electricity bill, you buy water. Honestly, it's not funny. Producing bread now is just like most of the bakeries produce chaff, nothing but chaff. Because if you say you want to add ingredients, butter and milk, and whatsoever you and other things. So how will you gain? What is your profit at the end of the day? You realize nothing. So as you just take a look at this house. We are supposed to be producing by now, but we are not, because the things hurting us, is hitting us deeply. So it's not easy.
On Tuesday, Ibrahim Archie was in the studio to speak to us about the extreme weather situation in Nigeria, the new normal. Take a look.
Climate change generally has to do with various degree changes in the nature at which climate has come to be. Prior to this particular year, we have experienced different activities that are quite unusual because of the nature of climate change. So climate change has to do with the degree of changes that occur that tends to affect the rainfall pattern, that affect the temperature of the air, that affect the level of the sea, as well as other unusual activities that do come up. So climate change has to do with the way weather has been affected so much in diverse ways. So climate change in the past 1-2 decades was not so pronounced as it is presently. Okay, so the combination of long-term global warming trends, as well as the return of the El Nino climate pattern, has exacerbated what we are experiencing and what we are even discussing. The global weather warming trend has really been a factor, as well as the El Nino climate pattern. So the El Nino climate pattern do occur between 2 to 7 years, and it occurs within the region of the tropical part of the Pacific Ocean. That is the central as well as the eastern tropical part of the Pacific Ocean. And as we all know, Pacific Ocean is the biggest ocean in the world. So it affects a lot of countries around that region. So what really happened is that whenever it occurs, the Pacific Ocean will release warm air that it has been accumulating over time into the atmosphere. And as it released the warm air into the atmosphere, it kind of caused changes in the global temperature. So last year was regarded as the hottest year, that's 2023, was regarded as the hottest year because the average global temperature was 1.5 degrees Celsius. The last time that happened was in 2016, which was 1.2 degrees Celsius. That's 2016. So it was because of the El Nino return that propelled to the year to be termed as the hottest year, and we can be able to have a lot of evidence as a result of that occurrence. So the global surface temperature has changed. Most of the marine habitat or marine animals cannot be able to enjoy what they usually do, so they drift away from those regions to another different region, and also the return of series of hurricanes and all that around the Tahiti region, the Hawaii region, as well as some of the islands, the Galapagos Island to be precise. So they experience a lot of climate change activities in those regions, as well as serious drought that also affected Africa and also even affected Nigeria. For example, this year we can be able to attest to the fact that there was a seizure in rain pattern around July and August, which really affected a lot of crop production in Nigeria. So there are a lot of factors that affect that, but majorly is the combination of the global warming trend as well as the return of the El Nino climate pattern. Based on my knowledge of agriculture, which I've been practicing for over 10 years, farmers have this understanding that when there is seizure in rain in some part of the country, they term it to be spiritual, but it's not actually spiritual. So that also brings us back to the discussion again on climate change. Some of the variations in rainfall is majorly caused by climate change. And this climate change, man also contributes a lot. Like you have mentioned, innate gases are always being emitted into the atmosphere. As the population of the world, as well as Nigeria population keeps increasing, definitely you experience more increased activities in industry. Urbanization is expanding. A lot of activities that can propel the emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, some innate gases into the atmosphere. So when those gases are being released into the atmosphere, they go up to kind of block the ozone layer. So the sun ray cannot be able to pass and penetrate as it usually do. There will be some kind of changes because of the blockage of these gases on the surface of the ozone layer. So that leads to some of the differences you will experience in the climate, or particularly the weather of a particular region. The heat waves that do come up is as a result of this. The irregular rainfall that affects agricultural people within the country, particularly farmers, also is as a result of this. And other aspects, you also have some irregular cold weather in some places that before they don't used to experience some of those weather. So different variations, changes, drastic changes in the weather pattern of so many regions in Nigeria is as a result of climate change. So it's not spiritual. This is not spiritual. It is majorly caused by the activity of mankind, and that is why the promotion of recent trends in technology, where we have efficient use of energy, is encouraged, renewable energy is being promoted, and it has even been captured within the SDG.
On Wednesday, Dr. Babatunde Kayode was in the studio to talk to us about juvenile systems in Nigeria. Do take a look.
Growing up, you are very proud. Your parents will be so proud of you, in the sense that every family that does not have a male child, for example, if a woman is married to a man in the family, and if she's having only girl, it's assumed that that woman is not acceptable into the family until she produces a male child. So that is the level of integrity and respect that is given to the boy child in our society. So, and that respect is still there. But along the line, as things unfold now, begin to see that so many things are happening to the boy child because of the neglect of the society. We have an example in our hands. There is a young man from a family who now has transgendered into is a man, but he has transgendered to a woman. That's such is from a family. He's from a home, and it's because of the neglect. If the parents were careful enough and show concern, I'm sure what we have now from him would not be seen it. It will not be seen by the whole world. But and did you know that so many people, so many boys now, they see him as a mentor. They want to copy. He has disciples. Yes, he has, whether you like it or not, he has disciples. So many people look onto him and say, yes, I want to be. They are boys, but they want to be like a woman. And they have so many of them in the society. So it's an eyesore. It's an ugly situation that the boy child finds himself in our society. See, when we talk about the boy child, you know you yourself, you are a boy child.
All right. I agree.
There are so many neglects that you experience from society. There are so many things that is being done for the girl child. Skill acquisition, empowerment, even health. And you hear of a lot of on medical grants. Men have prostate cancers. Have you ever, how many government agencies have you seen embarking on awareness or treating free It's okay, prostate cancer treatment for men. But you have cervical, you have all those sorts of breast cancer, you have screening, all over. So what I'm saying, even you yourself, you're a boy child, you have been neglected by the society, nothing is done, nobody cares. If you have any problem, who do you run to? The women, they have a Ministry of Women Affairs, they have Center for Women Development. Anything happens, wherever the girl child is, you see the women, the Minister for Women Affairs running to it. But if it happens to the boy child, who is their voice? Where do you run to as a man? Where do you run to?
I thought it's believed that it's a male-dominated world.
What are you actually dominating? That was before. You see, that impression was that, well, there's too much neglect of the boy child, but inadvertently, the shift now is to the girl child, to the disadvantage neglect of the boy child. I think it exists as an error to me. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal person, but I think anything.
Let's look at it from the society.
They are teenagers, and I think they should not be held for as much as that period. We're talking about 3 months. And you can see those boys when they were brought out into the courtroom, malnourished, not being cared for. So I think it's an error keeping them for such a
Even though the Nigerian police have come out to allege that
they are
playing a script, they were acting.
But we saw those boys. We all saw those boys on TV. I saw them where they were brought in. I saw them in the courtroom. They are minors. So I saw some of, not all of them. Some of them, they are minors. So I think it's an error to keep them for such a period in the jail or in police custody.
On Thursday, stakeholders gathered in the National Assembly to discuss about Nigerian digital economy. Do take a look.
The special advisor to the Senate President on Strategy and Creative Economy, whose office put the event together, set the tone for the day's activities.
Thank you, everyone, and God bless you as you listen.
The discussions at the symposium highlighted the importance of advancing technology in Nigeria's creative industry, enabling new forms of storytelling, immersive experiences, and personalized content. The secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, represented by Maria Ofyong, emphasized the president's commitment for the growth of the digital economy. This, he said, is anchored on the belief that the sector will serve as a tool to develop a dynamic and transformative economy that will leverage on innovations and investment to unlock new economic opportunities and create jobs.
The creative economy deserves urgent and pragmatic interventions. The executive and the 10th Senate are alive to their responsibilities regarding this. I commend the organizers of this symposium for the wonderful initiative. I welcome all of us and wish us a fruitful and most robust deliberation.
The symposium also saw the unveiling of a publication titled Perspective of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio and the 10th Senate, 1 year after, by the Chief of Staff to the Senate President. Participants at the event spoke to Signature Television on the event.
Well, the symposium is very topical. Everything that is discussed, harnessing the creative potentials of Nigeria for national development, and then renewable energy and the aquatic splendor and the treasures that we have in Nigeria. Everything on that, each and every one of the topics discussed, is it the green economy, the blue economy, the green and blue economy, all of them are very topical at this time in our national development.
It's timely and it's a very good program, especially now that we want to diversify our own economy from oil to other sectors of Nigerian economy. And cultural creativity is another aspect of our own economy that we need to enhance. So I think it's timely and it's a good one.
Wasting and let it fly. So one of the opportunities I saw majorly was the way the Senate, led by my boss, the Senate President, crafts bills in consonance with what the renewed hope agenda of the President stands for. And what we've tried to do is to bring the different players in the creative green blue economy and the power sector to brainstorm on how to translate the various bills on those different topics with the mind of the president who is the visionary of the renewed hope agenda, have to interpret them so that practitioners and implementers will be better informed as to fast track the implementation.
So what we are saying that since there's an alternative source of electrification through renewable energy, let the government encourages more policies, design policies that will now bring out projects that can help to reach that woman, that man that is in the rural area striving to be productive.
So why don't we, God-given talents, we don't need to buy it, it resides in all of us. Everybody is creative in one way or the other. All the government needs to do is to put in policies that can draw out their talents so that people can realize what they can do and then use it, leverage it to do what? To take care of themselves and by extension take care of the country.
Because we don't have maybe an effective law governing operations within the deep water in terms of fisheries. Most of the laws are hindered around oil exploration, shipping. That's why I put an emphasis on getting this Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2024 that takes care of this regulatory framework within the ocean. And also we need to develop our local capacity on this in terms of fishing trawlers and in terms of also the operators of that fishing trawlers. Most of these fishing trawlers, you find that they come to operate within our Nigerian waters are not Nigerian flags. Then thirdly, we need to also take a scientific survey to find out what species do we have, especially those that have very high economic value. So what we need to do is, by the time we get this law enforced, there is provision within the law which is stakeholders forum, and that stakeholders forum involve the actual fishermen that will be educated on this, and they will also be part of those that are enforcing the law.
The symposium concluded with a call for action, urging stakeholders to collaborate and innovate to harness the emerging opportunities in Nigeria's creative, digital and blue economy. Participants are in agreement that with the right strategies and investment, Nigeria can become a powerhouse for innovation, creativity and economic growth.
An interesting day it has been so far as we've seen stakeholders gather here in the Senate building to discuss about the Nigerian blue and green economy and how to chart a new course for Nigeria. I am Godwin Sunday reporting for Signature News.
On Friday, Joy Queen Chukwujeku was in the studio and she spoke to us about some of the socio-cultural impact of beauty to break cultural barrier. Do take a look.
Crown and beauty. Well, basically, when it comes to crown, the crown is very heavy. It's very, very heavy because it comes with so many responsibilities as a queen. Not just you winning a crown and not just you having the face of beauty. It's all about you caring for the next neighbor, like your sister and your brother. Yeah, and also as a beauty queen, you have so many responsibilities. When I contested for Face of Nigeria, the first time I even contested for pageant, to tell you, I was discouraged because people were like, I'm not fit for it. And again, some of my friends were like, I should just finish school, get married to a rich man, stay in the kitchen. As I say, women are good for the kitchen and the other room. But I don't believe such because I'm someone who dreams more and wants to achieve her goal. And I'm someone who wants to help other ladies and other young stars like boys and girls, help them build their career, let them not be in the dark path, but come to the light, pursue your dream, believe in yourself. And again, when it comes to Africa, when it comes to African beauty pageants, I feel like beauty pageant is all about the face alone, and most people think girls are used for pimping, like used for, am I allowed to say this word? Prostitution. But no, beauty pageant has helped a lot of girls like me to get courage, to build ourselves, to be self-esteemed.
On Saturday, Mr. Emmanuel Otibe spoke to us about some of the cybersecurity challenges that we have in Nigeria and how best to address those challenges. To take a look.
I will not say they are not doing enough. In fact, they are actually doing enough. But the receiver hand, like what you just the banking sector now, first need to recognize that cybersecurity is something that you need to put a solid security framework in order to protect your bank. So now, if they come up with that kind of figure, the question we should ask now is, are they investing in the right people that should protect that protect their bank from being attacked? That's the question we should be asking, because I know that cybersecurity guys are really doing so much well to avoid so many things from happening in maybe our money kept in the bank or being attacked by so many forces like that. So, but we must understand that there are framework that must be put accuracy in order for everything that we keep in a bank to be protected. Like I also said before, I will not totally blame the cybersecurity guys out there. Like I was discussing with one of them last week or so. So they kept saying that they have the skill, but are not paid very well. In fact, they make use, they look down on their skill. And that's why you see some of these guys don't want to put in their best. That's why I said, now they come up with a figure now. That figure, is it going to the right people, or is just it's just something that they just come out with? Because yes, if you invest such money in cybersecurity, it's enough for your system to be well protected, because you are not outsourcing for the right cybersecurity company. Because if not, you just see someone just come in and order, and without not build this frame, because in a bank they have a framework. In fact, they have 12 of them, a solid framework to protect a bank, and they are in different phases. For example, phase 1 is assessment. An expert of cybersecurity come into your banks and assess your risk management, assess everything before it provides solution to know that okay, your bank is solid to avoid this being attacked. Now, you see some bank sector now, they bring the money, but they have a solid cybersecurity team, and you think they cannot come into your system, or you just employ maybe an accountant, convert an accountant to cybersecurity just because the person understand how to press computer. But forgetting that cybersecurity on itself is a career on its own. So you don't switch career, you don't bring in a banker who just read banking and convert the person to cybersecurity. That's the problem we are having. So it's not as if they are not cybersecurity that expert that or it's not as if they are deliberately not protecting the bank from being attacked, but just that we need to make sure that system must be put in place, the foundation must be right before we can look into the figure.
And that's the rebound for the week. I am Godwin Sunday. Keep watching Signature Television.
Thanks for staying with us. Well, several building collapses have been recorded across Nigeria in 2024, with the most recent being the one that happened in Ibadan. The loss of lives and properties have actually made Nigerians to become apprehensive and lose faith in the construction system in Nigeria. We're going to be making sense out of this development, and we have someone in the studio. His name is Pastor Bara Uchenna. He is an architect, and he'll be bringing fresh perspectives into this discussion. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine.
You're welcome. So we have been, like we introduced, there are several cases of building collapses in Nigeria, and you find that it's not just a particular state. I mean, it's across Nigeria. We've had in Abuja, quite recently in Ibadan. So as an architect, when you hear that a building has collapsed, what exactly comes to your mind?
Building collapse, basically you have two things here.
Okay.
There are some that are caused by natural disasters, which is usually not the case here. But in advanced countries, most times when a building fails, it's because of natural disasters. But in places like Nigeria, it can actually be traced to human factors. Okay, and then top of the list being foundational issues.
Okay.
Yeah, because the foundation for a building, foundation for various buildings differ based on the specification of the building and the soil type.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you go to places where you're supposed to do a raft foundation or a pile foundation and start running a strip foundation, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And then again, in some other places, you will see a building that was initially designed as a bungalow. Then all of a sudden, people will get ideas in their head. They want to convert it to multiple stories without checking, the foundation and all that. It's a problem because the structure was designed to bear one story, not multiple stories.
Yeah.
And all that. These are things that contribute to building collapses and all that.
Okay, so you've mentioned the natural causes and the human causes having to do with the soil.
Soil type.
Soil type.
Yes.
And there was one other you mentioned.
Yeah, design of foundations, because foundations will vary with soil type.
What's the role of the architect in ensuring that these things are put in place to make sure that the buildings are really sturdy and strong?
Yeah, by design, when after making your designs, an engineer has to do structural designs too. It's teamwork, and the issue is that if these things are not properly done, eventually people will run into problems. And then sometimes the professionals will do their work, and then in execution, the client will try to avoid professional practice, and they go straight to artisans, try to do things their way and stuff like that. And then or the engineer might make prescriptions and they go doing something else, and at the close of business they'll come back to blame the professionals. And that the type of materials required to get these things done, I also think that there's been a compromise in terms of quality of materials. That's what I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Hold that thought, and I'm sure my colleague has something to ask you, but there's something I want you to just put in perspective.
Okay.
So I want to build a house.
Okay.
Let's say bungalow, duplex, whatever.
Okay.
What team do I need to put together? Because you mentioned the architect, you mentioned the engineer. What kind of engineer? So who are the professionals that should make the team that should build my house?
Basically, you consult with an architect, a structural engineer, then people who do building services like mechanical and electrical engineers.
What about soil, people who check on the soil quality?
Yeah, we don't usually do it in the side of town, but it's supposed to be the standard practice. They're supposed to check the soil to ensure that the engineer's design will go with that soil. I take, for instance, in places like Badore in Lagos, you're not going to say because you're doing bungalows, you just do a regular foundation. People still do like serious raft foundations in places like Badore for just a regular bungalow.
Okay.
Yeah. But, in this side of town, before you see people doing raft, maybe like in Tinker's Corner in MNA where you have waterlogged areas and all that. But in places like Badore and other places like in Bells and all that, they do all these things for just to sit a bungalow. So the soil type will play a lot of role in stuff.
Yeah.
Nigerian Society of Engineers and current, people who are, certified with the opportunity or the responsibility of, checking with some of these buildings. You think they are doing their jobs? Because again, if we can practically count how many buildings are under construction. You rarely see them come around to even check what those people are doing.
I think they are doing their job.
If they are, why would you still have?
I think they're doing their job. It's just that people will be people. People are difficult, I tell you. People will be people. People will do all sorts to, when you consult with people, you discover that, especially because of the rate of inflation and all that, people will tend to go with anything that seems cheaper for them. So they have gambled the long-term consequence.
Quality for...
Yes, you do get. So you can see that by the time the normal recommendations are made and all that, the people who are building, they don't even want to get the basic things.
But even at that, there must be a regulatory framework that helps you guide, or maybe you take a look at the building and say, this is, not structurally well done. So even after the building is done, and maybe the people did not, consider using, those
the right
regulatory
things.
agencies. So
The
framework should always be there, and it is certified. They are under a government. So how come they're not doing that?
I actually think they can do more, but they're trying. Sometimes unless you're in certain positions of authority, you will not understand. Nigeria can be quite a lot.
What does that mean?
Yeah, can be quite a lot, because even when the authorities, as in people in charge, try to, enforce, do all manner of stuff, I can assure you that there are buildings that the people who are doing stuff practically work weekends. They do everything possible because they know that the authorities come weekdays. They try to evade them. You see that town planner has gone to say some things are not right here, stop work. Mondays to Fridays, you won't see these people. Into the night, Saturdays, Sundays, they will come and do all manner of stuff. Mondays, so they are trying to just evade. There are people that are difficult, I can assure you, because they know that, regular days, these are when these people work.
But then when you move around town and you pass probably construction sites, there are some sites that they will mark with the red paint, stop work, stop work. And I'm thinking, what really do they mean by stop work? Does it mean that the work the quality is below par and they need to get some things right? Or the authorities are saying, come and see us in our office?
That's exactly what it is. And there's hardly any building that you have seen marked that has been brought down. They always go up to finishing it.
You're making a point, but you know that most times when it's marked, it's also maybe that the approval is in process, that the approval is not out, and they engage construction. Then again, most times, buildings are marked because of setbacks. And when it comes to setbacks, you really don't blame people. Usually before, a regular plot used to be like 18 feet by 36. That's about, 120 feet by
100.
By 60.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 120 by 60 before.
The standard plot.
The standard plot. Now they dropped it to 100 by 50. That 100 by 50 translates to 30 meters by 15 meters. Take, for instance, this is your site. This is the width of the site, which is 15 meters. And this is the length. Now, by the breadth, you're required, the regulation is that you should do 10 feet.
Away from the boundary.
So if you have just 15 feet along your width, and you already dropped 3 meters from one end, let me say you even dropped 3 meters from both ends, you've done like 15 minus 6, you're limited to 9 meters for the breadth of your building. It's not real here every time. Do you get? So people are bound to compromise because they have scaled down the regular size of the site. It does not work.
But does it have any direct impact on the quality of materials that people ought to use when they are building houses? Does it have any impact on the depth of the foundation and the strength of the foundation when they eventually have to build?
Now, this is where I'm going to, because we were on the marking thing.
Yeah.
Do you get? So now the authorities come and see that you did not obey the 10 feet setbacks. Yeah. They might complain, mark, but they know that in reality that you cannot do 9/15. In reality, you cannot throw it. It's not like you're throwing a ball. If the plot has been standard, That's about marking. Then talking about quality of materials, you see that if you come to, let me say, like 16 rods, let's talk about the tensile things, mild steel reinforcement. The 16 you used to have before is not what you have now. And as a matter of fact, if you get out of your way and take a vernier caliper to check the diameter of that thing, you will see that it is nowhere near 16 So if you want to buy 16 you see like 3 versions of it. Their calibrations are not the same, and then the quality, they are not the same. Why not just sell the real deal? Do you get? Why are you giving people options on?
I understand what you're getting to, but if you get to the market, yes, let's use a commodity that we all know, right? Maybe you want to get foodstuff, maybe yam, and then you have the one that is not so good, and then one that is good. Shouldn't the onus be on the customer who wants to buy the one that is good, the one that is of quality, regardless of what's prevalent in the market?
You're right, but we're not talking about food stuff here.
No, we are drawing an analogy. You mentioned rods with different diameters.
Yes, because if
but then
because
you can get to the market and then you see the 16 and you see the ones that are below par. Why not go for the ones that have quality rather than compromise?
Why are they even bringing out those ones? Why are there those ones? Do you get? So as a matter of fact now, if the engineer had prescribed 16 in reality, what you're using on the site is about 14
So there's no 16 anywhere?
It's not like there's no 16 anywhere, but in our side of town, I can assure you, even when it comes to planks, they still call it plank 1x12. There is nowhere in ENUGU state, Nigeria, where you see plank 1x12. You'll be fortunate to get 1x11.
All right, just 2 questions. Who regulates buildings in Nigeria? Who are the ones who certify that these particular materials that are being used to build this particular building is perfect? And secondly, how do you think climate change affects building collapse in Nigeria?
Really, the issue about climate change is a thing because a whole lot of buildings, like, I hate to say this, but even when you do drawings and submit to the authorities, it appears that some of the people in town planning, I don't know, maybe it's an oversight. They don't check some things. Because when a building goes beyond a certain span, you begin to introduce things called an expansion joint. You see a building that spans that long that does not have an expansion joint, unexplainably it goes through approval and still comes out. And the people will still build it like that. When you now talk about climate change, if in a building that has long spans that you should have introduced expansion joints, if that's not done, expansivity will be a problem. Yeah. Over time, and these things are gradual. You may not have earthquakes, but you have very slight landslides and all, just small stuffs like that. And if it's not properly insured, and to also things are strangely difficult in Nigeria. So sometimes when it looks like people are cutting corners, I don't know, it's almost difficult to blame them entirely.
Seems as if you're making excuses for
this is what I'm going to like. Yeah, no, it's not like compromising. We would have said, okay, stay until you're ready. But you see people where you should have done like 4 bars of 16 they will now discover that I can actually do 5 bars of 12 but that's not what was designed. Because they've checked. Presently, one 16 costs 16,000. One length of rod, 16,000. As at 5-6 years ago, this thing goes about like 6,000 for one. So the rate of inflation is unexplainable. So if you needed like 100, but you just do the maths. So when people check the difference now, especially when a client has contracted to someone and it's a turnkey stuff where the contractor has to purchase materials. Okay, they want to just cut here and there, truncate corners to just make ends meet and all that. Now that's not, I mean, we are not giving them a pass for it. Okay, we're not giving them a pass for it, but truth be told, people just try to make things work.
Okay, but I'm thinking,
and they have long-term
in my mind, yes, on the one hand, there's hardship and things are enormously, expensive. But then on the other hand, there's a possibility of building collapse and people dying in it, right?
So long term.
In the long term. All right, now we have talked about oversight functions, the government, you mentioned planning, town planning. Now, what are some of the roles that people need to play? For example, let me give you a background. You come into a house and then you're seeing cracks on the walls. Is it enough to raise, alarms to say, hey, there's something wrong with this? So what are the things that people need to know, some of the red flags they need to, observe, and when they see it, they raise alarms to say, maybe to their landlords or whoever, that there's something wrong with this house structurally?
Okay, now, the issue is, this comes to maintenance. I think we also generally have a poor maintenance culture. Buildings that have stayed over time, you don't check on top stuff. Like if you start noticing cracks, the best thing to do is to consult a professional. You can actually talk to an engineer about it.
What kind of an engineer?
A structural engineer is fine, and there are builders. You can also talk to a builder. Basically, you can talk to a builder. Or if you don't know, you can actually, and these days you don't say you don't know, because you can actually just go into Facebook and get contacts. Just make inquiries, and sometimes it doesn't cost to make inquiries. So that when you're told, at least you get, but people don't ask. You see cracks, you still. As a matter of fact, I know someone staying in a building somewhere in Ababa. Early last year, part of the building collapsed. They are still living there.
But what are those things that people would look at and then just know for themselves that these structure has some defects? What are those things that you would look and see as a common person who is not an architect, who doesn't know anything about structure of a building? What do you think they would find in a building by just looking at it to know that this building has got some defects?
When buildings are not properly squared, at least everybody's eye can tell that. When things are not straight on, everything, bent walls, bent beams, it's not very safe. You see a stair hole your eyes even telling you that something is not right here. You see a stair hole that because they're trying to manage space is so steep and funny and stuff. You see, I've seen places where a regular duplex, they wanted to do conversions, all of a sudden, they open this place, put stair hole by the side so that another tenant will enter from here. It was designed to be a duplex. It has one entrance from the ground and a kitchen exit. But as we speak, it has up to like 4 outlets because they want to subdivide and give to people. The stair hole that they introduced in that place is really funny. You know that, at some point, something may just go wrong.
You didn't answer the question about who supervises some of those buildings.
There are a lot of regulatory bodies. You have the lot of bodies, a whole lot of bodies, like I think NIOB, the building people, you understand, and then basically, the town planning have professionals in each local government. So every site under a particular town, that's why they send people for inspection. When they go for inspection and see red flags, that's when they're building already. They mark, they complain, they do this, they do that. You understand? So they want to make sure that while you're building, but the problem is that most of the buildings that are already existing, the authorities will now not go and check. It's people who are there that will notice that, okay, a decking has started leaking because water is not supposed to permeate.
I was going to get there. There are some buildings that you come into and then you see the walls absorb water. Is it a structural issue? Is it something that can be managed, or is it an outright red flag? You see water, especially when it rains, so it kind of percolates and then it comes up. You see it on the walls. Sometimes molds actually because of high in humidity. What does that speak to really?
It already suggests that something was missing. There were omissions when the foundation was done. Okay, there were omissions when the foundation was done, and if it's recommended, the soil type again boils down to soil type. So if they had considered the soil type and had prepped a foundation to suit whatever they were doing, and made sure that the foundation is way off the ground, not very close to the ground, some of those things will not come to bear. But again, I don't want to say it's an outright red flag. Yeah, because some, depending on
the foundation.
It weakens, that's what I'm saying, but depending on the height of the ground. And again, when the foundation is done, we really we don't know the contents, because a lot of things are covered. We don't know the kind of reinforcements. We don't know if it was properly chained.
Is it possible to reinforce? Is it possible to reinforce foundations? Does it mean
an existing house?
Yeah, if you want to add more structures, you can reinforce, the foundation. Maybe you want to lift the building, or you want to add additional structures. How do you reinforce?
This is what people do in the village. People wake up that their father had a bungalow. They now want to convert it. I can tell you that it's a slippery slope. It's not impossible, it's doable, but it's a slippery slope. Those are times you don't gamble. You consult with a professional. In such cases, you don't gamble. Then you see a building that was designed for 1 story. People get smart and they want to extra the load on it, like extra 2 slabs on it. Meanwhile, maybe the foundation was done at 3 feet or 4 feet max. Then you want to now introduce, and probably if it's like 2-3 floors that we're supposed to run 20 road, you don't even know the content. You just want to add building, and then you think that because you have introduced some extra pillars at the corners of the building, it just don't work. Just consult with a professional.
All right.
Something that better avoided.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor Uchenabara, for your insights.
I'm pastoring. I primarily pastor. I don't practice.
Oh, you don't practice?
I primarily pastor.
Primary pastor. All right. Thank you so much for your insights. That's how much we'll have for this particular conversation. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out.
All right.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature TV, and this is Signature Morning. We continue our discussion on health, and this time around, we're narrowing it down to pneumonia as a health issue in children. We have with us Dr. Obinna Ndwaguba. Good to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Good morning.
Our viewers.
What is pneumonia, and how does it affect kids?
Okay, so pneumonia, simply in a simple way, it's infection involving the lungs. The lungs are the bags through which we breathe as human beings. So it's a very important organ that's responsible for our exchange, intake and exchange of air, which is key to our body function. So when the lungs are inflamed or infected, inflammation or infection involving the lungs is typically simply what we call pneumonia. And there are several things that can cause that, ranging from bacteria, viruses, even fungal organisms can cause pneumonia.
Where does this fungi bacteria come from for the kids?
So readily, these are things that we have from the air, suspended in the air, okay, through surfaces, okay, and then some can be from droplets from others that have that, okay, and it's suspended in the air, and as we breathe, we inhale some of these organisms. And so when they get into our airway, they find the environment conducive, they attach to the inner line of our airway, and then they settle and begin to multiply. A couple of times, without our knowledge, our bodies are able to fight off some of these organisms without our knowing. And so a good number of times we encounter these organisms, but we don't come down with infections or diseases because our body immune system fight them off. But occasionally our body is overwhelmed, and that is when we now begin to have signs and symptoms, and which are typically, fever, fast or difficult breathing, cough, chest pain. Okay, smaller children, they may have refusal of feeds. Okay, change in color, okay, from pink color to blue, particularly when it's severe. And then even in severe cases, extreme difficulty in breathing, reduced level of consciousness, and so on and so forth. So the presentations are varied depending on the age. But typically, the very typical symptoms remain the fast or difficult breathing, the fever, and the cough.
Right.
Those are the three major features.
All right, Dr. Ndwaguba, you're a pediatric doctor.
Yes.
That means that you're a doctor for kids, for children. Now, how does pneumonia affect children differently? Because you mentioned the factor here, age as a factor. So how does it affect kids differently?
Okay, so for children, at the extremes of age, generally, the immune system is not as in its best. And so they are vulnerable. They are a lot more vulnerable than others. So particularly for children less than 5, who have been much more vulnerable or susceptible to organisms that cause pneumonia, because the immune system is not as primed as the adults would be. Okay, and more so when there are other immune suppressive states, like malnutrition, HIV, diseases that suppress other comorbidities, okay, that can reduce the person's ability to fight infection. So in that case, even the child who is naturally vulnerable becomes even more vulnerable. And that makes it more difficult. And it's worrisome because in Nigeria, we're talking about Nigeria contributing close to 30% of the world global figure for childhood pneumonia. And that is worrisome. So our numbers as a country, in some way, is actually working against us. Nigeria has a huge population, and most of those population are actually the youth. Okay, so having that huge population and having some of these problems, the real numbers, the actual numbers of pneumonia cases in Nigeria becomes enormous. Take, for example, we have about 400,000 pneumonia deaths every year. And Nigeria, in the world, I'm talking about in developing world, we have over 400,000 deaths from pneumonia.
Annually.
And Nigeria is contributing close to 150,000 of those deaths. Nigeria alone. Okay, so you can now understand the enormity of what we're talking about. But what is worrisome is that, and that is about 20% of the total deaths we have in children in Nigeria coming from pneumonia. Yes, we have other things that contribute more, like malaria contributes close to 30%, but pneumonia gives us about 20% of the total deaths we have in under 5s in Nigeria. But yet, despite that, we don't have very good support against pneumonia as it is. If you look at the world, even the funding for research in pneumonia it's not up to 3% of the total funds allocated to research for infectious diseases worldwide. And that is not good enough. Then we look at Nigeria, we don't have clear-cut funding for pneumonia as a disease.
Sorry, can I cut your train of
Yes,
thought?
go ahead.
You said research funds for research for pneumonia is not as much as that for infectious diseases.
No, I mean, among the research funds for infectious diseases,
Okay.
the total fund globally for infectious diseases, pneumonia doesn't have up to 3% of the total research funds for infectious disease.
I understand it
So
better.
despite its place, the global position it stands in terms of morbidity and mortality in the world, and more so in our own parts of the world.
All right, Doctor, growing up, there was this, I don't know whether it's a myth or fact, you're going to debunk it right now. You were told as a child, don't sleep under the fan, don't sleep on the bare floor, you could catch pneumonia. Is there some truth to this?
Well, it's not really as direct as it is. The only thing that appears that is a bit, some element of truth in that is that the viruses we know are a major cause of pneumonia. They thrive more in cold environments. Okay, so when the weather is cold, the viruses thrive more in cold environments. So in some way, okay, there's some little correlation, but it's not as if you stay in a cold environment, you get pneumonia. It doesn't work that way. You understand? So there are other things now that we need to look at, but there are other things that are involved. The bacteria, the fungal organisms, they're typical organisms. Just like the tuberculosis we are talking about is a type of pneumonia. Tuberculosis, yes, there's a lot of funding for TB. But again, we're talking about other aspects, other types of pneumonia. Okay, we have very little or no funding. We don't even have clear-cut programs for pneumonia alone. And that is why the Pediatric Association of Nigeria, PAN, which is a body of all pediatricians, that's all the doctors that handle children, all the doctors and specialists that handle children in the country, are taking out time to join the global community in creating awareness about pneumonia. Okay, and for this year, the theme is Every Breath Counts, Stop Pneumonia in Its Track. Okay, so the same thing is happening. So November 12th every year has been mapped out every year to create awareness about pneumonia. And this year we're talking about the urgency needed for us to do what? Detect pneumonia early, treat it, and also look at the preventive measures. Okay, because again, prevention remains better than cure. So in areas where we have preventive measures in place, okay, it helps us not to have much of those children coming down with these diseases. And then when we now have the diseases, we're able to detect them early and then begin to treat them and prevent the deaths or the morbidities that can occur from that particular disease. So when we look at pneumonia as a whole, it's a very big area. Okay, we've talked about the symptoms, we've talked about how it presents, we've talked about available resources.
Doctor, I was going to ask, because you mentioned something instructive. You said that tuberculosis is a type of pneumonia.
Yes.
Now tell us, what are the clinical differences between tuberculosis and pneumonia? That is one. And then secondly, what are the signs that a mother would see in a child and say, oh, this is probably pneumonia, so that they can present early at the clinic?
Thank you very much. One, for the second aspect of what you asked, that's one thing that keeps confusing people. In fact, in our part of the world, a mother typically believes that any fever that a child has is malaria. And so they veer off, they even start giving paracetamol and other medications to suppress a fever, which is actually an outward sign that something is not right. Now, that fever that is showing that something is not right doesn't tell you this is malaria or this is this or that. It could be anything else. There are so many things that can present with fever. Okay, but now when there is fast breathing or difficulty in breathing added onto that fever and cough in addition, it further helps in narrowing down a lot more. And that is why there must be early presentation where a doctor can listen to that child's chest and hear the telltale signs of pneumonia. Okay, the crepitations or the decreased air entry and so on that would suggest a pneumonic feature. And of course, where they are in doubt, they can request for a chest X-ray. But the clinical diagnosis of pneumonia, straightforward pneumonia, is purely clinical, from the symptoms and from the chest examination findings by a doctor who is trained to do that. Now, the problem is when you now meet someone that doesn't know, the person may listen and may not hear anything because his ears are not trained for it. And so the person may end up continuing to treat malaria or any other infection cause of fever, when the patient might actually have a pneumonia. And when you lose all those opportunities to make the diagnosis, the lung tissues are increased. There is gradually increase the percentage of the lung tissue that is damaged, and then with time, person will now begin to do what? Have progressive what? Difficulty in breathing. And when the lung tissues are extensively damaged, the person will go into failure. The lungs will fail. And when your lungs fail, you stop breathing, that's it. The person is gone. Okay, so for TB and pneumonia, the symptoms are similar, but TB runs a slightly, more chronic course. Okay, pneumonia can kill a lot shorter, but TB will run a longer course.
What that means?
So what I mean by chronic is that it stretches a lot more in symptomatology. To start with, what in smaller children, you find them failing to thrive. A child that is eating is not gaining weight. You check the weight month to month, the child is not measuring up. Okay, or a child that was initially bigger before beginning to do what? To go down in weight. A child that had a normal weight at 3 months, at 4 months is going down. 5 months, rather than increasing, is rather stepping down. That's a cause for worry. Or a child that has a fever that has lasted for 2 weeks or more, that should make you worried about TB. Okay, or a child that is having drenching night sweats, okay, or cough that has lasted 2 weeks or more, fever, weight loss, or failure to thrive. These are the presumptive signs that will make you worried about TB. Okay, so if that is the case, then the person will have to now produce sputum or give us 2 samples for what we call gene expert. Gene expert is the most common available test that you can do to diagnose tuberculosis. Okay, and 2 samples can be taken. So if it's a smaller child, less than 5, I cannot give you quality sputum because most children of that age cannot really cough up sputum. When they cough, they swallow it. So for such a child, you are not relying on the sputum, which is what you cough up when you cough. What you rely more is on the stool. But even at that, the percentage yield from the lab for the stool may not be so good. Some reports at best 30%. So we now have opportunities for you to clinically make diagnosis of TB in children using the current WHO algorithm. But those things are to be done by health workers who are trained to do that.
2 key questions.
Yes.
One is, are there any improved nutrition that can be, embarked upon for you to be able to, stave off a kid from being infected by pneumonia? And what are the steps that parents can take in order to make sure that their kids are protected from pneumonia?
Yes, the basic things are there. For nutrition, key. We've talked about that the incidence of malnutrition is on the increase. We're moving from 17-21% to about 40% as we speak. And that is worrisome. And with the increase in percentage of children that are malnourished, all these diseases that are atypical, that are opportunistic, in the sense that they come in where there is what? Where the immunity is low, where the environment is conducive for them to thrive.
So they are opportunistic.
So yes, for TB particularly, they now come in and they find a resting room. Okay, so for TB, for example, yes, if the nutrition of these children are optimal, what do we have in the school feeding program? What do they have at home to eat? All these are telling on the economic indices in the country. So if the resources are there, the mothers are aware of how to combine what is available, the vegetables, the fruits, the sources of protein, and they're able to give balanced meals to these children, it will make them less likely to come down with pneumonia, particularly the tuberculosis. Apart from that, the living conditions. You find a family of 6, a man and wife and 4 children, even a man and wife and 6 children living in one room. Overcrowding is one of the things that perpetuates, that bring about risk factors for pneumonia generally, including the TB. Okay, and then we talk about poor sanitary conditions. Then you talk about what do they use to cook. By the time you have unclean sources of energy for cooking, the charcoal and the firewood, and the child is exposed to those fumes. These are things that make children more susceptible to pneumonias. But most mothers don't know. So they will carry a young baby, the child is crying, they're cooking in the kitchen, and the child is inhaling all that. They are making that child more susceptible to coming down with pneumonias. Then we'll talk about industrial fumes and smoke that come out, particularly for our young boys and girls that work at low levels in those industries and companies. These fumes which they generate also predispose them to pneumonias. So it's a whole gamut, of things which cut across so many other sectors of the economy. The housing, Okay, other living conditions start. So the health sector cannot stay in isolation. All the sectors have to come up at their best for us to begin to have some of these things come down. And so when we look at the preventive measures, it's another kettle of fish. You must look at their housing conditions, you must look at the nutrition, you must look at the scientific conditions around them, health education, okay? Then you also look at availability, access to vaccines. We have a lot of vaccine preventable diseases, but access to these vaccines, some people still don't avail themselves of these vaccines. The pneumonia we talk about, yes, we have more of it in the north than in the south. Studies have shown that. Okay, but still, the same factors are in interplay, although more in the north. Okay, so access to vaccines. Most people find it difficult to accept and access vaccines. Some, when there is a little adverse effect on one person, they generalize. Okay, and we have a couple of vaccines that are targeted against pneumonia, starting from the BCG, which is given at birth, that targets tuberculosis. Now, BCG, yes, may not stop you from having TB, but it has been shown to protect against severe forms of TB. The TB that involves the brain, TB, what we call TB meningitis, and the miliary form of TB that causes severe, massive damage to the lungs, what we call the miliary TB. Okay, so in as much as it may not stop TB completely, but it has a lot of protection.
Does BCG protect against pneumonia?
No, BCG is for TB, which is a form of pneumonia. Now, after BCG, you have other vaccines. We have hepatitis, which is part of the penta. Hepatitis is against another form of pneumonia caused by Bordetella pertussis. Then we have the PCV, that's pneumococcal vaccine, which is against strep pneumonia, which is another common bacteria that causes pneumonia. Then we now come down to other things like the measles vaccine, because measles is not only the rash that you see on the body. Measles also causes what we call a pneumonia, measles pneumonia. So in severe cases, they can have a pneumonia, which can cause extensive lung damage as well. So if you look at these vaccines that we have and what they do for us, and we avail ourselves of those opportunities, it will help to reduce incidence of pneumonia in our children if they avail themselves of that. Even the H influenza type B, which is part of the penta, okay, that's also us. So when the children have these things and they are given, it helps. Now, like we said earlier, if we have booster doses of these vaccines in our MPI schedule, which PAN is propagating, PAN came up with an advocacy for increased booster doses to offer more protection, but it hasn't been accepted. It's still on the on the papers. It's still a paperwork. The advocacy hasn't yielded anything. So we still have very few booster doses, and that is also affecting our percentage protection. Because when you have additional booster doses, you have more people that are immune, and then you have a cover, what we call herd immunity, where a large population is now protected as a result of the fact that at least 80% of the population are protected from that particular disease.
Yeah, it's interesting that you mentioned the PAN, Pediatrics Association of Nigeria.
Yes.
Now, do they have a framework for awareness? You mentioned advocacy, but many of these things that you spoke to now, people are not aware. So is there a framework that is available to ensure that there's, maximum or optimal awareness drives?
Yes. PAN is a national body and it has zonal and state chapters. Okay, I'm the coordinator for ENUGU State. Okay, and I coordinate with two other consultants, one from Parkland, one from UNTH, Dr. Obijako from Parkland, and Dr. Narado from UNTH. And then we even have one of the states, the national ESCO from our state, Dr. Ayuk. Okay, Professor Ayuk. So, PAN is a well-structured organization embodying all the pediatricians in the country. Okay, and PAN has its structure from the national to the state level. Now, PAN's major role is advocacy for issues that border on children, because these are the people that we protect. Okay, so advocacy is purely for children. And now, a part of PAN's activity, PAN has a subcommittee on pneumonia, and that PAN subcommittee on pneumonia also has a national committee down to the states, and that's why we are here today. So the advocacy, the problem PAN is having is that PAN doesn't have enough support. PAN is calling for support from NGOs, from philanthropies, from persons that can fund and support PAN's activities, but they are little or none. This year alone, a lot of things that we mapped out, we could not execute them. To reach out to the community, to go to health centers in rural areas, to create awareness, we can't. Okay? So we're here because Nature TV has given us opportunity, free of charge, to discuss this. And so we ask other television stations, other radio stations to give such opportunities. We call on people, NGOs, multinationals, to support the role PAN is playing in ensuring that the awareness creation, it doesn't just end on November 12th as a 1 day or 1 week activity. Let there be a constant program that gets down to the grassroots. Let there be activities that are deliberate, that can inculcate the awareness. Let people know what is expected. Because people just think, oh, firewood is cheap. Gas is costly. Let me buy firewood. They don't know the consequences. People don't also know the problems that come from overcrowding. People don't know why they should eat what they cultivated. Somebody will cultivate vegetables and fruits, sell it in the market, and go and buy a loaf of apple or whatever, or buy biscuits for the child.
So now apple came to your mind.
You understand? So there are issues there. So if people understand what it means, they understand the importance of vaccines, okay, good nutrition, awareness creation, a lot will change. And of course, other sectors will need to change because the health sector cannot just come out, stand alone when other sectors are ill.
What are the underlying issues? I'm talking about specifically. Do you think there are the underlying health problem of a child would increase the risk of someone contracting pneumonia?
Yeah, definitely. There are so many. Take, for example, a child that has a heart problem, be it a heart defect that the child came up with from birth. That child is at increased risk of having a pneumonia. Okay, a child that has been having recurrent illnesses over time, diarrheal diseases, febrile illnesses, that child's immunity drops, that child coming down with pneumonia will be a lot more devastating. A child that is malnourished, malnutrition alone increases the likelihood of a bad outcome from pneumonia for about 30%.
Wow.
Just malnutrition alone. So when you see a child that is well nourished and has pneumonia, and a child that is malnourished and has pneumonia, that child that is well nourished has a lot more chance of coming out from that pneumonia than the child that is malnourished. Then we look at the availability of resources to even treat the case with pneumonia. How many of our hospitals have piped oxygen? How many of our PHCs have oxygen cylinders and tubes to connect them? How many of them have pulse oximeters to check saturation? What is percentage saturation of oxygen in the body? How many of them have the technical know-how to even decide, oh, this respiratory rate is high for this child requires supplementation? How many of them have the little basic skills to even know this person needs to be referred? How many of our children can actually transport the children to bigger facilities when there is need? These are all the issues. Even before they talk about even making the diagnosis in the first place, how many of our workers at the PHC level can make a diagnosis of pneumonia?
How can a child's immune system be boosted to stave off this pneumonia?
Well, basically, let's start from the basic things, which is the nutrition. That is the basic thing.
What kinds of food?
Yes,
make up
so
the nutrition?
definitely you talk about fruits and vegetables, you talk about our protein in the right proportion.
Which type? Is it eggs? Is it...
Egg remains the standard protein from whichever other protein is rated. Egg is the standard protein from whichever other protein source is rated. Okay, so whether it is animal or plant source, fine. They have their merits and demerits, and so they are combined. Okay, and then you talk about fruits and vegetables. The problem we have is that we have a large proportion of carbohydrates and little or no protein and fruits and vegetables. So it's almost like a monocolor plate. And then secondly, when the food is prepared, you don't give children, 3 or 4 children in a home, you put one plate of food for them and say, let them eat together as a family, that they are siblings, so that they will love each other. No. Every child should have their separate plates, their separate servings, so that I will know what A ate and what B ate. If you serve children together in a plate, the senior ones will finish the food, the younger ones will have just taken 1 or 2 spoons. And then in your mind, the entire children have eaten. And after some months, it begins to show. You understand? And then what is more, how do you prepare these meals? Things that you can cook and they benefit a lot from the nutrients in it, most mothers will go and fry them. Think about the egg you mentioned. And an egg that is boiled is far more nutritious than the one that is roasted or fried or whatever they do, omelette and what have you. But again, that's what they will prefer to do. They see it as, oh, it is better, that is more modern. But that's not the truth. The same thing with our vegetables that they will blanch and over blanch. Either they don't wash it well, and then you introduce germs along with the vegetable, or they now over blanch it, and you lose the nutrients that are in it. These are all issues. So the problems are there. The information on how to utilize them is one. Having them available is another. Mixing them at the right proportion is another thing.
All right, doctor, we'll have 2 minutes to round up, but there's something I want you to speak to. There's tuberculosis, there's pneumonia, and then there's asthma. What is the striking difference?
Well, for asthma, there is nothing. The asthma typically will not give you a fever. Asthma giving you a fever means that there may be an infective cause that is triggering the asthmatic attack.
Reaction.
Okay, so if that is the case, you also have to watch out, look out for the infection and treat it. Because if you are trying to handle the asthma alone, the infective cause will not allow you to have a response from that asthma, except if you're handling the two together.
I'm very finally.
That is what. And then, of course, we talked about TB and pneumonia. These are things that, from what you hear on the chest, the symptomatology, you should be able to tease that. And then your investigations.
Great. There are some people that speak to pain when they breathe in and breathe out, especially behind them. What does that
when
speak
they're
to?
having, that's chest pain. That's an inflammation of the covering of the lungs. When it's inflamed, as you breathe and the lung tissue rubs on it, it gives you a lot of pain because that covering is inflamed from the infection, pneumonic process. Again, when there is fluid in that space, that covering of the lung, what we call effusion.
And it's caused by an infection.
Yes, from the infection. The lining of that space is secreting a lot of fluid because of the infection that is taking place. The child finds it difficult to lie on that side. Okay, as they breathe, they feel pain by the sides, and then you see them inclined to one side because of the pain. They are trying to counter that. Anything that stretches that covering gives them pain. So these are well-known things. And when you listen to the chest and look at the history of what they have, it's always very clear. Most diagnosis of pneumonia is purely by the bedside. And when in doubt or anything that there are complications, you can do your chest X-ray to help you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Nduagubam. We wish we had you here longer, but then there are other opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you
all
for
right.
having
That'll
me.
be all for that discussion. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, New Day continues.
Recently, the chairman of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, said with the latest
The future belongs to whoever can see possibilities before they become real. If you can see possibilities in things, and I saw a lot of possibilities, I could see what the Akwa Ibom need at the time. And thank God, at least 90% of the cases, I was right. The direction in which I took Akwa Ibom is the direction they are still following today. In spite of some of the obstacles that I met in the way, and I just decided, if I must give you an example, I decided that the modern world cannot do without electricity. And the things I wanted to bring to Akwa Ibom needed electricity. So I decided that I must give Akwa Ibom 24-hour constant power. It was a struggle. It was a real struggle because of the kind of federal, quote, I put that federal in quotes, arrangement that we have, where the center literally dictates everything that the states can do and cannot do. I was told I could not build an independent power plant. Why would I not be able to build an independent power plant? Because power is centralized. We centralize too many things, and that's where we are backward till today. I will say that over and over again. And that may be why you say I'm still relevant even in national politics, because we have not yet got back to the position. And I say get back to, because we were there before. We started on that journey, then we was abruptly stopped and changed. We have not yet got back to the position where federating units can be reasonably, not reasonably, in fact, very independent, able to manage themselves, able to manage their resources, able to manage their own security, able to manage their future with whatever resources they have, and then sustain with whatever they contribute to the federal. We have to change the concept of this federation because it means people that want to develop cannot develop because the federal government does not always see the things that the way the states see them. The better example, or more even more, is this power business. I wanted to build, we were consuming 40 megawatt of power. So I went to Lea Limoka, who was the minister for power at the time, and said, I want to build 60 megawatt. He laughed at me and said, no, Your Excellency, you want to build a power plant for Akwa Ibom? Please make it a lot larger than that. I said, why? We're only consuming 40. He said, there's something called surplus demand. You're only consuming 40 because that's all that's available to you. That if you had a lot more than that, you will consume 2-3 times that much. So in the end, I took his advice. I built a power plant of 191 megawatt capacity. And the federal government looked at me and literally laughed. Because immediately I finished that, they brought a law to say if you generate, you cannot distribute. I'm convinced, as I speak to you, that if I was allowed to go ahead and distribute that power and boast that Akwa Ibom is the first state in this country to give 24-hour constant power to every corner of the state. Believe me, there will be electricity all over Nigeria now. Because every state will have tried to imitate it.
Welcome to From the Correspondent on Signature TV. All we do here is bring you the latest news and update from around the world by our team of dedicated reporters who share their personal experience, of what transpired on the field. I am Emmanuel Tewase. But before we get into the business of the day, let's take a recap of last week's edition.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
Africa is the most developed country in the African. It's the only country when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story,
we don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
Welcome back from our team of season reporters to your screen. You're watching from the correspondent, your window to what happens behind the headlines. And this is where we have the opportunity to hear the testimonies of journalists who are at the forefront, turning views and events into news by bringing in divergent perspectives of activities that impact us directly or indirectly. Today's big story is on the IMT signing off tragedy which took place on the 30th of September this year. Our reporter Ugone Owalo has been following up this issue, and new facts, perspective about this issue have emerged. But before we get to that, we will begin with the call from media practitioners. We'll begin with the call for media partnership, I beg your pardon, by the Relief Pitch Initiative, who were at the corporate headquarters of Signature Television, Raymond Dokwesi Broadcasting House, ENUGU, followed by efforts by the National Assembly to harness the endless opportunities in the creative, digital, and blue economy. Then we would look at some stakeholders, what they are saying about the economic situation in the state, right after which we will highlight how health experts are intensifying the call for proper training of manpower for quality healthcare delivery in the country. Then lastly, we would examine the impact of insecurity on the hospitality industry in Imo State before the big story comes up. From the correspondent continues after the break. Don't go nowhere.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
Africa is the most developed country in the African continent. It's the only country when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story, you know,
We don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
Welcome back. A non-governmental organization, Relief Pitch Initiative, within the week visited the corporate headquarters of Signature TV, Raymond Dokwesi's Broadcasting House, ENUGU, as part of its efforts in pushing its agenda of ensuring gender balance and inclusiveness in the country.
The campaign to get women more involved in decision-making and governance is getting greater attention around the world. Those pushing the narrative are convinced that getting more women in key decision-making positions will bring about greater development around the world. It is in line with this that a non-governmental organization, Relief Pitch Initiative, visited the Signature TV corporate headquarters in ENUGU to seek collaboration and partnership in giving more voice to the women. Leader of the delegation, Chinemerem Ain, used the occasion to brief their hosts on their forthcoming and highly anticipated Wine Bife and Wodat Award Festival holding in Enugu. The aim of the event, she said, is to inspire women and bring them to the limelight.
Inspire women, encourage, empower them to do more, knowing that a lot of them have latent talents. Their innate potentials have not really found expression, and we're trying to expose them to platforms that will bring them to the limelight. And this year, we're having international delegates. We're having, okay, let me start by saying that this is the maiden edition. It's not like this year, it will now look like we have done before. No, this is the maiden edition, and we're having few international delegates. We're having women groups from far and near.
The president of Signature TV, Vim Martin Ilo, and the vice president, Finance and Human Resources, Barikumo Ado, pledged the support to the organization for the success of the upcoming event and their future engagement.
That you chose us. If there's anything we stand for, it is not just maintaining the standard. It's not just best practices. It's showing that we have the strength, we have the depth to deliver. And when we deliver, you will see the difference. That's why we call signature TV. I'm not going to take your time, but I'm going to simply say this. I see a partnership that is going to evolve, and it's going to make each of us as partners grow beyond the heights we're envisioning now.
The event, which is coming up on the 7th of November 2024 at Amadio Event Center in Enugu, will feature exhibitions, lectures, and various empowerment schemes. Ugonno Walo for Signature TV.
Meanwhile, Nigerian Senate is making collaborative efforts in harnessing the vast potentials in the creative and blue economy for sustainable development. Godwin Sunday witnessed that event for Signature TV in Abuja.
The special advisor to the Senate President on Strategy and Creative Economy, whose office put the event together, set the tone for the day's activities.
Thank you, everyone, and God bless you as you listen.
The discussions at the symposium highlighted the importance of advancing technology in Nigeria's creative industry, enabling new forms of storytelling, immersive experiences, and personalized content. The secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume, represented by Maria Ofyong, emphasized the president's commitment for the growth of the digital economy. This, he said, is anchored on the belief that the sector will serve as a tool to develop a dynamic and transformative economy that will leverage on innovations and investment to unlock new economic opportunities and create jobs.
The creative economy deserves urgent and pragmatic interventions. The Executive and the 10th Senate are alive to their responsibilities regarding this. I commend the organizers of this symposium for the wonderful initiative. I welcome all of us and wish us a fruitful and most robust deliberation.
The symposium also saw the unveiling of a publication titled Perspective of the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio and the 10th Senate, 1 year after, by the Chief of Staff to the Senate President. Participants at the event spoke to Signature Television on the event.
Well, the symposium is very topical. Everything that is discussed, harnessing the creative potentials of Nigeria for national development, and then renewable energy, and the aquatic splendor and the treasures that we have in Nigeria. Everything on that, each and every one of the topics discussed. Is it the green economy, the blue economy, the green and blue economy? All of them are very topical at this time in our national development.
It's timely and it's a very good program, especially now that we want to diversify our own economy from oil to other sectors of Nigerian economy. And cultural creativity is another aspect of our own economy that we need to harness. So I think it's timely and it's a good one.
Wasting and let it fly. So one of the opportunities I saw majorly was the way the Senate, led by my boss, the Senate President, crafts bills in consonance with what the renewed hope agenda of the President stands for. And what we've tried to do is to bring the different players in the creative green blue economy and the power sector to brainstorm on how to translate the various bills on those different topics with the mind of the president who's the vision of the renewed hope agenda, how to interpret them so that practitioners and implementers will be better informed as to fast track the implementation.
So what we are saying that since there's an alternative source of electrification through renewable energy, let the government encourages more policies, design policies that will now bring out projects that can help to reach that woman, that man that is in the rural area striving to be productive.
So why don't we, God-given talents, we don't need to buy it, it resides in all of us. Everybody is creative in one way or the other. All the government needs to do is to put in policies that can draw out their talents so that people can realize what they can do. and then use it, leverage it to do what? To take care of themselves, and by extension, take care of the country.
Because we don't have maybe an effective law governing operations within the deep water in terms of fisheries. Most of the laws are hindered around oil exploration, shipping. That's why I put an emphasis on getting this Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2024 that takes care of this regulatory framework within the ocean. And also we need to develop our local capacity on this in terms of fishing trawlers and in terms of also the operators of that fishing trawlers. Most of these fishing trawlers, you find that they come to operate within our Nigerian waters are not Nigerian flags. Then thirdly also, we need to also take a scientific survey to find out what species do we have, especially those that have very high economic value. So what we need to do is, by the time we get this law enforced, there is provision within the law which is stakeholders forum, and that stakeholders forum involve the actual fishermen that will be educated on this, and they will also be part of those that are enforcing the law.
The symposium concluded with a call for action, urging stakeholders to collaborate and innovate to harness the emerging opportunities in Nigeria's creative, digital and blue economy. Participants are in agreement that with the right strategies and investments, Nigeria can become a powerhouse for innovation, creativity and economic growth.
An interesting day it has been so far, as we've seen stakeholders gather here in the Senate building to discuss about the Nigerian blue and green economy and how to chart a new course for Nigeria. I am Godwin Sunday reporting for Signature News.
Still on economy, at the 20th edition of All Nigerian Editors Conference in ENUGU, Bayelsa State, the president of Nigerian Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Dele Oye, attributed the current economic hardship in the country to poor management of the Naira exchange rate. Over to Bayelsa, where Ndu Opaleze witnessed the event for Signature TV.
President Bola Tinubu, some key officials of his government and his spin doctors have continued to beat their chests for the decision to remove the fuel subsidy and deregulate the foreign exchange market. The effect of these twin policies have continued to impact on Nigerians in diverse ways, with many still calling on government to revisit the policies. According to the Nasima president, Dele Oye, the hurried change of the currency at the twilight of the 2023 general election dealt a big blow to the Naira. The situation, he said, got worse when the present administration went the whole hog to allow the value of the Naira to be determined by the forces of demand and supply.
That's why you must never trust government appointees until they show you what they are doing. And 90% of decisions are taken by people, very junior, inferior people who are even put in a position where they don't have the competence.
He tasked the media to interrogate certain policies of the public office holders with a view to ensuring that they are altruistic and effective. In his goodwill messages to the conference, the publisher of Vanguard newspaper, Sam Amuka, regretted that the newspaper industry is no longer viable as hard copies are now printed at a very huge loss due to high cost of newsprint. He said those of them that are still in the business merely want to continue to discharge the constitutional and social responsibilities of the media.
What did that mean? Do you know that 2 years ago, newsprint was around 600. Now it's over 2 million. That means that every day you publish the hard copy, the newspaper, you don't make any money, you lose.
A one-time governor of Ogun State and veteran journalist, Segun Oshoba, commended the Ezza-Naba-led Nigerian Guild of Editors and charged them to wade into the leadership crisis brewing in the Nigerian Union of Journalists with a view to restoring sanity.
Before you leave this conference, we should set up a committee to look into the NUJ. There's a crisis brewing in NUJ over their conference. And the Guild, as our own professional body, aside from the MPAN, please should look into it.
The opening ceremony of the conference attracted media stakeholders and public office holders, including 2 media aides to the president, Bayo Onanuga and Sunday Dare. Ndo Opaleze, Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. Orthopedic medicine focuses on the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of disorders of the bones, muscles, and nerves. At a workshop on arthroplasty, also known as reconstructive surgery, at the National Orthopedic Hospital ENUGU, health experts emphasized the need for proper training of the workforce for quality healthcare delivery.
Arthroplasty is a surgery to restore the function of a joint. The issue of orthopedic medicine has always been an area of great concern, especially among the aging population because of the impacts of age on bones and joints. It is to advance the quality of Medicare in that field that the workshop was put together to shaping the skill and knowledge of various practitioners in the field. The Chief Medical Director of the National Orthopedic Hospital ENUGU, Professor Emmanuel Iyidobi, in an interview with Signature TV, lamented the shortage of professionals in the medical system. This, he said, necessitated the organization of the workshop as a platform for exchange of ideas among practitioners and training of over 50 participants, which cut across basic nursing and midwifery, who will in turn help to improve the health sector.
What we do here is that if the joint is irredeemably bad, that is what we call end-stage arthritis, we can literally remove the hip and put in a new one, remove the knee and put in a new one. That is what we call total joint replacement. We have developed this capacity in the hospital over the past 10 to 15 years, and we are now able to do this as routine surgery. So we decided that since we have this knowledge, is it possible to advance the knowledge, train people more so that they can have the latest input, the latest skills in this surgery? And if we are going to do that, can we call other doctors across the country to join us in doing that? So we now organize this workshop, and surgeons across the country from Lagos, from Jos, from Akwa Ibom, from Benin, from Anambra State, from Abakaliki are here. Both surgeons and perioperative nurses, exchanging ideas, learning on how to treat Nigerians better as far as arthroplasty is concerned. The main aim of organizing the arthroplasty workshop, apart from improving the skill of the surgeons and teaching other surgeons across the country what we do, in the spirit of that a candle does not lose anything by lighting another, we also are working hard to ensure that the capital flight, in terms of forex, is reduced to the barest minimum by ensuring that medical tourism is reduced to the barest minimum.
Apart from improving skilled manpower in the health sector, he said, the workshop is also aimed at bringing about a drastic reduction in medical tourism to save foreign exchange expended on foreign travels. According to the chief organizer of the arthroplasty workshop, Udo Anyehie, the event is a platform to disseminate information among medical practitioners who will in turn impact their different regions through the knowledge acquired at the training.
It's actually to disseminate information concerning arthroplasty to people that need the information and to the patients that require the services of arthroplasty. So it's a training workshop. We're training doctors and perioperative nurses on arthroplasty services, on use of doing the procedure, and then taking care of the patients that have arthritis requiring surgery. And this surgery we're talking about is arthroplasty surgery, it's a joint replacement surgery. One thing is, well, two main things. Number one, there are patients that require the surgery, and they're getting the surgeries this week. We've been operating every day, and it's going to be for the whole of this week. Now, they come with really bad joints, knees and hips, and some people that have what we call K-leg and bow legs because of arthritis. So they get to have their knees and their hips fixed. So they are getting that at a reduced rate. So the medical director reduced the price of arthroplasty for them. So a number of them are getting these surgeries. And then we have participants from all over Nigeria, different parts of Nigeria, that are coming for this training to learn the skill of arthroplasty surgery. So they are going to benefit by because they are learning. They are nurses also, the doctors and nurses. And then when they learn this, hopefully they should be able to go back to their centers and be able to offer the same service, okay, in their own service. So it's a Nigerian thing. It cuts across every area of Nigeria.
Co-organizer of the workshop, Chisom Mbeze, explained the series of events, which comprises about 15 lectures and 6 surgical operations.
We've had a series of lectures. As at now, we've had almost 15 lectures so far. We've also had what we call a ground round. We've gone to see the patients that were recruited for the program in the ward and prepare them for surgery. And so far, we've operated on 4 of those patients as at now. There are patients that have had very bad knees and hips, and they've been able to have their surgeries done. We've also had sessions where we had what we call sawbone sessions that will give surgeons the opportunity to learn how to do this procedure, because people have come from different parts of the country. People have come from Lagos, from Ife, from Uyo, Calabar, and several other places. And the idea is to get them acquainted with this procedure, and by the time they go back, they can be able to also do this the right way, and in future train other people in their centers to be able to do this procedure.
Some participants at the event extolled the organizers, stating that the workshop will go a long way in improving medical skills among practitioners.
I think this is a starting point for me, because this is the first time I'm having this kind of experience, and it's a wonderful one, because in some of our centers in Nigeria, many centers, they don't perform these operative procedures. So for us to be exposed to it, as in you see it direct and even participate in the surgeries, is a great thing for me. And I feel that it has boosted my morale in being in the department and continuing with the specialty orthopedics. So I feel it's something I can do now, and I hope that this program continues further so that we get more exposures and get strengthened in the procedures further, so that we'll also continue to improve and train the younger ones as they come.
The main aim of the workshop is to build manpower in the area of joint replacement. And if you see the participants cut across different states in this sub-region and even outside the region, so it's going to create manpower that can be taken to those states, and we believe that with time, other states in the region will start practicing the joint replacement procedures. The workshop is a workshop on arthroplasty. Arthroplasty is about joint replacement. So the focus of the workshop has been hip and knee replacement surgeries. So basically what we do, participants are being trained. We have theater sessions where we do practicals on these joint replacement procedures, and ideas are also shared with experts from different regions, so that at the end of the day, everybody will go with better information, better skills about joint replacement procedures.
David Okoro, reporting for Signature TV News.
Activities such as kidnapping and armed robbery has instilled fear among locals and tourists, leading to a decline in the patronage of hotels, restaurants, and tourist attractions in Imo State. In this report, Ndu Okwaleze examines the impact of insecurity on the hospitality industry in the state.
Owerri, the Imo State capital, has always occupied a prime position in terms of availability of hotels and realization centers. This, for many decades, made it a destination of choice for those who want the best that the hospitality industry can offer. From Port Harcourt Road to heart of Owerri capital city, from Wedra Road to Mbise Road, the Cathedral Junction, New Owerri, and so on, the list is endless. Imo Concord Hotels, Bon Hotel, Hillview, among numerous others, are there to serve the needs of the clients day and night. However, most of these facilities appear to be begging for patronage at the moment. A media practitioner, Ikechukwu Amechi, who has been in Owerri, summed up the situation.
Before now, Owerri does not sleep. All the joints in Owerri, people go to take all manner of delicacies. ENUGU, pepper soup, fish pepper soup, all kinds of things. And they stay until very, very late into the night. But these days, before 9 p.m., everybody's rushing down home. And when people don't stay out, then all those outdoor activities are negatively impacted. I am even wondering, with the very low occupancy rate that we have now, how are they coping?
Apart from the harsh economy that has adversely affected this once booming industry, the state of insecurity appears to have a greater impact on the businesses.
Out of town and going to several places. If you go to a place like Asaba and see the level of development that is taking place there, and the people who are doing those things are all Igbo people. Even traders in Onitsha main market, they finish, and at the end of the day, they just cross River Niger and go to Asaba to sleep. In the morning, they come back. People who even have businesses to do in Onitsha or Anambra, they will go and lodge in hotels in Asaba.
As it is in Owerri, Imo State, so too in all other states of the southeast. All eyes appear to be on the governors of the geopolitical zone to tackle the challenge frontally to stem further decline in the economy of the region and reduce poverty index. Ndo Abaleze, Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV, where we bring you stories behind the headlines and the difference, the peculiar incident that occurs as journalists go about gathering, sourcing, and editing stories to satisfy your information need. Now to our big story. Recall that in one of our previous edition, we looked at the tragedy that occurred on 30th of September at the Institute of Management and Technology, ENUGU, that's IMT, where the life of a young promising lady was lost as a result of the recklessness of a young man who, I would say, did too much to impress during the signing off of graduating student at the institution. Our correspondent, Ugone Walo, brought us this report, which was carried by every media station, but there's something unique about this report because behind the headlines, as the program entails, Ugone dug deeper to unravel a new dimension and perspective to this whole issue, and she is currently with me in the studio to tell us about what the new knowledge she has about this incident. All right, so welcome, Ugone. It's nice having you again to talk about this same issue. Just as a way to kickstart, why did you choose to forge ahead with this report?
You know, good afternoon.
Okay.
You know, no one deserves to die like that. You understand? Now, trying to, the way Chiamaka Bondo died, no. This is a child from a home that had no voice. So I chose to go in and give them a voice.
Okay, a lot of media stations took up this report. There were stories on what happened to the extent to what the two schools involved had done then about the whole issue. From what we understand, the person involved, the young man who caused this tragic incident, was arrested and detained. For a lot of persons, that was justice served. You understand? So I want to understand personally, because we're yet to look at the report, but I know that there are a whole lot of new information in this report, which we'll be looking at shortly. So why didn't you maybe say, okay, God's will be done, instead of pushing? Then I would like to understand to what extent, what were the things that went into getting us this new facts or information surrounding the whole incident, down to the family, getting in contact with the family members and all of that. So just take us through the process of giving us this new dimension of what we have now as an update on that incident.
Okay, at first, no one knew who the family was or who they are. So the thing was trying to actually find out who the family is and who Chiamaka is to them. Now, Chiamaka, as a brilliant child, and the family where they have, they don't have any graduate or anyone in a higher institution, they came together to put Chiamaka in school, in a higher school institution, to train her. Chiamaka was like a light in that family.
Okay.
And extinguishing the light, they felt they are feeling so hopeless.
Okay.
Like all their hope is gone.
Okay. Let's look at that report before we continue the conversation with Ugone, so that we would understand what actually is the new dimension story we are discussing today. So let's have the report.
Ọ bụghị onye ọjọọ, ọ dị esefu mmadụ onye ogologo. Ọnụ olileanya mere Chiamaka nọ bụ n'ebe ọ bụ na mma anyị bịa tinye ya na skuul ahụ.
Our mother's intention
Ebumnobi mma
was
anyị
for
bụ na
Chiamaka to go to
ka
school
anyị si n'aka
and help the
Chiamaka wee
family.
ruo mmiri togbo iko,
But see how it all
wee sie
ended.
otu a wee endụ. Ebumnobi m bụ na famili a ga-esi n'aka Chiamaka wee grow. Mana unu afụgonu ka ọ dị.
I'm the one that brought her up, even spiritual and physical. I don't know that Chiamaka will end this.
When Signature TV arrived Chiamaka's home, the mood was of grief, desolation, pain, anger, and hunger for justice.
I don't know those that planned Chiamaka's death. I don't know if they were making passes at her and she said no. But whatever was their intention, they will suffer for what they did.
Juliet Ugu, a friend who is still on crutches, was with Chiamaka on the day of the incident and escaped death by the whiskers.
So after the signing out, around 5 o'clock, just says at 5 o'clock, I told them that we should be going, that the population in that school was too much. Car, paper, and everything. I will need to leave the school to avoid unnecessary problem. So I don't know, I just got the feeling and I told them, let's go. So and we started going. I told them that we are not following any express, we are not entering any car, that we are going to follow up your way. So we decided to follow up your way, but on our way going home, three of us were just discussing, walking, and we heard car. We turned. I don't know, after our turning, the next thing I remembered was that my last shouting under the car, Lucia Maka's voice too. And that was the last sound I heard. That was the last thing I heard her talk before I passed out.
As the family grapples with the grief associated with the death of a loved one whose promising future was suddenly extinguished at her prime, Signature TV sat down with Ezechi Malaki, an uncle to Chiamaka.
She was very intelligent, which made the parish priest, Reverend Father Christian Abraham Iroha, who happened to be the parish priest at that time, picked her up as a very brilliant child and gave her scholarship to study at Peace Land. At Peace Land, she was studying public health sciences, and she was on her IT. She just finished her first year, ND1, and went for IT. She was on her IT, about to conclude it and advance to ND2 when she met her untimely death.
Malaki told Signature TV that the management of the Institute of Management and Technology, IMT ENUGU, has been supportive since the unfortunate incident.
On that first day that I was called up to come to the mortuary, we spoke with, the family spoke with the director of IMT, and he promised to cooperate with us in any way we needed his assistance. But according to his own words, he said he is in it with us.
Malaki said that the family of the driver responsible for Chiamaka's death, who is still in police custody, has also offered to take care of all the burial expenses of the deceased.
So I thank you for coming. Thank you for your concern. I know the economic hardship in the nation, but you didn't mind that to come and to follow up the story. So thank you very much.
All efforts to contact the Enugu State Police Public Relations Officer, Daniel Ndukwe, on the matter proved abortive up to the time of filing this report. On the 2nd of November 2024, late Chiamaka Rosemary Ozigbondo will be laid to rest. Here are her family members mourning and asking for justice to be done. In Enugu, Gonowalu, reporting for Signature TV.
Right, welcome back. You're still watching From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Today we are looking at a very important issue to us because of how this whole incident happened in the first place, and what has so far been done by the authorities, the school, and how these families are coping, because the report says 3 persons were involved, 3 ladies were involved. It was quite unfortunate that one lost her life and the other 2 are recovering by the grace of God. And Ugone followed up this issue, and we would like to hear from her firsthand the experiences, the struggle to convince first the family members traveling down to their hometown to get them talk. It's difficult, especially when someone is in grief and you are insisting or pushing that let me hear what you have to say. It's more like you are a bit insensitive, but that's what comes with getting information and getting you stay updated with events and happenings that concerns you and I. So Ugone, I would like to I wouldn't want you to be particular about this report, away from what happened, the story behind the headlines. You are an eyewitness to this whole incident from how it happened down to this point where we are now. So please, can you take us through your journey in getting this report done?
Oh, well, the journey wasn't easy because trying to convince Engineer Malaki,
okay,
even the SUG, Peaceland SUG president, into giving us audience to this wasn't easy. And at first, they didn't actually understand what I was doing. But somehow, they gave us audience. Now, getting to the uncle, it was difficult. He was grieving. The family were grieving. Now, you talking to them to give you audience, they didn't know actually what you wanted to do with finding out how their child died. A promising child with a bright new future.
Okay.
They didn't want to talk, but I had to push, I had to let them know, convince them that I am not doing this for me. I'm not doing this, I am doing it for all of us to be heard. No one deserves to die like this. You don't drive into a school and speed. If you actually went to a driving school, some of the things they should educate you on. If you are in an institution, a school place, you should know.
Yeah, I think there are speed limits.
Yes.
For if you are on the express, if you are driving around town, there are limits to that. Which are, I think, one of the first things that they would lecture you.
Yes.
I understand it took a whole month to get this report done.
Yeah.
This whole month, I know, and I'm sure, a lot of things went on. Yeah. Possibly there were a lot of disappointments. Appointments were not met. You understand? So please, can you just highlight some of these instances so that we'll be on the same page with you, so that our viewer can understand to a large extent what goes into ensuring that some stories like this are put out there for education and information purpose.
All right. At first, I got through to the Peaceland SUG president, that was Ejike.
Okay.
Now, he was like, I'll give you the family members' contacts. I called, and he was like, I was disturbing.
Okay.
You get, now sometimes my call won't be picked. So I kept on trying. Now finally I got through to he felt like, okay, let me just give you.
That was the SCG?
The SCG,
okay.
Peaceland. Okay. Then he was, okay, then he gave. Then I started pressing from the uncle's part, that's an Engineer Malaki. At first he'll be like, I'm traveling, I'm not around, I won't have time, and all that and all that. But I kept on pressing, and he understood what we are working on.
Okay.
And finally, we traveled to Umunevo. Chamaka Rosemary Ozibondo. She's from Eziago local government area.
Okay.
Here in Enugu State. She's actually from Umunevo clan in Ogulogu local government, Ogulogu community rather, in Eziago local government, Ogulogolo actually, from Eziago local government area here in Enugu State, and traveling that far.
Okay, from here to from Enugu to the community, I want to be careful not to bite my thumb. Ogulogu, Olo ahead. So how far is it? You're on your way to that place. How was the journey like?
It wasn't smooth.
Was it quite easy to find their house, their family, the family house, or how did you navigate? How did you actually find out that, okay, this is where I'm going to?
Okay. Thank you. The traveling from here to Ogulogolo wasn't easy or funny rather, because the roads are not clean. It wasn't a smooth road. You have some potholes and all that, so it was kind of difficult. Now, how did I get to her compound? Engineer Malaki rather volunteered and went with me. he said you've pushed so
That's
much.
the uncle.
The uncle to
Okay,
Chiamaka.
okay.
He said he is a younger brother to Chiamaka's father. So he said, you've pushed so much. I don't want to be calling you on the phone and be like, hey, when you get to this point, you'll see this, you'll see that. So let me just volunteer and leave everything that I have to do on that day and come in and move with you. So
okay.
he was with me during that period, then showing us all the places, and it was quite a far distance.
Okay.
Getting to her village.
I don't know, from up to 2 hours, 3 hours. Okay, so still I'm hammering on this because I know there are a lot of information still yet to unravel, and for me, I'm so interested in the fact that at first they were not willing. Then at some point you had a breakthrough. Then to the extent of getting the entire family members, including the other lady who was involved. So just how did you get to this other lady? How is she faring? How about the other person? Just give us information about the other ladies who survived the incident and how they're faring.
Okay, okay, on that fateful, on the 30th of September, actually, Chiamaka and her friend Juliet went to celebrate with Pepe as a caller. Pepe was signing out on that day.
Okay.
So, well, Pepe, according to them, Pepe was not expecting any of her friends to come around and sign and jubilate with her. So when Pepe saw Chiamaka and Juliet Ugu on that day, she was very happy. Now, the thing is this. When the three of them, they were well, alive, when they were walking from school outside the gates, Juliet said that she felt in her spirit that they should not follow the actual, the normal road leading to the gate, that they should follow a pathway that leads to the gate. But it was so unfortunate that a car lost it.
Okay, so why she was yet saying that? Oh, wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So she was like, a car lost it, and she heard people, they were like, run, see car, run, run. Then Juliet said she looked back and she saw a car speeding behind them. In her head, a car losing control should go forward, but the car didn't. So she told her friends, the three of them, that they should divert. They went, instead of the car moving forward, the car followed them.
Oh.
And there were crowds there.
Okay.
You know, when they are signed out in an institution,
yeah, the environment is usually
so
rowdy
crowded and all that.
Yeah.
She said that the crowd did not hit any other person or
Does
any other people. It was
vehicle.
the three of them.
Okay.
The vehicle.
Well, I don't know, but more like you are shifting from the physical to the spiritual from this your explanation. But I wouldn't want us to get to that point. But just tell us about Juliet, the one you were able to speak to. How bad is her case, or how well is she recovering? What is the situation like?
Juliet Ugu is on crutches now.
Okay.
And while we were having a conversation, she said that the X-ray revealed that her hip bone broke.
Okay.
That the hip bone is broken, but she was taken to orthopedic hospital for correction. That while they were on their way to orthopedic hospital, that her leg was folded. It couldn't stretch. But later, she didn't know. I think she passed out, and they gave her injection and all that. And she woke up and found out that she could stretch her leg. The two legs, they were badly injured. And now she can't walk on her own. She had to hold the crutches to walk. Now, Pepe, the reason the friend that was signing out, she's still going on medical treatment. She's also injured, but we are hoping they get better.
Okay. All right. So there's still a vacuum in this report. We've not known the whereabouts of this young man who caused this tragic incident. I don't know if you were able to find something different from what we've already known, that he was arrested. Did you find anything on that?
Actually, I've tried to call them ENUGU State Police Public Relation Officer, Daniel Ndukwe.
Okay.
I've called him severally on the matter, but he's not taking. He didn't take my call. Even the WhatsApp chat, he wasn't giving any positive response. So you just read and just ignore it like that. So, but I'm still on it.
Okay. All right. That is so much dedication gone into making sure that we have this information that we just heard. And because of time constraint, I will be stopping here. I hope you enjoyed yourself as I did. And I have been in the studio with Ugone Owalo, who is the brain behind the story on the tragic incident at Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, ENUGU, that took place on the 30th of September this year. All right, that is the much we can take for this segment until we see next week. Stay glued to Signature TV, your go-to station for news and analysis of events that concerns you. I remain Emmanuel Tewasi. Enjoy the rest of the day.
It's not just symbolic. It's not just the symbolism of doing a wide road or paving road. We're looking at an integrated economy.
South Africa is the most developed country in the African continent. And it's the only country when you say that deep down, there's still this deep-rooted hatred. And for that particular story, you know,
we don't want free form. Give us a free level playing ground.
Since 1960, when we got independence, under the leadership of Zik and Awolowo, Sardauna Sokoto, Tafawa Balewa, things were in order. I was a very young person that time. Independence was something that we celebrated in a very big way during that time. After some years, we went to the military regime. Are you getting the point? Yes. There things begin to wobble from one year to another, the rest of it all. Since then, I don't think there is any improvement. Yes, there is no improvement. Yeah, we enjoy. At least after 10 years of independence, or if not 20 years, since then, nothing has changed. Nothing. We have not even, in fact, we are not be able to get, say we are now Nigerians that got independence, 1st of October, 1960. Nothing to show for it. Nothing practically to show for it. Hunger, poverty, sickness. Hospitals, no drugs. Talk about electricity. That one is 0/100. Are you getting the point? Potable water to drink is out of the game. Look at the oil subsidy that they removed. See where he plunged Nigerians into. No food, nothing. You hold 10,000 naira, you only buy have penta or gari. Where are we? We say that we are the giant of Africa. Where is the giant of Africa? Where we don't have anything to show for it. Our economy in Shabo is finished, it's dried.
For me, I'm not feeling anything for the celebration because Nigeria is really, really messed up as it stands now. There is nothing good in Nigeria, especially in the leadership system. Everything is falling. Look at the fuel price and the commodities in the market is very expensive. Celebrating, what's there to celebrate Nigeria independence when the poor masses can barely afford or to meet up their end living? So for me, the 64th independence Nigeria is celebrating is nothing to write home about. I'm not feeling excited because the country is already messed up already.
Nobody is enjoying the country anymore. The politicians, they are not after the poor masses. They are just enjoying doing their thing, only them alone. Even us boys now, we don't have work, no work in the streets. How will you? I don't have much to tell you about Nigeria anymore because I'm tired of Nigeria to be a Nigerian self.
We have a lot of issues about the economy in the country, and I don't see it befitting, to celebrate Independence Day. Because they're talking about the light issue. I think that they promised to exist at 24 hours light, but definitely we are not seeing it at all. Okay, like in my area right now, we don't have light. So we kind of we plead, so that they will kind of treat the masses well, and we should have good government in this country. Because apart, like what I've seen in the past years until now, we have been suffering a lot, So I want the government to really improve.
A man that is up to 64 years. No, I'm not up to 64. I'm not even up to 60. But I know if I am a man and I'm getting to 64 or being 64, I must have achieved a lot. Because from that 64, I will be, by now I have started preparing myself because I will achieve a lot. But Nigeria, honestly, telling you, I cannot say that I'm proud of what is going on now in Nigeria. By now, we must have gone so far in the sense that we cannot be rating Nigeria as one of the ugliest or poorest country by now. Because I remember when I was in primary school, my mom used to go to market with small money and she would buy a lot of things. But now, I will go to market with 50,000 naira. At times, when I come back, I'll be looking as if I'll be thinking. I start to calculate myself. Oh, is there anything happened? Did I lose money? Did anybody put hand in my pockets to collect the money? But at the end of the day, after calculating, nobody touched my bag. Nigeria is deteriorating seriously, in the sense that I'm even afraid of our children. How are they going to cope because of the things that are happening now? Instead of trying to make things work well, things are getting worse every day. Look at our boys, look at our youth, jobless. They don't have work. Our job, they don't have no, and there's not even provision of, no even hope of getting that work. Look at medical department. Somebody will struggle and train a child to be a medical doctor, a pharmacist, or this thing. For you to do your housemanship, you are going to pay money for somebody to do housemanship, which means in no distant time we should be paying money for our children to go for youth service.
We need to really work hard to tackle insecurity. My insecurity is just the major problem. I feel like when insecurity is tackled, I think less of the problem, like all this fraud and all this kind of shit, like any other thing, will be reduced. But my prayer for Nigeria is get better and keep growing more because I see us as a very rich country.
Me too, I'm also a graduate, and since I graduated, things has been so much very hard because in this country today, if you don't have someone in the government or in upper, all these things, you find it difficult to get a job. Even when you merit it, it will still be difficult for you. So as it stands now, not only the youth, the whole country is facing challenge of hardship, you understand, because even our age parents that spend their hard-earned money to train us, expecting us to be training them back at this time of their old age, still we have nothing to offer them because of the country in it. But I wouldn't say that we are going to relent. We still trying to, we continue to push harder, even if it is learning handwork in order to earn a living, because I know that certainly one day that certificate is going to bring work and a better one at that.
The level of unemployment in Nigeria is maximum. There is nothing to talk about it. The government are not doing anything. See youths, every time they will graduate, no work. After graduation, it seems that those people that even left school to learn skills, they are even better than us that are graduates.
I don't believe there is unemployment. There is no unemployment in Nigeria. Being in Nigeria makes you unemployed. What do I mean by that? For me, I can't be unemployed. I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a chef. So I started cooking from a tender age. I learned it from my mom, then I furthered into catering school. So I feel the parental upbringing should also help in curbing unemployment. So I don't think there is unemployment. Anybody that is unemployed in Nigeria just chose to be unemployed. The problem we have in Nigeria is we always look at the government. We always look up to the government. This time around, we don't need to look at the government. We should try to strive. We should try to, like this I can't be unemployed. I keep using myself as an example. I employ people. I'm a chef. I cook. I run Ota's mobile services. So I don't see the reason why there should be unemployment. Let us leave government aside. Though we need them. And that is where we should come together and look at their policies. Checkmate policies. That is where we will start looking at government. But if we are waiting for government to provide everything, it's not in Nigeria.
Like me now, I graduated in 2019 from Delta State University, and since then I haven't got a job. I've been doing everything on my own. That is why I decided to join this skill acquisition, which is investing into agriculture, and that is why I'm here today, so that I can improve myself in agriculture. The government needs to understand and hear about this as well, because they need to improve as well in providing job opportunities for students as well.
It's actually unemployment that can actually lead so many youths into doing so many awful things, which doesn't really make any sense in the society, because it can actually, how will I say it can actually place so many people into, let me just say for example, into stealing, into robbing, and sometimes even changing from what they are to what they are not.
It's no longer news that there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria. Today I'm at A Irano filling station in Metama along Kuba Expressway, whereby the station is not selling the products. To my left are the black market guys who are selling the product right in front of the filling station. The black market are selling the product at the rate of 1,000 naira per liter. All effort to speak to the management of the filling station was abortive.
The return of the queues coincided with the build-up to the nationwide End Bad Governance protest, which began on August 1st. Some of the filling stations visited on Wednesday were locked, suggesting that they had run out of stock. Those that were open had to contend long queues of vehicles to attend to. Those motorists who could not withstand the situation were forced to patronize vendors whose sales in container refers to as black markets at between 1,000 and 1,500 per liter.
I'm buying black market, each 1 liter is 1,000 naira. So I'm feeling bad. And it is not supposed to be like that in Nigeria. Because not the way Nigeria get everything. Then they are suffering us. Please, we need help.
This administration has done only a year plus. And look at the unbearable hardship that people are facing. Even during the Buhari regime, when everything was hard, at least people could still feed. But now you find people, they can't even eat. They can't even eat 3 square meals at home. and then all of a sudden you expect them to just sit down and say nothing.
Despite long queues at its outlets, the NNPCL stations have continued to dispense the product at 580 naira per litre, while some private stations sell at about 690 per litre. The Shema Petroleum Station in Kadu and Emadeb Energy were both selling the product at 690 per litre.
In this kind of hardship, it's not fair now. No, we don't do that definitely. Once we have product, we definitely sell. Can you see that? You see the queue has been moving successful. We always open. Once we open like 100 car, we enter. Definitely after the about 70 buy, we now bring another 70s again. That's how we have been doing it. And if you see that the queue there is no longer 690, that's the highest price the government need people to sell. People are selling 850, 8 something like that, but we don't sell like that. We sell at 690. All our stations in Shemas, all the branches in Abuja, that's how we have been selling it.
Some motorists and residents expressed their anger and frustration over the situation in the face of existing excruciating hardship they are to contend with.
Is the increment of fuel that brought about this. So the protest is a good, it's long overdue. People are supposed to protest. But you know Nigerians, we are good in adapting issues. We adapt to all issues, either bad or good. People don't mind. So but I think this is the only way that government will get it.
They carry me for my compound, come here, 300, 400, but now 1,000 naira, 1,500. What in they carry us 1,500? What in person can get feeding his children? Who can die?
The kind of shame to a Nigerian to see a police filling station and whereby the fuel is not there, but they are selling, black markets are selling fuel on behind of the police filling station. It is shameful. And look at this in transport is keeping increasing day by day. Tomorrow we'll enter car from here to maybe to Zuba, 1,000. Next tomorrow you'll find that it's more than 1,000. Where are we heading to?
Nigerians are eager to see how the Tinubu administration will handle the current fuel scarcity, which is being compounded by the ongoing protests across the country.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Hello and welcome to Signature Television Inside Health, a show where we break down complex health topics into very fun and easy to understand discussions that of course is aimed to help you take hold of your health and your well-being. Well, I'm your host Chigichi Agorom, and today we have a very important topic to discuss in the studio. And of course, we're talking about the process of reducing the aging, process in the human being through, of course, exercise. And then so many people partake in exercises based on several reasons. For some people, it's for weight loss. For others, it's just to keep fit and look good. Yet for others, it's just to go there and probably join a gym and socialize. However, there is this school of thought that thinks or says that, of course, exercise can help you slow down aging, meaning that exercise can make you look younger, much younger than your age. Well, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you some background reports to either prove it's fact or say it's fiction. So don't go away, stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Inside Health on Signature Television. Don't forget to check us out on our social media platforms on TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram at Signature Television Official. Go like, comment, and share. And still talking about slowing down the process of aging through exercise, we have the following background information for your education. Of course, the process of aging is a natural, inevitable journey for everyone to experience. However, in recent years, more attention has been given to ways we can slow down the visible and biological effects of aging. Well, numerous scientific studies have shown that regular exercise can not only improve your overall health and well-being, but also significantly slow the aging process, enhancing both the quality and longevity of life. At the heart of aging lies a decline in cellular function because as we grow older, the cells in our body undergo damage and deterioration. We lose muscles, our bones get weaker, our joints get stiffer, slower metabolism, and we may not feel as strong or as energetic. But when we walk out, scientists say, whether that's walking, running, lifting weights, or even doing yoga, our muscles stay stronger and our hearts get healthier. Exercise, they say, also keeps your cells, the tiny building blocks of your bodies, working better and longer. One key way exercise slows aging is by its impact on what they call telomeres, protective caps at the ends of chromosomes that shorten as we age. And incidentally, there's something else that scientists have actually shown or proven to elongate telomeres, and it's called meditation. Maybe that would be a topic for the next discussion. But exercise, they say, elongates telomeres, and the longer the telomere, the younger the person in question looks. So exercise also stimulates the production of crucial hormones like human growth hormones, which helps to build and repair tissues, maintaining youthful vitality. Moreover, engaging in physical activity enhances brain function by boosting blood flow to the brain, improving memory, and even reducing the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. Beyond the physical benefits, exercise promotes mental health and emotional well-being, both of which are key to graceful aging. Regular activity triggers the release of what they call endorphins, commonly known as feel-good hormones, which help manage stress and anxiety while improving sleep quality, another essential factor in slowing down the aging process. Incorporating exercises like yoga and Tai Chi, which focus on flexibility and balance, can also be beneficial as they reduce the risk of falls and injuries, common problems as we grow older. These practices promote mindfulness and a connection between mind and body, which contributes to overall wellness. In summary, exercise is one of the most effective natural ways to slow the aging process, whether through strengthening muscles, maintaining brain function, or preventing chronic diseases. Regular physical activity can significantly extend both lifespan and health span, allowing individuals to lead more active, fulfilling lives well into old age. As science continues to unravel the links between exercise and longevity. Now, there you are with the background reports on how exercise can actually translate to you aging slowly. Now, do still stay with us. We'll have to get to the streets to find out what people have to say concerning exercise and longevity. Don't go anywhere. Well, continuing in our conversation about the process of aging and what it has to do with exercise, we have a guest in the studio who is going to help us do justice to this topic. Does exercise have anything to do with slowing down of the aging process in the adult human being? All right, his name is Anyekan Essien Akpan. He's a fitness instructor. He's also a weight loss expert, Hello, Anyekan. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Chigi. Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes,
We're fine, thank
you're
you.
welcome, you're welcome. So
thank you very much.
we're talking exercise, and not just exercise, we're talking exercise as to how it helps the normal adults to slow down the process of aging, right? And when I met you, I know you are the convener of Fit Niger, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Tell us about Fit Niger. I mean, what was the motivation behind it, and what has been the impact so far?
Okay, well, apart from being a fitness instructor and a weight loss expert, I'm also a basketball coach.
Okay.
And Fit Niger kind of happened by accident.
Okay.
I was coaching some kids, and one of the mothers came, saw how fit her daughter was, and just said, Anyeka, why don't you train me like you train my daughter? I thought we were friends.
Wow.
And I said, okay, I can do that. And after a month, she saw visible improvement in her vitality and, as we'll do maybe later on, in her feel-good perspective.
Her well-being.
Her well-being. And she just said, Anyeka, take this amount of money and let me warn you, don't ever do this thing free. So from then on, the Fit Niger journey came. The name just came, I think, just by accident, Fit Niger.
Yeah, because I was going to ask you what's the inspiration behind the name, because it's actually catchy, Fit Niger.
Yeah, the longer version was supposed to be Time to Get Fit Niger, and I couldn't just get it. Was too long, so I just put off Fit Niger, and the name stuck, and I'm lucky in that aspect, I think.
So far, what would you say the impact has been since, we're talking since 2000, and when did Fit Niger actually take over?
Around 2017.
Wow, and since then till now, what has been the journey for you, and what has been the impact so far?
Well, the impact has been massive. A lot of people see me in a different light now, and the journey has not been particularly easy, because in Nigeria here, we actually have challenges with keeping fit. Sometimes you hear someone say, person go chop before him walk, before him gym, and those kind of mindsets. So the journey has not been straightforward, but it's wonderful to see how much you can impact people by telling them a few things every week. And it goes around from the success stories are amazing, because I've trained a wide range of people, even pregnant women. And he's amazed when they tell you, Coach, I didn't know that this was possible. And there is no greater glory than seeing somebody that could not use his or her body in a specific way grow stronger. And as you said, the well-being improves. When you see that one-on-one, it is nothing short of a miracle. And the fact that you were actively involved in that miracle is reward enough. So I'm very happy I started Fit Niger. I won't change it for anything. I have only one regret. I didn't start this earlier. I wish I had started around 2004. You
think
amazing.
the people's mindset was, ready to accept that, kind of agenda of, keeping fit as of 2004?
Well, yeah, I think we were always ready. We just needed the right type of person. And once somebody is skilled, and I think I can boast a little, I'm actually skilled because I did a lot of studying on that. Once they see someone that is skilled and sympathetic with their cause, yeah, people will surely join the boat. And so far, that's what I've experienced. A lot of people want to see someone that is empathetic with what they are doing and what they are going through and their inabilities and abilities, and key into that. And so far, I've been able to do that, and it has been a very beautiful experience.
All right, we'll get back to Fit Niger. But I want us to delve into the issue, which is weight loss. No, scratch that, which is exercise and its anti-aging, abilities.
Yes.
You know, some people will actually join a gym or join a fitness class, maybe to lose weight, maybe to bring down, for medical reasons, maybe they have underlying issues. They say, okay, reduce your weight. Some could be for social reasons.
Yes.
They join gyms, they join all these clubs just for social reasons. But today we are discussing exercise and anti-aging. Does exercise have any effect on a person aging slowly? And if it does, what kinds of exercise, does one need to focus on to ensure that he or she ages, slowly?
Well, for the first question, absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
It's scientifically proven.
Scientifically proven. The more you exercise, the more active you are, the slower you age.
Okay, and this is going to be like a discussion. So I want the person listening to you to understand. It's as if you and I are talking without people listening to us. So it's not like I'm asking you a question and you're going to give me one long answer. We're going to be taking it in piecemeal.
Of course.
Now, there are different types of exercises. And I've heard from some quarters that you could be doing the wrong kind of exercise. Now, for longevity, what is the right kind of exercise, based on maybe the person's physical attributes or health issues? What are the right kinds of exercises?
You said it like you were a fitness instructor yourself.
Oh my.
It depends on the person's physical and maybe health challenges.
Can you take us through that?
Yeah, well, for instance now, or before I do that, the answer is simple. You must do all forms of exercises, weight stroke resistance training or strength training, and you must do aerobics. And you must do what they call mobility and stretching. Mobility and stretching sometimes are not called exercises because people use them not in the middle of the exercise per se. They do them after the main bout of exercise. So a lot of people classify them as rest and recovery. That's not bad. But because of that classification, it is relegated to the side. So exercise, that's strength training.
Could you break it down again to that?
Okay. So now, for instance,
I mean the types of exercises.
Okay, there is strength training.
Strength training.
That's one way of classifying it. Okay, the first way of classifying exercise is what they call calisthenics and statics. Calisthenics are the one you move your body. Push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises, those are calisthenics. Then there's what they call statics, where you see somebody stay still and try and maintain strength and stamina by just staying still and putting pressure on a certain muscle. It is common in some of these Kung Fu movies you watch as a kid. So you see somebody come and do something like this and hold it. Tai Chi. Thank you. Tai Chi, exactly. Pilates, all those things. You see them hold it for a while. So that's one classification of the types of exercises. Another one is when exercises involve strength training. That's another classification. Strength, stroke resistance, stroke weight training. They are all one thing. Then there's cardiovascular exercise. We call it cardio for short form. And then there is what they call mobility exercises that make you more mobile. They are also strength training, but they are focused more on extending your range of mobility. And then there is stretching, which is it's the same thing, it's still strength training, but stretching is more, if you go to the other classification, is more static. It is static, in fact. You don't move, you just stay and stretch to the limit of the particular muscle. Now, as I said before, mobility and stretching is taken as rest and recovery. So somebody like you now, normally as a fitness instructor, I'll tell you, Chigi, go to the gym, do 400 bench presses, 200 squats, and then we do 5 minutes of mobility, 5 minutes of stretching. Afterwards, maybe I'll tell you, run the treadmill for 1 hour after the bench press and the squats. And then we do mobility and stretching as a side dish, maybe 5 minutes each. So you see that there is an imbalance when it comes to mobility and stretching, and that is wrong. So for anti-aging, you need to do all of them in the right proportion.
All the forms of exercise?
In the right proportion.
You will not prioritize any one of them?
No. But the mistake people make is that they prioritize aerobics over strength training. In fact, some people have not done strength training for the last half a decade.
Okay, hold that thought. Can you explain what each and every kind of these exercises, what they do?
Good.
But when you say some people have not done aerobics, what is the aim of aerobics? Some people have not done strength training. What's the aim of strength training?
Yeah. Well, strength training is, as it's called, training strength. It is exercise aimed to build muscle tone, to tone the muscles or to build muscle tone. So strength training involves a wide range of exercises. What I like to say here is another fallacy. Many people believe that strength training involves lifting what they call free weights. That's a dumbbell or a barbell, or using the machines, cable machine, leg weight machine, hip thrust machine. Absolutely wrong. You can do strength training in the confines of this studio without a dumbbell there, using your own body. Yes, push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises are all strength training. They tone muscles, you know. So, yeah, in fact, when I first started as a fitness instructor, as a fitness person, because it kind of runs in the family, in my house, till this day, my elder brother does not go to the gym. I can't remember the last time. It must be up to 15, 20 years he has ever gone to the gym. He does it at home. He uses his shower curtain rod to pull-ups, strength training. He does push-ups at home, strength training. He does leg raises at home, strength training. He does one-legged squats at home, strength training. He does LC, strength training, using his body as weights. As resistance, technical term, using his body as resistance. So that's strength training. Now, when it comes to aerobics, it is classified as cardiovascular exercise. Exercise that cardiovascular for the heart and lungs. And aerobics, walking, taking your long walks, jogging, skipping, and when it comes to things like HIIT, high intensity interval training, things like burpees, jump squats, all those fall under cardiovascular exercise. So there's strength training, there's cardiovascular exercise. Then, of course, there's mobility. Mobility is also strength training, but of a different form, and it usually involves your body. So an example of mobility is like the dynamic frog pose. That's mobility. In fact, for you to truly understand mobility, you mentioned Tai Chi. That is actually strength training, trying to be mobile over a range. So you see somebody go down with one leg, coming up with two, coming down one leg, and then stretching the leg, or do what you do splits like Jean-Claude Van Damme does. That is mobility. But see, it's not just being mobile. He's actually being strong with his legs. And then there's stretching, Pilates, Tai Chi again, yoga. All these are stretching. So you see, if you see that now, you see you don't need only one. You need to be, let me not say proficient, experts in 4 of them. Yeah, you need to be mobile, strong. You have to have stamina, of course. That's what cardiovascular exercise is built. And you have to be mobile. You're supposed to be mobile, strong, and with stamina. So that's how you have to be over the rest of your life till you are called to glory.
All right. Let's take this to the gender perspective. We know that the male and the female, they are different physiologically and, of course, otherwise. Now, let's say that we have this hypothetical case study of probably a 40-year-old female. She has started packing on some weight. She no longer loses weight the way she used to. She will take shawarma, take whatever she wants to, and then lose it, but she has clocked 40 and she's packing on, weight, and she comes to you. What would be the advice? What would be the, for lack of a better word, recipe, the exercise recipe that you can give her? Not just to keep fit and look good, but to slow down the aging process.
First of all, I'll hail her, I'll commend her, and this goes to all women. Women already have a biological disadvantage when it comes to muscle building. A woman is born or created with almost 15% body fat, more than a male. So 2 of us standing here doing the same exercises, already you have a 15% disadvantage, if I may call it that, because you have more fat already.
fat that can never be burnt?
Well, not really. But in the case of a woman, it's not necessary. Sometimes it's not advisable. You see it go down for women, sports women and really, really fit women. You see really, really fit women bringing down their body fat percentage to 7%. But as a fitness instructor, I tell a woman, you don't need that. For some women, it could cause some psychological changes like pregnancy and all those things, change in hormonal menstrual cycle. But most women, no problem. But you don't need it. It is how you were biologically created. So since you were like that, normally, it is not too much of a danger or a hindrance. So when a woman comes to me and says, okay, I'm 40, I want to do exercises, for my own personal recommendation, I have 4 levels. Number 1, master your body. Many people that have not done exercise don't even know the strength of their own body. You have to learn your body, not master your body. You have to learn your body, first of all. Then learn the weights. When we can move, do a couple of push-ups, a couple of sit-ups and everything, we now go to using the weights in the gym. Or in your kitchen, or in your restroom. You'll be surprised at how many things you can use in your bathroom to work out. You can...
You know, women are not aware of this. Really.
Yes. Many people aren't, Chigi. We are tuned into the gym, and that's probably good because there are gyms around us. But you'll be shocked at what you can do with a bucket of water and a long towel. How you can tone your arms or even tone your legs with it. I did a video some other times where I used my aunt's water, and people were horrified. And somebody on Facebook that lived in Brazil was like, guy, he has had a motor for 15 years. He doesn't use it because, there are a lot of other technological advances that don't make you pound. He says he hasn't known what to do with this thing till he saw my video. So, so it's like that. So I'll tell her, first of all, we learn your body. Learn how to do push-ups, sit-ups, wall push-ups. Learn your body. Then we'll learn the weights. We'll go to the gym, lift weights, or you buy it in your house, we lift weights. Then you now master the weights. That's when you start lifting heavy, Chigi, doing
so
100.
Just take it easy. First of all, you master your body.
You learn your body.
How do you do that?
Well, someone that has not been working out for a while now does not know the strength of her own body.
So how does she get to master her body now?
We start small. Start with the very basic strength training exercises. Things like a wall push-up that seems like no effort.
So mastering your body, sorry to cut you short now, means know your strength.
Yeah, learn your body, not master your body. Learn your own body.
Okay.
You learn your own strengths.
Okay.
Then you learn the weights. You learn how to use dumbbells and machines.
Okay.
Then you master the weights. And what I mean by mastering weights, you are now doing 140 kg deadlift. And I'm glad you said, you see, that's a master.
It's heavy.
That's heavy. That's a master doing that. A master doing that without breaking her back, without injuring herself. That's a master. Then finally, it goes back to the body. You master your body. And I mean, those spectacular things you do with your body, when we were smaller, when we were kids, we were actually fit. We were fitness experts. When you see a 3-year-old do a perfect squat and pick up a pen, and you see a 3-year-old fall on the floor and roll and do a push-up and stand up. That is instinctive. They did not learn that. Our problem with fitness is, funny enough, as you are saying now, when we grew older, we forgot how powerful we were. So, in fact, as I tell people, the best kind of fitness is back to when you were a toddler. All those things you can do as a toddler, you should be able to do them as an old person. That is true fitness.
Now, we are still on the women.
Yes.
Let's talk menopausal women.
Yes.
Or premenopausal women before they get into menopause.
Yes.
What exercise regimen would you, prescribe for a premenopausal woman?
Okay. Well, you mean being specific, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have talked about a lady that is just clocking 40 and
Yes.
started packing on the weight.
Yes.
Let's talk premenopausal women.
Okay.
Yeah. Because once a woman begins to get into menopause, she starts losing bone density,
Exactly.
muscle tone, and stiffness. lumbar spondylosis is a whole lot for women who are premenopausal.
Yes.
So what exercises would you recommend for such women?
I'm a fan of the deadlift.
You know, when I see them do deadlifts, I feel they are hurting themselves because I know they wear this very thick, what do I call it? Cincha or belt.
Waist belts.
And then they go all down and they lift these very heavy weights.
Yes.
What is the importance of that? And how do you expect a premenopausal woman to lift that weight, that kind of weight?
The same way we learn everything in primary school. Fitness is like a school. You go from nursery 1 to nursery 2, from nursery 2 to the primary 1. You can't expect a primary.
So they start with very
small. They start small. Start with maybe 20% of their weight, even 10%. Grow, till they don't need the belt. The belt has a disadvantage. It actually weakens your back. So I don't advise using the belt unless you are going for like sports, like Olympics. You want to go for serious weightlifting. Outside that, the belt is not necessary. If you are building strength over small, over a long period of time, you will see you don't need the belt. Okay. Again, the belt is not functional. What I mean by functional is things you do in the gym should be able to translate into real life. There are some non-functional exercises in the gym, like the bench press. There's no time in this life you're going to ever do a bench press outside the gym. But there are very good functional exercises, like the deadlift I talked about. When you're going to ShopRite to lift your heavy bags or Roban stores, you deadlift, you bend and pick them up.
But there's a right way to bend and pick
There's
them
a right way to bend, thank you. So once you teach them all those things, they learn it. As I said before, premenopausal women need a lot of strength, and everybody need a lot of strength in the core, somewhere
here. What is the core? The tummy?
The tummy, not just the tummy, the lower back, the spinal muscles, that's the lower back, the obliques, down to some parts of the thigh. So you need core strength. That is the real strength that makes you lift and go longer, lift harder and go longer. So I tell women, anytime you go to the gym and you are not deadlifting, that's what I mean. Any strength regime that doesn't involve a deadlift, no.
Wow.
Yes. Any strength regime that doesn't involve a pull-up, forget it. Or any variation of a pull-up, lat pull-downs, everything. We all need strong backs. And we should emphasize on our back, because a lot of people emphasize on their chest. And
women emphasize on chests?
Well, many people, men and women. But women emphasize more on their legs.
I would think women emphasize more on their tummy, which we are going to get there very soon.
Yeah. Women have a problem with tummy. Yes, they do. But 80% of the women going to the gym doing what they call leg day every day.
For the glutes, there's this video, the South African squats master.
Exactly. That is a woman's mentality. How many squats can I do every day? 40, 60, 100.
Really?
Yes. A lot of women don't do deadlifts. They do things that involve their glutes. They do Romanian deadlifts. They do split squats. They aim to, as you say, to build up the glutes, but they don't build up their legs.
But I think from what you have been saying, I've noticed two things. Many women go into the gym for aesthetic purposes.
Thank you.
But you're now saying that deadlift actually works deeper than that, in that it helps you with the anti-aging process.
Absolutely.
Now, I've noticed with the two case studies with the lady that is 40 and the premenopausal lady, you de-emphasize heat, you de-emphasize cardio.
Yes.
You mentioned the press-up resistance training over cardio.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I didn't de-emphasize it, but a lot of Nigerians actually have a good cardio culture, be it heat or steady state already. If you go to Okpara Square, what they are doing there is cardio. Aerobics, they do a lot of aerobics. Some people do aerobics every day. So Nigerians, both male and women, male and female, but let's talk about women, have a good cardio. Women have a good cardio system. I mean, they do aerobics, they skip, they have a good cardio. So anytime I'm taking a client, I'm facing resistance training, because they tend to overlook that. And a premenopausal woman, even after menopause, your bone density is reducing. Strength training increases bone density. You are losing muscle. After 40, you could probably lose like 1% of muscle every day if you are not working out.
Now, you can be losing muscle but gaining fat.
Yes, yes, even if you don't gain fat. It's possible not to gain fat even as you are losing muscle. But when you are losing muscle, even if you look good, as you say, aesthetic purposes, you don't feel good. You're not as strong as you are. And part of the anti-aging solution is the anti-aging formula is look good, feel good. You can't feel good if you are not strong, no matter how good you look. So it comes to aging and exercise in women. Most women have taken care of their aesthetics. They look great, but they have not taken care of the strength part. They don't feel great. You think they do, but because you are seeing the outside, but inside, no. So a premenopausal woman, I always tell her, get stronger. In fact, the main purpose of exercise is to get stronger. Sometimes, Chigi, you don't even need to overthink it. Just get stronger, the aesthetics will come. Yes.
Now, let's talk pregnant women. I've seen viral videos where 7-month-old women, 8-month-old women, these ladies will be tearing themselves in the gym, working out on the treadmill. What do you think of that? Because I look at it and I'm like, please don't let this baby drop here.
Exactly.
What do you think about that? I mean, even pregnant women doing all these stretches and you're like, oh my goodness. What are your thoughts on that?
One thing is this. At 8, 9 months old, you can, 9 months, when you're 9 months pregnant, you can work out. Second thing is that many of those videos are exaggerated. There are certain rules to working out when you're pregnant. And there are, at certain stages in pregnancy, you can't do certain things.
Please take us through the stages. I know there's first trimester, second trimester, and the third trimester. Take us through the stages and what's allowed and what's not.
Now, in the first trimester, depending on the physical history of the woman, if the woman is a very active woman, say a footballer, for instance, she can be very normal in her first trimester. In fact, Serena Williams won a tennis championship when she was pregnant, first trimester. Our own Anne Chejine, the Super Falcons goalkeeper, was about 3 months pregnant when she won a Nations Cup. You can see those women are active women. So the first trimester was just like, I have a small bump, I'm okay. Now when it comes to second trimester, you cannot do certain things. For example, you cannot do exercise when you're supine or prone. In fact,
What
when
does
you're
that
lying
mean?
them,
Okay.
supine, lying on your
chest?
on your chest.
Okay.
Prone, lying on your back.
Okay.
Because you, of course, the baby puts a big pressure on the back, on the spine. You don't want to increase that pressure. It can be very, very uncomfortable and even dangerous to the pregnancy. So as fitness instructors, we remove all those things. At that point in the pregnancy, we do what they call supported exercises. For example, now, you don't squat alone. You hold a wall or hold a bar and you squat. And you don't do deep squats again. You do half squats or quarter squats. Okay? And you don't deadlift, for instance. That's why I said some of these videos are exaggerated. I remember one of them where a woman 6 months gone was deadlifting. I was like, nah. The pain for that, because you're engaging more of your back, the pain from that one alone, I don't think is bearable. So the videos were exaggerated. So at that moment, you don't deadlift. You don't squat with weights. You can do some bicep curls, some tricep kickbacks, yes. But the need for weights, for free weights and machines goes. Even the treadmill is good at this moment, but slow speed, you walk. You do a lot of walking, okay? And in the third trimester, it's the same thing. The need for strength training is de-emphasized almost totally. Because at this moment now, it is being uncomfortable for the woman. You are making the woman very, very uncomfortable. And of course, in Nigeria, there's a psychological tone to it. Everybody's afraid of losing the baby or hurting or harming the baby. So it's just pregnancy. Why don't you wait 9 months and give birth? A couple of my clients have come to me saying, Anyeka, I want to continue gymming and everything, but the pains, I say, see, you suffer nausea, you suffer dizziness. You can relax. Relax till you have given birth to baby. Maximum is just 1 year break. After 1 year, you go back as hard as you like.
All right.
We're not rushing.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that. Now, let's talk about postnatal women who have actually given birth. And they have a lot of concerns based on their physical looks, right?
Yes.
And then they are encouraged to eat in a certain way.
Yes.
And they pack on more weight.
Yes.
What would be your advice for a woman who just gave birth, probably through the natural canal? You know, it's different from the cesarean section.
Yes, yes.
Just take us through it. A client or two clients come to you to say, please train us. One with the cesarean section, the other one with birth canals delivery. What would be your advice? Would they have the same exercise regimen?
Yes, but they won't start at the same time. The one that has given birth without the cesarean section, 4 months, maybe 5 months.
Okay.
When you have a cesarean section, 6, 7 months before you start a regime. And then I'll tell all women, be patient. You have done a fantastic thing. You have sacrificed your good body to help baby or babies. Give yourself some credit. You will get back to your feminine shape, but you need to remember that it will take time. We will do the same things you did before you got pregnant, and we will get there, but it's going to take time. And of course, these are also, the factors there are also your age. Of course, you know, it is easier for a younger person to pack on muscle and lose fat than an older person. So I'll tell the woman, be patient. Most women, after 4 or 5 months, see a drastic improvement in how they look. But the problem is we don't want to wait to 4 or 5 months. And that is in itself a danger, because you want to take some shortcuts and you lengthen the process. So if you avoid those shortcuts, be patient, go into the gym, do your magic stuff. Before long, your own baby won't recognize you. You look like the 15-year-old.
What are some of those shortcuts that you're talking about that women actually want to take?
Well, one of them is low-carb diets, low-carbohydrate diets.
Tell us about those diets. Tell us about those diets.
I'll tell you.
Whenever I hear diets, I cringe.
I like, their names are wonderful. Like now, there's one they call keto diet.
Keto diet.
Yes. And then there's another one I learned the other day, funny enough, from a talk show I had on Solid FM, the Hallelujah diet. It is supposed to be from the Hallelujah diet.
Oh my goodness.
So it's supposed to come from the part in the Bible at the time when Daniel was told to eat pork by the Babylonians.
And he decided to just eat vegetable.
And water. So you can imagine a diet
goodness.
like that. That is shocking. And these diets now, because carbohydrate is what they call a macronutrient, it is important.
It's a staple.
It's a staple.
Yeah.
So when you remove that, you are putting your body into a state of emergency. And what does the body do in a state of emergency? It retains fats. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So it's counterproductive.
It's counterproductive.
It holds on to the fat.
It holds on to the fat. Fat is not bad. Excess fat is the problem. You are supposed to have a percentage of fat. You are. Fat is like generator as against to power supply from EEDC. When you have fat, things like when you wake up in the morning, blinking, even hitting your, killing mosquitoes or just waving your hands while you are asleep, those things that you do before you eat, is the fat, the reserve energy, the fat that helps you power those activities. And then you eat, and then your food powers the rest. So when you have too low fat, it is bad, as well as when you have excess fat. So when you enter that kind of emergency where the body sees that you're not getting a certain micronutrient properly, in this case carbohydrates, what it does is it shuts down in a manner. It believes that Anyekan is at a stage of emergency. Maybe there's a famine, maybe there's war, and Anyekan may not be able to get the next meal.
And that's the brain doing all these things.
That's the brain doing that for the next 3 weeks. So the brain now tells all fat reserves, supply Anyekan energy, but do it slowly so that this energy will survive. And then what happens is that Anyekan starts losing vigor, starts losing strength, starts losing stamina. He becomes dull. He's always hungry, but he's trying to maintain that discipline. So it affects his daily activity. He becomes dull, he's not strong, He doesn't sleep well because the body is entering a stage of emergency. As time goes on, the body now says, oh, Anyeka still hasn't eaten food over this month. Okay, now supply only the major
organs
that he needs to survive, his heart and his brain.
Yeah.
So you start seeing, I literally start shutting down like a laptop. Then that's the good part.
Oh, this is the good part.
The bad part is when I actually see food. So one day you invite me to your birthday and I see rice and chicken. Kaboom! I've seen food. What do I do? The brain now tells the body, Anyeka na see food. It's time to pack up for another famine. So I eat 5 plates of that. But I only need 1 plate to survive for that day. So the 5 plates are stored as fat. So I see that I lost 30 kg when doing the keto diet because I controlled calorie intake. Yeah. But now I start taking in calories regularly to prepare myself for another famine. So I gain like twice the weight I lost.
My goodness.
And of course, you know, when you're gaining the weight, you're not gaining muscle. Weight gain is good if it's muscle, but you are gaining fat. So you're still causing what they call muscle atrophy. You are still reducing your muscle mass because you are not gaining that weight by lifting weights. I'll tell you, if we start the gym, you may be weighing 75 kg and you went to 85 kg. That's good if it's muscle, because you will notice other indicators that you are getting healthier. Your clothes start becoming smaller. You are, the scale is saying Chigi is weighing 85 kg, but your clothes are getting smaller. And that's why sometimes the scale alone is not an indicator.
Yes, I think I've heard it somewhere when they say taking your weight is not the major indicator of weight loss.
Exactly.
You could be packing on vessels, blood vessels, and muscles, and they actually weigh more than the fat.
So the shortcuts, those are one of them. Other kinds of.
What about all these slim tea?
Yes, that's what another shortcut. It is not necessary. There's a reason those things are there. Slimming tablets, they are for emergencies too. But when you take them like that and you abuse them like any drug, it has its own consequences.
Do we even know the contents or the active ingredients?
We don't. Even if the active ingredients are there, some of them, they have different active ingredients. But the most important thing is this, because it is a drug, when you abuse it, it has its own consequences. Yes, liver, kidney failure, for instance. And you hear many people having kidney failure from abuse of slimming tablets. So I tell people, you don't need that. Let nature take its course.
Let's talk about sit-ups.
Yes.
How do people perceive sit-ups? I know personally I hate sit-ups. But do sit-ups really work? Does it really train there's this, I don't know the name of the muscle, the six-pack, recti abdominis. Yes, because I know in some pregnant women, because of the overextension of the tummy, there's a break, a breach.
Yes.
And you find that no matter how much they try to, tighten up the tummy, the guts just pull out and they can't. So what is the way forward in that situation?
Yeah, that breach is called diastasis recti.
Okay.
And when you do sit-ups, the problem is that the muscles of the tummy have been breached.
Yes.
So traditional tummy exercises, you might call it, or abs exercises, do not work anymore. You have to take it a notch down so that bridge is closed. Then you can go back to normal, your normal
So regime. What do you do to get it closed, and how would you know that it's closed?
Well, it's a doctor that can tell you that, scanning and everything. But usually what we suggest is things like plank. There are exercises they call bed dogs, there are dead bugs. These are exercises that work more of the core in a more friendly manner. Because I'm glad you said sit-up and how people perceive it. As a fitness instructor, I hardly do sit-ups. I don't take them as a serious exercise. They are good for the abs, but they're not good for the core. So I tell people, why do you work only your abs when you can work your abs and core? So I do things like leg raises, hanging leg raises. I do tummy tucks, knee to chest. Those ones actually involve the whole core, your lower back. In fact, I tell people the best kind of tummy exercises Are those tummy exercises where after you do it, you feel it in your back?
Really?
Yes.
Because it's been said that once you feel a pain behind you, that you're probably doing something wrong.
Yeah, well, sometimes. But some tummy exercises like leg raises, the pain there means that your lower back is weak.
All right. Let's quickly get to, before we get to the cellular aspect, because I think there's this research that says that they have, tracked the effect of exercise on what they call telomeres. But before we get there, there are some people that, for some reasons, maybe medically or maybe the way they were born, they are just thin.
Yes.
And they are advised that exercise can help them, look bigger. What kind of exercises would you prescribe for such a person?
Well, strength training, all the same thing.
Strength training.
Yes, the same exercise. What you understand, Chigi, that the exercises for losing weight are the same exercises for gaining weight. Wow. It's your diet that determines what you lose or gain. Yeah, so you have to get diet. You have to get a good diet in this calorie surplus to gain weight. Then when you are losing weight, you do in a calorie deficit. What I mean by surplus and deficit is, for instance, now, if a woman is supposed to take 2,000 calories daily, for her to gain weight, she used to take like 2,300 daily. So the body uses the 2,000. The 300 with strength training is used to build muscle over a couple of days, maybe a month.
All right.
All right. So a woman trying to lose weight, she does 2,000 calories a day. She takes like 1.7, maybe 1.8. And the body sees, oh my God, this person has not taken the daily requirements. What the body does is, oh, we have some fat here. We'll use the fat and cover up.
Okay.
And then you notice that's how literally the body is taking from the fat to cover up your daily requirements. So over some time, you notice the woman has lost some excess body fat somewhere. Okay. And that is how those things work. So for a slim person to get bigger, of course, it also depends on the genetics.
Yeah.
Strength training, food in eat in a calorie surplus, sleep long.
I guess there's so much to this topic. I wish I had you for longer, but I'm being told that we are running out of time. So thank you so much, Anekan, for the expose is out of this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll have to actually invite you back so that we can take this topic from another perspective. So thank you so much.
I'll be honored. Thank you.
All right, everyone, you have heard it. Exercise has been scientifically proven to slow down the process of aging. So get out there, whether you're in the house, join a gym, just get moving, walk, swim, cycle, whatever it is, just get moving. Thank you so much. That's been all we have to show for you today on Inside Health. Don't forget, it is your responsibility to take hold of your well-being and, of course, your health. I'm still Chigi Chiagoram. Thank you so much for joining us today. Bye for now.
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 1,900 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them. And it's not good for them staying at home. And they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate,
then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like, actually, I want the government, actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining, government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them. Actually, I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It will be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now, they are not giving anything to them at all. Like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, and then everything continues to go bad.
Hello there, thanks for joining us. And today my guest is a very special person, a very special Nigerian. And for the first time in a long time on this program, she is a woman. My guest is a professor at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. She has, I think it's just, I'll talk about 2 master's degrees, but I think there are some others. She holds a PhD, and she's also a graduate of the Harvard Business School. Well, in the course of our discussion with her, we'll know how the journey started and how she got to where she is today. My pleasure to welcome Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the first president of Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Professor, you're welcome to our program.
Thank you, Obiora.
Let me start. You know, when anybody talks about Professor Uche Azikiwe, what comes to mind is the wife of the great Zik of Africa. So let me start our discussion from there. When you saw Zik for the first time, was it love at first sight, or was there something else?
It wasn't love at first sight because there was nothing like love between us the first time I met him. I met him for my scholarship. He gave me a scholarship to further my education. That was the first time we met. Although the first time he saw me was when we were dancing to receive them when they came to Afikpo for a political campaign.
This was which year?
1960 something. In the 60s.
Yeah.
So, but the close meeting was when I came in to finalize my program to go into the secondary school because he gave me scholarship.
Okay. So that was your first.
Yes.
From that distance, how did you perceive him?
I know as a little girl growing up in the village or in the town at ENUGU, I grew up at ENUGU, Lagos and the village, he wasn't a human being. From the stories we heard, he disappears, he holds the key to the lagoon, the Oyibo people are afraid of him, he blows English, a lot of stories. So it was like a little girl coming to a god, a demigod, before a demigod. That was 1964. And I know that I was shivering within me because I don't think I was the first person, the only person that was given scholarship. What I later learned was that once in a while, end of the year or beginning of the school year, all those that he gave scholarship will come to collect their school fees and so on and so forth. Mine was the first time to come and initiate and start my own school at Nsukka.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. You said you spent growing up, your growing up period in ENUGU, in Lagos, and in the village. Where were you born? Were you born in the village, or
Yes,
your parents were already out of the village?
My parents were living in Calabar. Okay. In good old days, the policemen, they are polygamous. And when they marry 2 or 3, a wife gets pregnant, you go home to the village. After having your baby, you come back to the station. Maybe by then the other wife would have taken in. He will come back. So I think when I was due, my mom came back to our village, Afikpo. I was born in Afikpo. After that, then she went back to Calabar with me. From there, as I was growing up, I remember that we lived at the police barrack along Ugui Road in ENUGU.
In ENUGU.
Yes. So that's where I started my primary school. And then we moved. My father was transferred. My father was a policeman. And he rose to the rank of a sergeant major. And in those good old days, sergeant major was, I think, the highest post. Unless you have gone to secondary school or standard 6, you can go above sergeant major. So in all the barracks we lived, in Enugu and in Lagos, my father was in charge. He was the chief there. So growing up in Enugu, I went to Salvation Army Primary School.
Yeah.
There at
Morehouse, yes.
After that, when my father was transferred to Lagos, I think my father opened one of the best barracks built then in the 60s. That was called Queen's Barrack in Apapa. So he opened that barracks and was in charge. When we got there, it wasn't easy to find a school for us. I think in the end, we had to go to Jeremy Central School or something like that. Jeremy Central School. It is in Lagos that my father retired and went back home. All of us, we went back home from Lagos, and I completed my primary school at Afikpo.
Okay.
Presbyterian School, Afikpo. It was there in Afikpo that during the campaign, my father now went into politics. From stories, I learned that he also worked when he was in Lagos for Zik, or I don't know, but the story is that once in a while, the police people will come, for campaign. At least he knew Zik before me.
Okay.
So during campaign, 1961 or 62 or 63, I don't know the year, they came for campaign. And I'm a good dancer. I dance Nkuma.
Do you still dance?
I still dance. Anytime. I got the one I can. So there were 4 of us, 4 girls, that danced that day. My elder sister was, because she's now late, the leading dancer, and I come last, 4 of us. My sister leads, and I will come at the rear.
Okay.
And you know that dancing, the leader and the rear dancers are the best. So it was after the dancing, during the campaign, that a representative from my area, Chief Nnachienwo, was contacted by Zik. And then that those who danced, that he want to help. By then, I think I had taken my standard 6. My sister was trained as a teacher by my father. Then the other lady, the other girl, I've forgotten. I don't know what happened to the other 2. But it just happened that my sister and myself were the people Zik
gave scholarship.
Gave scholarship. My sister, he gave her work in Lagos, in the office, I don't know where. But I was the one that was given scholarship to KRSS. So he found the school. He got in touch with the Reverend Sisters in KRSS in Soka. And I was admitted to do my secondary education there, which was interrupted by the Civil War. So 1965 to 67, we all left Nsukka, went back home, and then the war raged. We moved from one place to the other until after the war. I got in touch again with him to inform him that the war is over. Is the scholarship still on? And he said yes. And then, instead of coming back to KRSS, because of the distance and the cost, and he wasn't in the country, he was still in London, I had to go to Holy Child Secondary School, Sharon, Abakaliki. Yeah, that's where I completed my secondary school after the war. Then it was during that after the war that the meeting moved from father, daughter, or mentor, whatever. So after the war, it seems as if he got interested. Because personally, not even in my wildest dream, I will never dream of marrying Nnamdi Azikiwe. It wasn't in my dictionary.
It wasn't in your radar.
Not my radar. It wasn't in my dreams. It wasn't in anything. All I wanted is education, and then that's all. So after the war, he now said...
You were still in secondary school?
Yes, after the war, in Sharon. He said, maybe after school, what would I want to do? I said, nothing. Because that was what I was always saying when we were playing at home. My elder brothers, I would say, I will be a nurse, I will choke you with my needle and so on. I said, nothing. He said, okay, that he will arrange to send me to the hospital in London, where the two sisters, either three sisters or cousins or relations that he trained as nurses, were trained in London. I said, okay, fine for me. And then there was the niece, Franca, the last child of the only sister Owele had. Franca and myself would have gone abroad to, I don't know whether Franca was going for nursing, but my arrangement was for nursing. It was in the process to arrange for that nursing that the issue of getting married came up. Then, immediately after the war, to show how kind he was, I don't know, but I know that he sent my father money. He sent school fees, my school fees, to complete my secondary education. All those he had something to do with. He sent them money to enable them recover from the war. Yeah. So he sent my father some money. I don't know how much it was, but I think either twice or once, immediately after the war. And it helped the family to stabilize and take off from the war devastation. So after the secondary school, and then when I went for preparation to go for this nursing school, he said, okay, why don't you stay action now? Let's see. I will get in touch with the hospital in London. It seems that God had another plan. Before the arrangement for the hospital for training as a nurse, something else came in, and we became married.
Tell me how you felt the first time he suggested that he would want to be your husband, and this was human being. A human being getting married to God. That was the way it always was.
Yes.
Because even as a little boy too, I heard the stories about holding the key to the ocean and all that. So, at that point that Zeke made that proposal, what happened to you?
I think this question has been asked severally, and I said no.
You told him no?
Yes, I said no, because it wasn't what I came in for. I wanted to go further, to read, to be somebody. And I can't imagine myself marrying somebody like that. You know, it wasn't in my mind at all. Marriage was never crossed my mind. So when he proposed, and I still remember where he proposed, it was in Lagos. When he came back from London after the war, he had a residence, a house by the government, given to him by the government along Queen's Drive. Victoria, is it Ikoyi? Queen's Drive, Ikoyi. So I accompanied him to Lagos in the course to arrange for the trip to London. And the question popped up. I want to marry you, or was it, will you marry me? And I said no. That was my first reaction. But he didn't say anything else. So when we came back to Onitsha, I started thinking over it. I said, what happened? What really happened? Then I think maybe he asked, why did I say no? I said I want to go to London to, as you said, you send me to go and do nothing. He said, okay. With time, that's why I always conclude that it is divine intervention. Yes, I think it is God's plan, and there is no way you can change it. I couldn't change it, because when I said no, remember, I think I was 26 years. So I want to make it clear again. They normally say 16 years. I wasn't 16 years. I've gone through secondary school that was interrupted by 3 years. So I was born 1947, February 4th, 1947. So 1993, I was 26 years. So I wasn't a child. 1973.
Okay, 73.
Yes, 1973. I was 26 when we got married. So when we came back from Lagos, that was when I started reviewing the question in Lagos. And then...
Did you talk to your parents or talk to your friends?
Me? I talked only to my elder sister, my late elder sister. After a while, I said, this is what... Because we call him Oga. This is what Oga asked me if I will marry him. And my sister said, what did you say? I said, no.
What was her reaction?
She didn't come out openly. She just laughed over it. Because that's the same sister he gave a job in Lagos. So, but there was no other, will you marry me again? It seems as if within me, I came to realize maybe this is what God wants, so I don't know. So with time, the next thing I heard, I want to go to see your parents, I want to go and do your traditional, blah, blah, blah. I didn't say no again.
Anyway, we'll come back to that story.
Okay.
So where did you now pick up with the education?
Yes, in Sharon. The schooling after the war was terrible. If you go to the dormitory, we were cooking for ourselves, no money, no beds, nothing. We used carton. We spread carton on the 6-spring bed that we met in the school. So I met many girls, some living in ENUGU, some of them my classmates living in Abakaliki and other places. So when I got married, I got to know that some of them are in the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Anyway, before then, I told him that when we got married, that after having my children, I'd like to go back to school. He said, no problems. So by chance, I met one of them, close friends in the secondary school. And I think she was in the 3rd year or 2nd year, because we left Sharon 1971. Maybe they got admission 72. So by 73, 74, 73 I've had my baby December, and then I met one of them. It rekindled our lives in the secondary school. And I said, I think it was Hilda Ndulue or Ngozi Onyedika, the Onyedika of NTA, Ngozi Nsien. So they told me they're in the university. I said, and it clicked. I said, okay, university community, no problem. So they visit me during weekends, we chat and remember the good old days. Many of my classmates in secondary school. So that sort of said, well, I saw my classmate 3rd year, 2nd year, and so on, and I'm still in the house with school certificate. It just dawned on me that I have to go back to school. Frankly speaking, he was eager for me to go to school. So when I had my second baby, the one living here, 1975, I said, I think it's time. By then, they have graduated and left the university,
your friends.
My friends. And I said, I think I have to go back to school. We were the last set that took the common entrance. You know, in those good old days, each university have their common entrance exam. We were the last set, 1977. I took the first one when I had to work in 1975. In short, I went straight from maternity where I had my baby to take the exam. So I didn't make it that first attempt. Then it was 1977 that I got admission into the university to read Education English.
Okay. I mean, when looking back in what Nigeria is today, one would have said you were married to the Zik of Africa and you failed to get admission, and he didn't do anything about it.
It was common entrance. I didn't make it. And he didn't do anything. He didn't say a word.
To anybody?
To anybody. And I didn't even ask, can you help me? I knew that I didn't make it. There was no point going to beg or doing something. I had to repeat. No, I had to repeat the next year.
So when you graduated, what happened? You elected to go back to the university?
When I graduated, what really happened also was when I became bored at home, doing nothing, I started making trouble, you know. I don't like staying at home. What would you want me to be doing? He said, okay, let's find something, somewhere you'll be going. I think he talked to either Board of Education. I started teaching in a primary school in Nsukka. And it was during that period that I sat for the exam in 1977 and got admission. So I just taught 1 year in the primary school. So, and then after 4 years, I did Education English. After 4 years, I was posted straight by State Education Board to a secondary school where I did my youth service. I went for my youth service in ENUGU. I spent the 1 month, or is it 4 weeks for training in ENUGU. It will show you that he is someone who obeys the law, because some people will say, why don't you go and press button, and you wouldn't go for the youth service training. I went for the youth corps at ENUGU for 4 weeks. We spent there. Came back before we were posted to the secondary school. So, within me, I wanted to be somebody. I don't want to be under the shadow of Zik, Nnamdi Azikiwe. Yes. Because some people were saying, why is she wasting her time going to school when she's sitting on top of money? There was no money there. People didn't know that what we had there was just name, and goodwill. So one of them would say, Uche, why are you wasting your time? Why would you want to suffer? I said, it's not suffering. I want to be myself. And it is based on my upbringing. My father was a disciplinarian. My mother was very hardworking, industrious. In short, they share school fees, those of us that were going to school, because my 2 elder brothers went to Metropolitan College, Onitsha. During beginning of the term, my father will call my mom, bring your own share of the school fees. My mother will bring, because he had retired, so he had cause to say, bring your own share. So my mother was very industrious. She's a trader, she's a farmer, she sews, she does brukutu, BKT, Joro, all these things, whatever she can to make sure that whenever my father calls on her to bring her own share of the school fees, she will do that. And my father was a disciplinarian. I think it sort of prepared me. You don't step out of the house during holidays in my father's house. You do not go out. Immediately you get into the compound, you can just go fetch water, go to the market, go on errand, but to just you dress up and walk, you want to go and visit your friends. It never happened to me. Immediately I come back on holidays, it's inside the compound.
So when you finished your youth service, did you go back to the secondary school?
Yes, teaching.
Yes.
I started teaching in the secondary school. After 5 years, then I said I have to go. And the story was that first degree doesn't mean anything nowadays.
Yes.
You better, if you want to be a principal, want to move to that stage, you must have a second degree. So I went back. it was easy for me because all these 4 years I was going from my house to the school. It was during the degree period, my last 81, that I pleaded with him to allow me stay in the hostel. During the day, I will come back, look after the house, then I go back and sleep in they gave me a room in the sisters, where they give Reverend Sisters accommodation in Okpara Hall. So I kept doing that until after my degree. I thank God I made 2-2, combining everything, taking care of the child. Because there was one thing he told me. He said, yes, I want you to go to school, but remember you have a lot on your plate. You are a mother, you have 2 children, they are still growing. You are a wife to me. You are also my mother. So you have to combine, and then a housekeeper. I wouldn't want house help, stewards, or cook to take care of my home or my meal, even though we have them, but you must see to what is being prepared. So it wasn't easy to combine all these things. So when I was able to make it my undergraduate, I said, oh, I have to go further. So I applied for, master's was part-time. Okay. Yes, it was part-time. You just register and go to lectures during exams. They can have your lectures during holidays when the regular undergraduates are on holidays. So it was a little bit easy for one to manage the home and the education. So we went, I had my second master's. In the course of that second master's, this issue of gender inequality came in. That was when the United Nations started this Women Decade, 1980, is it 85, 82 to a period of 10 years, that the United Nations dedicated for women. I got interested. That was what led me to doing the second master's. I got interested because my first master's was in curriculum language, since I did education English, so that I would teach English all along. So when this gender issue came in and I became interested, for me to do my PhD in gender studies, it can't be based on the curriculum language I had. So I had to move over to do another master's, education, sociology of education / gender studies. That's why I had the second master's, which now enabled me to do my PhD in sociology of education, gender studies.
Okay, we'll take a break, and when we return, we look at your life with a great zik. Don't go away, my guest, Professor Uche Azikiwe. I also forgot to say that she has the national honor of MFR. Don't go away. Glad to know you're still with us on In Your Own Words. My guest today is Professor Uche Azikiwe, wife of the great Zik of Africa. Prof, you know, and I'm sure this is what happens everywhere you go. I'm Professor Uche Azikiwe, and it's like, tell us about the great Zik. You got married to him in 1973, yes, which means you were not with him while he was president.
No.
But you shared a lot of stories. What did he tell you about the agitation for Nigeria's independence?
A lot. He said a lot, and I also read a lot on my own about the agitation for Nigerian independence. When he was, according to him, when he was in US, and Lincoln, and so on and so forth, he felt that there is nothing that can stop an African from being like the white men. Because according to him, in Lincoln, he was competing with all the whites and everything. So what's the difference? Why is it that they look down on black people? one of the things that, according to him, hurts him so much was when they go to the zoo. He said other colleagues, African Americans, or not even Oyibo, they will say Zeke, because that's where the Zeke started, when they couldn't pronounce Azikiwe. Zeke, have you come to see your cousin? That's monkey in the zoo. Have you come and see your cousin? Because initially he wanted to fight. After a while, he said no. So within him, he said, I must make sure, I must prove to the white people or to Americans that blacks can make it in any field. And that was why he did law, he read sociology, almost all programs, just to garner the wealth of knowledge that's what he needed to fight when he gets back to Nigeria. And that was one thing. When, I don't know, he said he applied for a job, and because of his color, they turned him down. And from that day, he dropped the name Benjamin, because his name is Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, that he has nothing to do with English name again. That was when he dropped the name Benjamin and said, my name now is Nnamdi Azikiwe, no more Oyibo English name. So when he came back, first to Ghana, because he wasn't able to get something doing in Nigeria in 1930, I think 30 something, when he left, because he didn't want to spend any day beyond, one day beyond his graduation. Yes, education and working there. So when he got to Ghana, and then he started his agitation, independence, setting Africans free, and that was landed him in trouble in the Morning Post, I think Morning Post in Ghana. Luckily, they did not jail him. He now said, okay, let me go back home to Nigeria and start my own paper. And that was what led him to come back. And, newspaper here, he had chains of newspapers scattered all over Nigeria: Kanu, Port Harcourt, Lagos, Enugu, Onitsha. What for? He said, it is through communication and information that you can make people understand that this is right, this is wrong, or this is the best thing for us to do. That was why he had all these news. And he made it as a journalist. He had news. Everybody, just that unfortunately West African Pilot is no more there. But I'm sure if you go to London, you will see copies of West African Pilot there to see what he used his newspaper to do. What for? I want my people to be free. I want my people to be free. That's all. You can now go. We are ready to take care of ourselves. So I think God had prepared him to lead Nigeria. And you see, he was not just Nigeria, even Africa, West African Pilot, the bank, African Continental Bank. His view was beyond Nigeria. Yeah. He was a Pan-African. And when people are talking of Pan-Africanism and they don't mention him, I get sad, because he was the one who initiated this. The Nkrumah they always mention, Nkrumah was mentored by Zik. It was Zik who gave Nkrumah address to go to Lincoln when he was in Ghana. Yes, it was Zik when he came back to Ghana and so on that he now made Nkrumah to go to Lincoln to study and so on. So I think God prepared him to be a leader, to lead Nigeria and Africa into freedom.
Let me ask you, is Zik a normal human being? Was he a normal human being?
Later on, I found
wakes up in the morning, yes, cries.
Yes, when I was going for this NYSC, I saw something dropping. I said, what's the matter? I'll come back. He said, how can you leave the children, everybody? I said, it's just 1 month. I'll be coming back every weekend from Ogu during the orientation. Zik was
an emotional person.
He was. But these big men, they try to stifle their feelings when they're in the public. They stifle their feelings. Because if they go soft, then the followers.
What would they do?
So the best thing for them is to put up that spirit.
How did you cope with Zik's older children? Because He had children before
Yes.
you got married to him.
Yes. That's another story. Obiora. Let's forget about that. The Lord is in control. Okay. My children are okay. We are fine. Yes. Okay. Yes.
So, the other thing, you were already with him before what I call his second missionary journey in politics.
Yes.
The 1979. Why did he want to go back to politics? I mean, here he was deified by everyone. What drove him?
You know, when the little I know, one thing is that I didn't support that attempt. I didn't. Because I liked the quiet way we were living. Very quiet, 24/7. He doesn't go out. Then when I started going to school, that's only when I leave the house. All along, we all stayed together. So when this issue of coming 1979, I said no. I think it was pressure from our people. Pressure. I noticed that Nwobodo, all these the NPP people, they were all streaming from morning till 12 midnight. People will be coming, pleading with him to come out. They need a leader. There is nobody that can shield them, that can stand, and then they queue behind, and so on. I think after a while he just succumbed to come out and say, "Let me give them that leadership." I think that's what happened.
Was he a restless person?
No, very calculated, very calm. He can sit on a scorpion and you wouldn't know. Very calm and calculated. That's why he survived in US, survived in Nigeria. According to him, he ran marathon for Lincoln University barefooted. Cold weather, the road, barefooted, and won marathon. And another one, when he got to Lincoln, according to him, there was no fees because the father had retired, and then nowhere to get funding for his education. He went into boxing. He went into boxing.
And boxed his way through school.
But after he said, there's money in boxing according to him, but you will suffer for that money. At a tournament, he said the opponent gave him one blow below the plexus, and he saw stars, 20 stars. He woke up, and the trainer was saying, "Zig, get up. Zig, get up." He looked at the man and said, "This man doesn't know that I'm the only son of my mother." I'm the only son of my mother. If I die here, my mother is gone. He removed his gloves. No more. He said, "There's money in boxing, but if you don't take care, you will die there."
They said he had a large sense of humor.
Very, 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 very large sense of humor. For instance, when we have visitors, and I present cola in Onitsha, yes, I forgot to know, I hold a title in Onitsha. The highest association, society for women in Onitsha is the Utuodo, prestigious Utuodo society. And I've been initiated into that society. And my title name is Enyi Nwanonako. So when visitors come and you present cola, he will break the cola and give you the wife or the woman that brought the cola, your own share of the cola. You have to genuflect to receive the cola, not. He will just say, "Be careful. I know that you've tied up yourself to have a shape. Be careful so that whatever you use in tying yourself will not snap." And to the hearing of everybody, what do? He said, okay. He was humorous. And I think even late MT Mbu will never, I don't think there's anything that will make MT Mbu not to be behind Zik in anything that Zik is doing. He will always say, Zik is a leader. Humor, he's a good listener. He will listen to every opinion before decision is taken. Calm and calculated, intelligent, and so on and so forth. So I think he was an all-rounder.
He was such a busy man, you know. He was such an important man. Did he have time for the family, for the kids?
I think I was lucky to come into his life when he had time for the family. To be frank with you, no politician has time for the family because they're always on the go, they're always having meetings. We always complain now that when do they have their meetings? At night, nocturnal. That's why most women are not part of their meetings at night. I wasn't there in his life but from experience, I know that if you marry a politician, just decide on your own that you have to take care of your family, take care of the children while your husband is there. If you want your husband to be with you, then he will not make it in politics.
Did he ever share with you his regrets in life?
Were
there things that he would have wanted to do other ways if he had a second life or something?
I can't recall, but all I know is that after the war is what Nigeria looks like then. It's not what he dreamt about when he came back. He thought that by 1970, Nigeria will be leading the world, or let me say Africa. It's true that we call ourselves giant of Africa, but it's indeed an action. We are not giant of Africa in many ways. So I think that's the only way he always complained. But he never lost hope. He just said Nigeria will still make it, but this is not what I struggled for or what I expected.
Okay, let's leave Zik for a while. You know, you went to read a course in gender.
Yes.
And all these years, you've been a strident voice on gender issues. Do you think that the average Nigerian woman has been given a proper opportunity to be what he or she wants to be?
No. It hasn't even been done in developed world like America and Britain. Women are not given the opportunity of freedom. How much more Nigeria, Africa?
What is the problem? You know, you talked about women not participating in politics as much as they should because the men are always having the meetings in the night.
In the night, yes. Yes, culture.
Was it calculated to keep the women away?
You know, the world is a man's world. They will quote the Bible, Adam and Eve. God removed Adam's rib. And then I normally give them a jab. If God removed Adam's rib, it then means women are stronger. You are just ordinary dust. Men, dust. But woman has a bone there in her. Yes, that's what the Bible says, and that's what they use. I don't think our women have been given enough time, freedom, opportunity. No, they haven't. Like in sociology, it's culture. Culture will come in, religion will come in, and then the home. The woman is made to nurture the home. And if you pursue politics and you lose your children, you have yourself to blame. That's why it seems as if when a woman is in politics, you run 10 yards or 10 feet, you go back to look at your family to see what is happening there. Because if you abandon them, you have yourself to blame. In the end, you regret it. So I don't think that our women have been given the opportunity.
What do you think is the roadmap for women to better their lot?
I think this 35% affirmative action, if we will start from there. And so some people will agree with me, but I don't mind. If they say 35%, every party will say 35%, give it to women. Don't encroach into that 35%. Use your 75%, men. Let women come out with that 35%. That's the only way. Because if you say 35%, and then during primaries, you do your meetings at night, and the women will not be there. During campaign, thuggery, killing, maiming, no woman would like to be part of thuggery and so on. So there is no level playing ground for women to come in. That's why I'm proposing that 35%, give it to women. If they want to pick and choose, fine. If they will do it amongst women, let them do it and let it be. Anywhere we go, 35% of women are there.
Okay, you've gotten to the peak of your profession. Today you're a professor at the University of Nigeria. Um, but again, even with all that, you're still striving to improve yourself. And I'm tempted to ask, what are you pursuing? When you got married to Zik, everybody was like, oh, she should be contented. You wanted to improve yourself. You didn't want to be under his shadow. Today, you're a professor. You have a PhD. You still want to go to Harvard. You're still writing papers. What is driving you? And where are you going?
I am not pursuing anything now. I think what I'm trying to do is just to keep myself going until the last day. I can say I wouldn't work. I'll be able to feed myself. I thank God my children are all doing very well in their careers. They are not dependent on me. All I think I will do now is to take care of my grandchildren, 6 of them, and by the grace of God, I still have more. I think as long as one is alive and breathing, you can't just cross your hands and lie on the bed and then I'm still strong, you know. I'm not sickly. I'm still mentally alert, so I can't find myself sitting down doing nothing. And I don't think all I'm trying to do after retirement, I retired in February after making 65 years. I just want to keep my life going, keep myself busy. You know, when you are idle and doing nothing, the nerves, the bones, you know, they get bad, weak. I'm still young and mentally alert to do more for the nation. Not that I'm going there for money. I think I'm going there to make name, to add value, to at least give back to the society. It's not what to make from the society, just to give back to the society.
What is going to occupy you in this new life that you're going into? You are retired. What is going to take your attention? Are there campaigns you want to pursue?
Yes, well, I have an NGO for widows. It's called Widows Lifeline. And the objective is to take care of, help, assist widows and their families and other less privileged Nigerians. For some years now, I've been sponsoring some children, scholarship, some primary, some secondary, some university. Even in my church, I'm playing a very significant role in the church. I'm an Anglican, a knight of the Anglican Church. I have also sponsored a priest, you know, training our pastor, and I have in mind training more. I want to open a school, to run a school in my compound at Nsukka. Just so that in the morning I just walk down, and
then mentor little children.
Mentor little, and then the teachers and so on and so forth. I've been advised to apply for contract, you know, in the university. If you apply, then you'll be renewed every year until you get to 70 years, which I have applied. If the VC obliges and then approves the contract, then it will be every other year. I have a program in Abuja. I want to put up Nnamdi Azikiwe Housing Estate. I've applied to the FCT. The application was approved, so we are waiting for allocation of land. To wherever we are given, we'll try to put up houses. At least from that angle, will help for the housing problem in Abuja. There are other things I want to do, but I have to take it one at a time.
So let me go back to your life with Zik. What do you think was his guiding principle? What was it that took a rural boy to the United States, brought him back, and took him to the height of his nation, becoming the first president? And then was a sage all through his life. What was that thing? I mean, in living with him, what was that driving force for Zik?
Helping others, helping people in need. If you read some of his poems, you know, he has 2 books of poems, and I even published the 3rd one. Is it the 3rd? I collated the ones he wrote posthumously and published posthumously. I think the driving force was, how do I improve the lives of people? How do I improve my nation? I want my nation to be as good as whatever we think is the best. He wouldn't want to see anybody. There's a poem he wrote when the neighbor will always be beating the child and the child will be crying. According to the poem, he opened the window and saw the woman beating the child. He wrote a poem on that. Why would you beat a child? And why wouldn't somebody else come in to help the child? He also wrote a poem that he is happy wherever he is. What makes him happy is that people around, those he passed along the street, are happy. I think the driving force was to help others. And Nigeria, his own level of patriotism, I don't think you can measure it with any other one. He didn't come here to make money. He had nothing. He left with nothing. When he passed on, it was a battle for us to pay Owakwe's fees again in US. So he didn't accumulate wealth. He went into politics after he had made it. Not what we have now, you go there to make money. He made money. And that is why I am suggesting, before you are elected or go into any, have a profession. You must have a profession, so that if you didn't make it, you go back to your profession.
So it won't be do or die.
Yes, it won't be do or die, or I must be there so that I'll be able to eat, and so on and so forth. So Zik was God sent to Africa, to Nigeria.
Did he ever regret not being the chief executive, like an executive president?
One Nigeria. He sacrificed it for one Nigeria, for Nigeria to be one. Because if he had insisted, both of them, you know, all our forefathers, everybody contributed, but nobody will deny that Zik was the leading star in fighting for Nigeria's independence. But when it came to the point that if a group was not favored, then Nigeria will disintegrate, he said, no. I am happy that Nigeria is free. Whether I am the head, there's a poem on that. Whether I am the head or not is immaterial. I'm just happy that Nigeria is free. So it will hurt him. It will be, you know, nobody will, after fighting, walking, others will come and enjoy, and you just become ceremonial. But it didn't affect him at all. He was happy that Nigeria is free.
Did he ever tell you how he felt when the Civil War broke out?
When the Civil War broke out, I think he was not happy the way the Igbos were being slaughtered in the north. And that was why he supported Biafra initially. But I don't know, I wasn't there when things started. He was going around for recognition. He got recognition for Biafra from either Kenya, some of these African countries. Yeah. He was responsible for that. He was going around. Yes, at a point, I feel he felt that things were not moving the way we all came in to support Biafra. And that was why he, according to him, instead of sitting and then seeing Igbos exterminated completely, it's better. He always says it that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. And then maybe he has information. Nobody knows. Things were not moving fine. No armory, nothing. Ragtag army. And then those at the top were not telling people the truth.
So that was why he
deflected. He went to the Nigerian side and started pleading, going to Leopold Senghor, you know, how do yes, how do we now make peace and so on? I don't want my people to be exterminated, to die.
Okay, Zeke loved to help people. That sustained him. What sustained you? What was the principle behind your struggle, your hunger to improve yourself?
I wanted to measure up to Zeke's wife. And also my father was my parents in short. My father went to the top in his career, Sergeant Major. In those days it was something. So I just want to, when they see Mrs. Azikiwe, they'll know that this is Mrs. Azikiwe.
Any regrets?
None at all. I'm happy. None at all. I'm fulfilled. My children, grandchildren, at this age, I'm fulfilled. A professor in Onitsha, I'm a title holder. In the church, I'm a knight. So what else? I'm fulfilled. I'm very happy. No regrets whatsoever.
When you lost him,
yes,
how did it go?
I told you that we don't go out. 24/7 we are together. So I was just thinking, how am I going to cope? I don't know where they buy the gas for cooking. Nothing, everything was done by this, that, driver, take her, this place, and so on. So I was just thinking, how am I going to cope? Where am I going to begin life again? And
somehow you coped.
Very fine. The Lord is good. The Lord is good.
So if I was just a young woman growing up, in very few sentences, what would be your advice to me?
Go to school. Be educated. You never know where you get into, the type of man you will marry. If it doesn't move on fine, you'll be able to take care of yourself and children. Education is it.
I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
It's been my pleasure speaking with you.
It's a pleasure too.
And that's our program for today, In Your Own Words, and where we've been listening to the words of Professor Uche Azikiwe, a young girl so many years ago, and became the wife of the great Zeke of Africa. She didn't stop there. She went on to come to the peak of her profession and became a professor. Thank you again for coming on our program.
It's my pleasure.
I'm Obi Orilo. Let's do it again, same time next week.
The high level or increase of unemployment is individuals' fault. Majority of the people blames it on the government. Because I look at it that majority of us went to school to study how to be employed and not to become employers. You understand what I'm saying now? So a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way that you believe that once you finish your education, there is a government job such as white collar job awaiting you, then we are deceiving ourselves. But I am trying to tell us that if you went to the school to acquire knowledge and put the knowledge into work, it will benefit both you, the society where you are, and the entire nation.
The high level of unemployment in Nigeria is alarming, like it's mind-blowing. It keeps getting worse by the day, like people are getting unemployed on a daily basis. You see students graduating from school, like no work, no job. So I won't say it's anybody's fault. Individuals have to put in effort to mitigate it. Then government, it is their duty to make sure that there is a way that students or graduates should be employed. And I think the ways to mitigate it or to make it a bit easy for everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
high rate of unemployment in Nigeria, first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here, it is well.
High level of unemployment, obviously is on the leadership now. It's very, very obvious because in a country that everything, the consumption rate is higher than the production rate, what do you expect? Obviously unemployment will be very high. So I guess one of the ways, and we all know it and the government knows it, is just that the guys who, made the country this way are benefiting from it. So basically it's just to increase the productivity of the country. Look at places like Aba that produces, the kind of, despite the, financial instability they have, they can still produce such, well-crafted work, creative work. For them to do that kind of thing, imagine if money is pumped into that area. A lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Bida, his convoy is made of innocence, he bought innocence cars, his convoy. It's because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually give people the chance, because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, somebody is giving a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
In fuel pump price, which is very high, it's affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be reintroduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation costs will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, or maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 17 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a beautiful Sunday morning, and I dare say it is the day that the Lord himself has made. Therefore, we will rejoice and be glad in it. I'm welcoming you to a new day on Signature Television. And like we always say, with a new day comes new thoughts, new ideas, new possibilities, and of course, new opportunities. So welcome. And of course, I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'm not doing this alone. Here in the studio with me is no other but
Transpires. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. We truly appreciate it. I mean, when you were saying good morning, I almost thought like you were greeting almost everyone who was listening. But I mean, one good morning would have been enough.
No. You do it 3 times. You know, when we go to church, they tell us truly, or very nice. So it gets to sink in. If you miss the first and the second, of course, there's no way you're going to miss the third. Welcome, Charles. What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
I didn't hear that.
What comes to your mind whenever a new day is mentioned?
Oh, so what comes to mind when new day is mentioned is one is new, and it's the day that new things will be discovered, new conversations will be made, new perspectives will be made, and practically everything new, you know, just like the day is new. It's a brand new week, it's a brand new conversation, a brand new people hosting the show for the first time ever, so it's all worth it.
So you're in for so much fun, entertainment to keep you motivated and keep you educated. So don't go anywhere. Right after this time out, our newspaper headlines and reviews will be coming up. Please stay with us. This is still New Day on Signature Television, and we urge you to go on over to our social media platforms, like, comment, and share. We would love to hear from you. Welcome to our newspaper headlines and reviews, where we'll be highlighting stories that have made the headlines across national dailies. And first up will be Sunday Punch, and right above the Sunday Punch mast, 2 interesting news stories. 113 foreign hackers enjoyed police escorts before arrest. Abuja residents say, and Tinubu will win 2027 presidential election, coming from ABC. Both will be found on page 28 and page 7, respectively.
Under governorship poll, customers blame parties as banks run out of cash with a rider. Politicians withdrawing up to 300 million naira daily, says bank manager. Ondo reg must be removed to avoid the 1983 crisis. PDP governorship candidate.
What's that?
I'm so sorry, this is so funny. I mean, so in Ondo states, you can't find cash anywhere in the bank right now. And the bank manager is saying that politicians withdraw 300 million naira daily.
Your horses, Mr. Chris will be here in a few, and then we'll have that discussion and that laugh that you always wanted to have. All right, moving on. Northern groups tackle DHQ as Lukuroas kills 15 Kebbi villages on page 12.
President's controversial tax bills splits National Assembly.
US deported me after traveling for 4 years through 10 countries, coming from late Oni's musician.
Hardship pushes Lagos teenage schoolgirls into prostitution.
And finally, on the Sunday Punch, why I kept my fiancé secret for 7 years, coming from Charles Okocha on page 21. And on FBI arrest, Anambra Pope's local government shares $3.3 million romance scam.
Interesting. I mean, you reach to keep your fiance on on secrets. This way, social media can tear you apart, you know.
All right, moving over to the Nation, just above the mast. Ondo, APC, PDP intensify campaigns ahead of Saturday's Guber polls. And all citizens must reject corruption, says CGN, Sanusi, and Fashola on page 5, 6, and on page 5 and 6, respectively.
New minimum wage, fresh battle looms over arrears. With the rider, workers demand new deal for pensioners. 2. Imo, Plateau, Ocean still negotiating.
And
I wonder what they're negotiating, frankly.
You're full of matter. You're full of matter. Just hold your horses until we get to the review. And finally, on the Nation, Okonjo Iweala is sole candidate for WTO DG position. And then moving over to the Sunday Times,
Nigeria states FCT's domestic debt rises by 198.96 billion naira in second quarter of 2024.
Illegal mining, oil theft, Cold War brews among security agencies as federal government mulls special force, NMRS.
On NEL Fund, 844,000 students, 98 institutions granted loans. Understanding Wike through his political battles dotted by betrayals.
Okowa did not fund my presidential campaign, Atiku tells EFCC.
And finally, on the Sunday Times, Okonjo-Iweala's bid for second term as DG will be unopposed, coming from WTO. Moving over to the Sunday Tribune, just above the mast, 15 killed as Lukerawa terror group residents clash in Kebbi with riders. Sokoto residents appeal to government over new terror group. Troops neutralize 70 terrorists in Borno airstrikes. And Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa, tells them not to seek greener pastures as president jets out to Saudi Arabia today. These can be found on page 4 and page 5 respectively.
Well, cautioning about Jabba. Growing hardship. Call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies. Movements proposes 10 region arrangement. 10 region arrangements? Are you kidding me? Says 99% Nigerians, no country becoming a disaster.
Well, how we kidnapped Oba's wife, kept her in forest for 14 days, collected 28 million ransom coming from a leader of kidnapped gang terrorizing Ogun, as he confesses.
Zamfara students in Cyprus sleep in mosques, risk imprisonment. With the writer, CSO raises the alarm.
And on page 7, praying for Nigeria, responsibility of all citizens. With the writer says, Oluwemi Tinubu says, denies plan to hold national prayer.
I'm sorry to say,
Okay,
praying for
ahead.
Nigeria is not the responsibility of Nigerians, frankly speaking. I'm sorry to say. I mean, I'm going to explain that maybe if I have the time.
It's not the responsibility of everybody.
Well, it is the responsibility for people who really believe in the nation, isn't it?
We'll get there.
Okay, we'll
Very
get there.
soon.
General Tauri Labaja community threatens to invoke spirits. Says death, not ordinary. Requests for his corpse.
Interesting.
Well, he was 56, and quite frankly, given the circumstance around his death, you know, one would want to think that way. But again, this is Nigeria.
All right, moving over to the Sunday Vanguard, right above the mast. Embattled ASAGB, 8th throne. Well, fresh tweets as other stakeholders join the fray. How headsmen invited new terrorist group Lukerawa to Nigeria.
And bad governance, roll over judge in Minus' treason case.
All right, on how we achieved groundbreaking bone marrow transplant in Nigeria, coming from Sickle Cell Foundation.
Edo poll, SAPC must arrest officials who betrayed public trusts. Martins Obono speaks.
All right, that'll be all for our newspaper headlines, and we'll be going right over to our review. And like you always know, we'll have someone in the studio to do justice to that, and we always give out a drum roll. Chris is in the house. Good morning, Chris.
Now that Charles has joined the drum beat, I'm suspect.
Everybody's catching on.
I am honestly worried because for Charles to join beating drums for me to be here, it's okay. So Charles, thank you for the drum, and thank you, Chiki, for a new day.
Anytime.
I will thank God for life and
Absolutely.
the opportunity to be here. We are still wrestling. We are still trudging on. This is our nation, Nigeria.
That's true. That's true.
So,
well, Charles is full of matter, like they will always say. So, Charles, you have
let's start from Punch. Let's start from Punch. Customers blame parties as banks run out of cash. What? This country is funny. It's so funny. I've noticed that even in Enugu, where no election is going on, that the party is scarce. So, which party do we blame for this? I don't know.
Maybe there's an election going on
Now, is there withdrawal limit? How can a bank manager be somewhere and somebody withdraw 300 million and from a bank you allow that? And you force Nigerians to say this?
He has his court.
Are you categorically telling
So,
us
I mean,
that?
so if not, let's be very frank. It's not about proof. It's not about proof. Why should you are running out of cash? One single man comes in the name of party to withdraw 300 million.
And you approve.
Why they are not allowing individuals to withdraw? You said if you put a check for 100,000, they are giving 5,000. Yeah. This is the country we are talking about. They will deliberately set fire on this country, and they are looking for fire brigade people who will quench it. What do you country? These people they're evil. How can we do it? Who are we going to blame now? Tinubu? Look at it. Look at it. Every Nigerian will find a way of causing trouble for Nigeria and look for who to blame. He's blaming parties for coming to withdraw money. Who want to withdraw money? But if there's a system that said you have a limit, and the government know that during elections this kind of thing happen, why wouldn't they set limits? That in a day, nobody will withdraw this. Then now they collect all the money so that they will go and buy a wa. And Agbado and share to voters at the end of it all. So good luck to the Ondo people.
That's why I keep asking, like somebody who gives you money to buy, because that is what is going to happen in Ondo State. People are going to go about trying to buy their votes. People will be willing to sell because of hardship. So that's what I'm saying, that the result of that election, doesn't it reflect what the people want?
Well, if you think, because we use what you have to get what you want. Now, if hunger is too much and somebody is coming with a mudu of ewa, you accept it for a brief life, but it's what Nigerians need somebody to tell them that this one no be life. You are just chop and die.
You know,
you just chop and die system. The politicians know why they're doing this. Why are they weaponizing poverty?
I was going to get there.
Why?
See, hardship has been weaponized. Poverty has been weaponized in Nigeria. It's obvious. Now, if somebody comes to buy your votes, and because of hardship, we understand.
So that means you reflect. That means you accept to be bought.
It's not. You are forced to. It's a force. It's not a normal situation.
No, Charles.
No, be clear eye.
No. Chris, if you buy my votes, for instance, and it's expected I'd vote for you, and I vote for another person. Is it not possible?
It's possible.
So,
almost impossible. Because they are going to monitor you. They're going to make sure that they monitor you. And most of the time, those guys are the ruling party.
How are they supposed to monitor?
They monitor.
They'll give you half of the money first. And watch
not
you
even that. Not
and
even.
then when you come out, you come and take the money. I've seen that play out.
When you go to vote,
is this country they collect?
They
you
actually
don't even know
stand
what's happening now. They don't take such a risk. Charles, they don't take such a risk.
When was the last time you visited a polling unit? Those guys are more like the ruling party. Police officers will be there watching. They will do nothing. They will go there and watch you vote.
This is another thing. They don't even get to that level again. What they do now is they collect your vote, the number.
Yes.
The voters' card number. That one that starts with VN something. You collect it. You write your name. Then they just do little monitoring because it's costing them money to do monitoring. They just make sure from the word go that they bought the vote. There's nothing you are talking about. They don't come to start doubting whether you collect the money and go and vote or nothing. And we are saying this happens in a country. Politicians are forcing us, they're turning this around because they know what they want. It's intended result. They know. If you're doing something and you want to achieve, they know. And some of them, let all of them that have ruled this country in the last 2 decades say they didn't do this. So it's gathering momentum every day.
It is.
All Nigerian politicians are corrupt. They buy votes when they have opportunity. It's not as if we're talking about anything. It has become a style. Vote buying is now the custom of our people. Nobody wants to change. We talked about America the other day, and we said vote buying, all those things has taken over Nigeria. Nobody campaigns again in the public. Nobody comes for debates. How many of the governors who are now sitting, the incumbents, and the ones who are going back to the pool have come for debate? How many of the presidents, candidates, and even the incumbent came for debate? So, what are we talking about? We clearly, as Nigerians, getting ourselves into difficult situation, and we are looking for God to. Probably some people will be in the church this night crying to God to save Nigeria. When Nigeria did not want itself saved, if you want, somebody is in the pit, if you give him a hand, he gives you a hand, you pull the person out. But Nigeria are comfortable where they are. Even the Nigerians, we say, Nkonye Liliko, the one where you chop and die, and that's what you, and that's why you collect one mudu of gari, and
the average Nigerian doesn't even see it as vote buying. I dare say they might even see it as their national cake.
It's even status symbol. It's not even people that now the wretched of the earth. People like us. That's the lowest of the
we're not the wretched.
And now we don't know which one. I don't know what I'm saying. Are the people who go struggling now because it's a status symbol to even see where they buy your vote. So some group of people have taken it as contract. They now buy in bulk. You become a territory, say I bought ENUGU for you, then they collect the money from source and now start dishing it out to whoever is willing and they deliver. Some people are afraid to deliver and they use gun and start pursuing in the street. I've seen where people who collected money and didn't deliver were being pursued. But that's about it. And 114 foreign hackers enjoy police escort.
Yes.
I don't understand what that means.
Okay, so
but whatever it means, they have been arrested. That's kudos for the Nigerian police. But before then, all these ones that we as Nigerians have this, what they call this complex. That whenever we see Oyibo, it's like even the highest person in Nigerian security, we begin to begin to fidget. You provide escorts to criminals before you realize that criminals to arrest them. Well, that's fine. That's a good one for police. Tinubu will win 2027.
I had my eyes on that.
No, that's a good one. Now, what it means with this, APC is a party. They will always say this. But I hope they are not demarcating the presidential candidate. Because that's one thing I don't understand about the party and what is happening in Nigeria. Some people think they're helping Bola Tinubu, our president. They could. By some statement they make, they provoke people to think otherwise. This is not the time for APC to make this statement. This is not the time. But as party, they are free to be, but they should have found another way. I'm not a politician. I'm not a member of APC. But to look at Nigeria in the face, at what we are going through now, and tell us that Tinubu will win 2027 election. I think there's some swipes. They are not. I think whoever said this and allow it published in the headline it does not mean well for APC.
I wish the headline was the bag of rice would be reduced by 15th of December.
Then they said that, that kind of thing you have to see the face of a woman who put to bed before you ask her, what is the sex of the baby? This Nigeria is pregnant. We are not even delivered. We are in the labor pain. And you come and tell us you are sure the baby will be a boy. If you near that woman in labor, it will tear you into pieces because you are not even interested in her life and the pain she's going through. You are interested in the sex of the baby she will deliver. That is wickedness. It is wickedness. You look at a party did this in the past. PDP was one time they boasted they will rule Nigeria for 60 years. At that point, they were even having issues. That is Titanic. Is it something you call it Titanic? You that are anchors, I don't know, but that's the Titanic experience that will happen to people who are doing this because somebody built the ship Titanic. Whatever it is, you can become that experience faces anybody who will come and face Nigeria this time.
Are you saying there could be a political iceberg looming somewhere?
Whatever they do this, they didn't mean well. I don't know. But they say it's APC that make it. That's why I said unsuspect. If you will build ship like Titanic and said it's unsinkable, you are challenging God. And you know the result. This is not the time to come and say, because PDP tried it. And they are paying up to now for the price. So I wish APC well. They go about telling this to Nigerians at this time. Instead of sorting out certain things before you come campaigning. In 2024, November, fuel at that price, bag of rice, and this issue, you come back and boldly tell us that Tinubu will win 2000. That means he's a walkover. You are very sure. God will help us. Right. Now, the Northern group tackles DHQ about Lukarawa, and somebody says somewhere that some group
headsmen
invited the Lukarawas to Nigeria. So what do you say? How you make your match? You lie on it. And God help.
Just quiet about it. This particular story is quite stunning. 3.3 million naira romance scam that Anambra local government chairman is involved in. FBI has arrested him. He arrived in Texas just hours later, and then he was picked. And I'm so shocked that he would have that kind of mindset, have that kind of thing on him or over his neck, and he's traveling to the United States.
No, he did not.
He didn't.
No.
Yes.
That's one thing about system. A system
that
works.
He scam people.
No, he has scammed. So, but he thought he's Nigeria. No, because he's a Nigerian, a typical Nigerian who has gotten through a lot of crimes, criminality around him, still wins election in Nigeria, and he thinks he's the same thing all over.
True.
So he has tested a bit of where things work, and they will tell him this is not Nigeria, this is America. And then we say, welcome to America, the mayor. Is he a local government chairman, whatever it is? Coming
mayor.
from somewhere. I think he's coming from your state.
It's not my state, please. It's Anambra. I'm from Imo State.
Oh, okay. Is at this time now you want to know? I just put it to you so that you come out and see how Nigerians react.
No, you are
assuming the man now he has been appointed by Trump as a special advisor. He would say, he's my brother, he's my brother. Now that he has been arrested for crime.
No, Chris. Let's call a spade a spade. This man is from Imo State. This one is from Anambra State. Free him now. Let's move ahead.
I know, but he has put it back to me that the guy is from Anambra State. And I'm from Anambra. So that's good luck to my brother who has scanned America and went back to America. In Igbo land, they say Anna. But the land has pulled him out.
This is worrisome. This is worrisome. This is because this has actually been exposed. There are so many scammers that are there taking up political positions, and I hope more of them are exposed.
I'm wondering how these scams even pull
because
through. How does it pull through? Like, I tell you that I have.
He has been on this. He didn't just start.
I read through all of the scams that was done for several women, and all of them was just one is that I have money stashed somewhere. I need $300,000 in order to free that particular money, and then you send the money, and then the other one is. I'm going to get married to you.
That's one that works. That one works wonders for American girls.
American girls, like,
they want to say love. When they get love scam. They love Nigerian boys so much that just with a little letter.
Why do you think they love Nigerian boys?
After all, how many people ask? Even when I look at your face, I said, I like you. Have you ever agreed? Now somebody will write just small email telling you he's in love with you and you're sending money.
Like, I don't get it.
I have a different view about it when the push comes to shove.
No, but they are becoming very
when somebody willingly send money to a lover and they keep sending, you are not seeing result. The lover you didn't see, you don't know whether it's a juju, it's a witch, or whether it's a human being or spirit. You're just sending money in the name of love. At the end of it all, you arrest the person. For somebody who is hungry in Nigeria and he can afford to buy GSM phone, which is all he needs, and he starts searching the net and where he get a name and send.
But then I think American ladies are becoming wary of Nigerian men and Nigerian boys. But at first it was.
You Nigerian ladies don't even know what you have. But people who are struggling over Nigeria.
How many men can a Nigerian lady have? Huh? How many men can one Nigerian lady take care of?
The American girls don't even care.
I don't know about the American girls.
Even if they don't even ask you whether you are married, because if I find some 60-year-old people who are still scamming American girls in the name of romance.
It's worrisome.
So they say in Igbo land, if onye na asalo, he will he will take. Now, if something you are just very fond of, they use it to pay you. Whether it's equal to what you're being owed or not, you accept. American girls like love and romance, so anything you tell them in the name of love, they will send you money. Charles, I hope you are not thinking about doing that anymore.
How did he even get visa? Because if he is most
with that kind of money, you can buy visa in Nigeria. With that kind of money,
US visa.
All right, guys, we have to leave this and move on.
What American needs is for you to say you have an account. Somebody in Nigeria said, "I'm going to America." I go to the American embassy. They were delaying. Said, "I'm going to America to spend my money. You are delaying giving me visa." I go to another country, and at that board they gave him visa. So people who say cap in hand, the believe I want to go to America, they just wait. But if you come, look at my bank account. I have money. I'm going to spend money in America. They say, with this 300,000 million or something dollars, well, you're welcome to America. It's where you come in. The FBI and the CIA.
All right, Tinubu cautions graduates on Japa. Tells them not to seek greener pastures yet. President jets out to Saudi Arabia today. Your thoughts?
That's one thing. No, the president has freedom to go anywhere he wants. But if you're a Nigerian, you have to be advised where you go and how you go. But if once the president goes, he's going on behalf of all of us. So all the people in government are free to japa, but Nigerians
don't go
advised not to. After all, here in the Nation newspaper, all citizens must reject corruption, said CGN, Sanusi and Fashola. And these are people who have gone through different positions of Nigeria. And if you look closely, the bug that are beating Nigeria, that's the bug of corruption, which I say all Nigerians are corrupt. So if these people are Nigerians, they are also corrupt. And they are telling Nigerians to reject corruption.
I'm pained that we're talking about patriotism in that light, because other newspapers reported that he's saying that we should be patriotic and not move to other countries. That I mean, staying around would mean that you don't love your country or moving outside of the country. But again, I'm wondering. I think the most unpatriotic people are people who have made life unbearable for people who are in the country, not to be able to do business and strive. And then you're blaming people who have decided to move away to countries that are good enough for them to live, to eat.
So I'm winning you to my side. You're now my brother. You're not from me. So because you are speaking in my mind, you know, once you carry the corpse of another man, it is a log of wood. I mean, when you are very comfortable, you can go to church. I don't worship poor God, and you look at the clothes you're wearing, your shoe, you want to show the watch, and they tell the church, you know, when you're preaching, some of these glamorous preachers, they do not worship poor God. If you look at my shoe, it's worth about $200 million, and that's the kind of God I worship.
Are we still talking governance?
I know he will be. I know she will be. But new minimum wage, fresh battle looms over areas. That's what the nation says, and is shouting. Which war? No, I said some states, and the last time I was quoting, but Charles, you are good at data. They said over 25 states in Nigeria have not paid 30,000.
At the time,
and you have come again with it. And they have, just to escape it and sound politically correct, some of the governors are agreeing.
And announced it 70,000.
But they are getting ready too.
Well, how many years did we start 30,000? Some people have not gotten it. And when they still get old alert, they faint. The man for civil defense got old alert when he's expecting new alert. He died on the spot. So many Nigerians are fighting. They don't want to die because old alert is now poisonous and deadly. So that's the war they're fighting. When will even the old arrears of 30,000 be paid before you think about the new?
All right,
so
Chris,
we start paying.
Is that time?
Debt servicing.
Is that time? I wish we had time to talk about the restructuring. Tribune says call for Nigeria's restructuring intensifies, but I'm sure we'll have another opportunity to do justice to that. But right now we have to go. Thank you.
We have to go.
Always a passionate
the community threatens to invoke spirits for the death of our COS.
You wish to go.
Well.
All right.
Well, to go.
Thank you so much, Chris. All right. If you're still there, please hang on to your TV sets. Entertainment comes right after this timeout. Don't go anywhere. Welcome to another segment of entertainment news. As usual, it's filled with the best stories from the world of entertainment. And of course, yours truly, Faith Onwachi. I'll be your guide on this amazing journey.
Superstar singer Beyoncé dominated the list of Grammy Award contenders, earning 11 nods, including an Album of the Year nomination for her venture into country music. Behind Beyoncé, Billie Eilish, Charlie XCX, Kendrick Lamar, and Post Malone tied with 7 nominations each. Pop phenomenon Taylor Swift and newcomers Chappelle Roan and Sabrina Carpenter scored 6 each. Women dominated the Album of the Year category, the top Grammy honor. Beyoncé, winner of more Grammys over her career than any other artist, has never taken home the album trophy. Taylor Swift has won the honor 4 times and is in the running again with her breakup album, The Tortured Poets Department. At the award ceremony in February, the Beyoncé and Swift records will compete with Carpenter's Short and Sweet, Brat from Charlie XCX, Eilish Hits Me Hard, and Soft and Rowan's The Rise and Fall of the Midwest Princess. The 2 male artists nominated in the album feud were rapper Andre 3000 and jazz artist Jacob Collier. Winners will be chosen by the roughly 13,000 singers, songwriters, producers, engineers, and others who make up the Recording Academy. Terry Garr, an Oscar-nominated actress known for her work in films like Young Frankenstein, Tootsie, and Mr. Mom, has died. Garr was 79 and died in Los Angeles, more than 20 years after she was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. This was revealed by her manager, Mark Gurvitz. She first shared her diagnosis publicly in 2002 in an effort to raise awareness for others living with multiple sclerosis. Nigerian socialite Okuneye Idris Olariwanju, also known as Bobrisky, has updated fans once more on his recent trip to London. The cross-dresser revealed that he was having a good time in the foreign country and connecting with Hollywood stars. In a bold statement, Bobrisky declared himself the most stylish online personality in Nigeria, claiming that Hollywood celebrities have been showing him lots of love. He also teased his followers, promising to share photos from his trip once he's ready. Nigerian singer David Adeleke, best known as Davido, has shown his intense love for cars with the latest addition to his garage. A video recently shared on the Afrobeat star's Instagram revealed that he splurged millions of naira to buy himself a Tesla Cybertruck. Davido splashed millions of naira on the Tesla Cybertruck, spewing details on why he bought the luxury ride. Davido claimed that he was bored and decided to switch things up in his garage. The Tesla Cybertruck, designed by Elon Musk Tesla, is a battery-powered vehicle known for its unconventional design and cutting-edge technology. Alex Iwobi bagged an assist as Fulham defeated Crystal Palace 2-0 in Saturday's Premier League encounter at the Selhurst Park. Iwobi, who put in a solid display in the game, teed up substitute Harry Wilson with a sublime pass for Fulham's second goal 7 minutes from time. The 28-year-old has so far registered 2 goals and 2 assists in 11 league appearances for the Whites this season. The versatile midfielder was in action for 89 minutes in the thrilling encounter. The Nigerian international was replaced by Adama Traore. Calvin Bassey was also featured by Fulham. Bassey saw action for the entire duration of the game. And that's the news this hour. I am Favor Nwachi. Thank you so much for watching.
entertainment news on Signature Television. And just after a break that we're going to go into now, Abuja Rebound with our Abuja correspondent Godwin Sunday will be coming up, so please stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to the Rebound for the week. I am Godwin Sunday. We'll begin the week on Monday with a very strategic conversation by engaging bread makers to talk about some of their challenges, even with the rising cost of bread materials in the market. Do take a look.
Personally, as much as I work here, the prices of products, the flour, the materials for production has increased. So invariably, it has affected virtually everything we do here. The only thing it has not affected is salary. it cannot affect salary, but the demand for bread has reduced drastically. For premium bakery, to the best of my knowledge, the price is just a little bit increased, a little bit. Just little adjustment. The round bread usually goes for 200, now 250.
It has affected us negatively. In fact, the price of everything has increased. We usually buy, I think early this year, we buy flour at the rate of 35,000. But now it has gone up to 65,000. In fact, at a time we buy flour up to 85,000. The price of butter, the price of gas. So definitely, the price of bread will go up. And because the price of bread has gone up, it has also affected the demand on bread. We bake up to 7 bags. Like last year, we baked up to 7 bags in a day, but now we bake like 2 bags. So it has affected our sales also. If the government can come in and bring down the price of flour and other baking materials and make production easy for us, we'll be very glad.
To be honest, it's really affecting. Like things, everything changed. Like things are very cost in the market, and we that is doing the production, at times it's not been easy for us. Sometimes if we do the bread, people will complaining the bread is small, this and that, but to us, we are not even benefiting anything much inside, because before we go to market and buy the way things are now, my brother, you choke. People are really suffering. People are suffering. Even we doing the work, we are suffering. It's not been easy for us. So how which government would look into this matter and do something about it and help us out? We are all complaining. It's not easy for everybody. It's not easy for everybody. So let them do something about it. Let them work on it, please. We are begging. Let them work on it and help us all.
The government should do something about the price of flour. I don't even want to talk about the price of the equivalent of naira to dollar. That one is old story. But this incessant, continuous increase in price of fuel, I don't know what the government do. I don't know what Tinubu is planning. He should replan before he will not have anybody to rule again. So that people will not die of starvation and hunger. We are not selling as much as we are selling before. By this time last year, we buy flour 30-something thousand, sugar within that range. But sugar is almost 100,000. We bought butter, a carton of butter, few months ago, 20-something. This month, as I'm talking about, 50. So where do we go from here? I beg you, Tinubu and his ally, they should please have mercy on the masses before we go and meet our Creator before the time.
Honestly, it's not easy. It's not easy. When we started, I remember a bag of flour is 28,200. But now, as we speak, a bag of flour is 62,500 naira. A bag of sugar is 82,100 naira without transportation. So by the time you purchase all those things, and you have to set 2 workers, you have to maintain your machine, you have to eat, and you have to pay electricity bill, you buy water. Honestly, it's not funny. It's not funny. Producing bread now is just like most of the bakeries produce chaff, nothing but chaff. Because if you say you want to add ingredients, butter and milk and water and whatsoever you and other things, so how will you gain? What is your profit at the end of the day? You realize nothing. So as you just take a look at this house. We are supposed to be producing by now, but we are not, because the things is hurting us, is hitting us deeply. So it's not easy.
On Tuesday, Ibrahim Archie was in the studio to speak to us about the extreme weather situation in Nigeria, the new normal. Take a look.
Climate change generally has to do with various degree changes in the nature at which climate has come to be. Prior to this particular year, we have experienced different activities that are quite unusual because of the nature of climate change. So climate change has to do with the degree of changes that occur that tends to affect the rainfall pattern, that affect the temperature of the air.
Welcome to Global News on Signature Television. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Acting Chief of Army Staff charges troops to shun complacency. A Boeing Aviation Commissioner berates critics over Chuba Okadibo Airport. Israeli Defense Minister Kaz says Israel has defeated Hezbollah. And 24 killed in Pakistan train station bomb blast. Details in a moment. The Acting Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, has assured troops of Forward Operations Base Tangaza and 248th Battalion in Ilela of his full support and encouragement to decisively deplete the activities of terrorists and insurgents in their respective areas of responsibility and the Northwest Zone in general. He charged the troops to shun any form of complacency that could jeopardize ongoing operations to overcome the security challenges bedeviling the region. Director, Army Public Relations Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, in a statement, said the Army Chief gave the charge on Sunday, 10th November 2024, during his operational tour to Sokoto State in the 8th Division area of responsibility. The Acting Chief of Army Staff, on arrival in Sokoto in the early hours of the day, immediately proceeded to Forward Operations Base Tangaza and 248th Battalion in Ilela, where he received briefs on the security situation by the General Officer Commanding 8th Division, Brigadier General Ibikunle Ajose. Addressing troops deployed in Tangaza and Ilela, General Oluyede commended the troops for their sacrifice and commitments to the ongoing fight against terrorism and insurgency in the northwest zone of the country. He disclosed that he was on an operational tour to obtain first-hand information and assessment of the security situation and challenges of the troops. The Acting Chief of Army Staff, who later interacted with the Chairman Tangaza Local Government Area, Bashir Salihu, Traditional heads and heads of security agencies at Ilela called for synergy and collaboration with the troops. He called on the people to support the troops with credible information, adding that it is with their support that the troops will effectively protect them and secure the nation as a whole. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has foiled attempts to smuggle illicit drugs to the UK, discovering them hidden in parcels of tiger nuts and bags of groundnuts. The agency's Director of Media and Advocacy, Femi Babafemi, disclosed this in videos shared on X.com on Sunday. Femi Babafemi also warned against accepting packages without thoroughly checking their contents. Sharing the videos, he wrote, "Once again, never accept any package on your journey, no matter how genuine it looks, without a thorough search." These videos showing the moment NDLEA officers uncovered illicit drugs in parcels of tiger nuts bound for the UK and in bags of groundnuts in a bus. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has deployed 6,000 of its officers and men to provide adequate security at the November 16th Ondo governorship elections. This is contained in a statement by the NSCDC Public Relations Officer Afolabi Babawale on Sunday in Abuja. It said the NSCDC Commandant General Ahmed Audi had ordered the deployment to ensure adequate security before, during, and after the elections. Audi said that the personnel would be deployed from Ekiti, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Lagos, Edo, and Delta State, among others, to ensure free, fair, and credible elections. The NSCDC commandant said that some personnel would also be deployed from the Corps National Headquarters. According to him, personnel comprising Special Female Squad, Counterterrorism Units, CTU, Agro Rangers Units, Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear, and Explosive Units will be deployed. Audi cautioned electorates against all acts of vandalism, destruction of public utilities, and election violence. He advised guardians and parents to caution their children and wards against being used as instruments of violence by desperate politicians. He noted that the NSCDC was out to protect the fundamental human rights of the voters. However, criminal-minded individuals would not be spared, but arrested and dealt with in tandem with the provisions of the Electoral Act. The Transition Committee of Edo Governor-elect Monday Okwewolo has denied borrowing funds for the inauguration ceremony slated for Tuesday. The outgoing governor, Godwin Obaseki, had accused the committee of borrowing 5 billion naira to organize the ceremony. Obaseki's administration also accused the governor-elect of not inviting him for the inauguration ceremony, sparking concerns about the transfer of power. A statement by Kasima February, a member of the committee, on Sunday in Benin said the governor-elect had opted to fund the inauguration from his personal resources to avoid any unnecessary expenses. February said the decision was made after the committee's meeting with the secretary to the state government and the permanent secretary, who requested an inauguration budget. February stated that they declined to present a budget to avoid potential accusations of missing or misusing of the funds. February criticized Obaseki's administration, alleging that Obaseki was frustrating the inauguration process and overburdening the new administration with last-minute decisions. He said the governor-elect was committed to making life better for the average Edo person and did not believe in an ostentatious display of resources. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has urged entrepreneurs, workers, and residents of the state to support the vision of transforming Lagos into Africa's leading economic powerhouse through dedication and collaboration. Sanwo-Olu made the call on Sunday in Lagos at the closing ceremony of the Lagos International Trade Fair organized by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The governor said it was important for the business community to continue forging partnerships, innovating, and pushing the shared vision of a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient Lagos. Excuse me. He said that his administration, guided by the THEMES Plus development agenda, had set out to transform Lagos into a true megacity, one that competes globally and nurtures an ecosystem for growth and prosperity. He said that the state was creating a sustainable city that's balanced economic opportunities with environmental stewardship through initiatives that prioritize renewable energy, waste management, and eco-friendly policies. He lauded the LCCI for creating the trade fair platform that connected SMEs to markets, providing opportunities for partnerships and growth. Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investments, Folashade Ambrose Medebem, celebrated the resilience and innovative spirit of both local and international business communities. She noted that the event encapsulates the state's shared vision and mission, particularly in today's fast-paced, ever-evolving global economy where connections had become a necessity. President LCCI Gabriel Idahosa lauded President Bola Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu of Lagos, and other government agencies that provided useful and important services facilitating the staging of the 2024 LITF. The Lagos State Government has commended Entransact International PLC for Second Food Connect initiative, which provided food relief packs to 500 underprivileged women in the state. A statement on Sunday by Entrasact's Managing Director Niyi Otoluwalope said that the second edition of the event was held in Lagos. Toluwalope said that the initiative aims to combat the economic challenges exacerbated by recent global events, emphasizing community solidarity and support. He said that the company was making impact by providing food relief to 500 vulnerable women in its host community, doubling its previous outreach. The Lagos State Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Bolaji Dada, at the event praised Entransact's commitments to empowering women. Dada, who was represented by Director Women Affairs, Funke Shailon, urged collective efforts to address systemic poverty and promote sustainable programs for financial independence. According to her, the initiative represents a beacon of compassion and solidarity aimed at uplifting those who need it most in our society. Our underprivileged women, she commended Entransact for its unwavering dedication and commitment to providing the platform to champion the needs of women. The Federal Ministry of Health has urged Kebbi government to key into the National Emergency Medical Services and Ambulance System, NEMSAS, to curb the rate of maternal and infant mortality in the state. The National Program Manager, NEMSAS, Dr. Saidu Ahmad Damboa, made the plea during a meeting with the stakeholders in the state's health sector in Birnin Kebbi. NEMSAS is a program introduced by the federal government where patients under the scheme will enjoy free medical services for the first 48 hours with a view to saving lives of Nigerians. Ahmed Dumboa explained that the team was in Kebbi to meet, deliberate with stakeholders, and also assess the state's health facilities preparatory for the state to key into the emergency medical ambulance services. On his part, Dr. Jibril Labo Gwandu, Director of Medical Services, who also stood in for the State's Commissioner for Health, expressed satisfaction with presentation, discussions, and deliberation with the NEMSAS team. While describing the visit as fruitful, Labo Gwandu thanks members of the team and assured them that the state was ready to key into the program. The team inspected facilities at the Federal Medical Center, Birnin Kebbi, Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, and the Yaya Memorial Hospital, Birnin Kebbi. The Nigerian Institute of Leather and Science Technology, NILEST, Zaria, Kaduna State, says the institute will establish mini tanneries in all states of the country to process hides and skin into leather. The Director General, Professor Mohammed Yakubu, disclosed this in an interview on Sunday in Abuja. Yakubu, who is also the chairman of the Implementation Committee of the National Leather Policy, said this was necessary in order to provide the right infrastructure and technology for proper processing of leather. According to him, leather is a huge national resource with potential of generating foreign exchange and massive employment. He said that the leather industry collapsed due to poor infrastructure. As such, the Institute and the Policy Implementation Committee would continue to press the federal government to make concessions, especially in providing cheap power to enable the industry to bounce back. He also said that the establishment of the mini tanneries would reduce the consumption of hides and skin in the country, which was being done largely because the number of industries cannot mop up the excess products generated every day. Still to come, helicopter crash Nimasa to share information with IMO. Nigeria's economy shows promise. Inflation rates projected to decrease. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Ebonyi State Commissioner for Aviation and Transport Technology, Dr. Ngozi Obichukwu, has berated critics alleging that the departure lounge of the Chuba Akadwo International Airport, Abakaliki, was converted to a church service venue due to low usage. Obichukwu explained that the staff of the ministry held monthly prayers to rededicate and smoothing the recommencement of flight operation at the airport. The commissioner said that the airport witnessed smooth landing and takeoff of aircraft conveying prominent Nigerians who came to Ebonyi for the burial of late former first civilian governor of Abia State, Ogbonnaya Onu. She further said that activities has fully recommenced at the Chuba Akadabo Airport since after the rehabilitation of the runway and called for the patronage of the general public and air travelers towards boosting the internally generated revenue of the state. Obichukwu said the essence of the monthly prayer service by the staff of the ministry was to seek God's presence and protection for all travelers. The Aviation Commissioner, in a statement issued on Sunday and made available to newsmen in Abakaliki, described the critics who alleged that the airport's lounge was converted to church service venue as enemies of peace and progress of the modern Ebonyi state. The airport was built by the immediate past governor of the state, David Umahi. Rivers State Governor Similai Fubara has announced that he would represent the state's 2025 budget to the Victor Okombo-Ojombo-led State House of Assembly. The governor noted that the state government would continue to collaborate with the assembly to improve the lives of Rivers residents, highlighting the positive relationship between the executive and legislative branches as demonstrated in the screening of nominees and the prompt passage of executive bills. Fubara made this statement at the official commissioning of 2 ultra-modern community town halls and the launch of a tertiary scholarship and empowerment program by the Speaker at Akama and Aganya communities in Boni local government area on Saturday. This was contained in a statement issued in Port Harcourt on Sunday by the Governor's Chief Press Secretary, Nelson Chukwudi. Fubara added that the Speaker's focus on constituency projects reflects his role as an elected representative, contrasting it with inaction of 25 former lawmakers he described as Abuja-based politicians. The governor commended the Speaker for the establishment of the town halls, providing financial empowerment to 100 Boni indigents and awarding tertiary scholarships to 30 Boni students. In his remarks, the Speaker thanks the people of Boni for their support for the 10th Assembly and expressed confidence in his backing of the governor. A Labour Party chieftain, Valentine Ozigbo, has delivered food and relief materials to victims of flooding in Anambra West local government area of Anambra State. Ozigbo, the chairman of the Valentine Chineto Ozigbo Foundation, handed the items to the flood victims at Nkwo Umweze Anam on Sunday. The relief materials and financial supports were donated to the internally displaced persons through his foundation. The governorship aspirant who bemoans the displacement and destruction of property and difficulties faced by the people called for a proactive and permanent solution to the perennial flood menace. Ozigbo commended the resilience of the flood-prone Anambra West people as remarkable. He said that the victims should not be left to face the challenges alone. According to him, while these items cannot fully address the magnitude of their losses, they represent his solidarity and commitment to support the community in times of need. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, has pledged to share its findings on the recent helicopter crash into the Atlantic Ocean near Boni Finima in Rivers State with the International Maritime Organization, IMO. The Director General of NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberiola, said this in a statement by the Head of Public Relations Directorate of the agency, Edward Osaye, in Lagos on Sunday. Moberiola said that a flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR, otherwise known as the black box, was recovered at the weekend through an interagency collaboration. He stated that the collaboration includes NIMASA, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, NNPC, Hydro Dive, along with other local and international search and rescue partners. Moberiola commended all organs of governments for the partnership during the search and recovery operations. He noted that NIMASA would share information on the incident with IMO. According to him, NIMASA is committed to working closely with all relevant agencies to determine the cause of the incident and to take all necessary steps to prevent future occurrences. While mourning the deceased, the NIMASA boss reaffirmed the agency's commitments to the safety of Nigeria's maritime domain and continued interagency collaboration. The World Health Organization and the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention have committed to the guiding the development of targeted mpox vaccine preparedness and deployment plans to ensure the efficient use of available doses. The Africa CDC, in a statement on Sunday, noted that with anticipated mpox vaccine deliveries to the African region in coming months, countries had requested support in identifying the mapping mpox hotspots based on local epidemiology and planning targeted vaccination strategies to reach population at risk of mpox. WHO and Africa CDC have made concerted efforts to help countries acquire vaccines amid ongoing outbreaks. The Director General of the Africa CDC, Dr. Jean Kaseya, added that the swift actions of countries across Africa to roll out targeted mpox vaccination strategies reflects an extraordinary commitment to protecting those most vulnerable. The statement highlighted that the WHO, Africa CDC, and other partners are working together in the Continental Incident Management Support Team to help countries prepare for the response and respond to mpox outbreaks, not only through vaccination but also in diagnostics, case management, risk communications, and community engagement. President Bola Tinubu arrived in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia on Sunday to attend the Joint Arab Islamic Summit set to begin on Monday, 11 November 2024. The summit, hosted by King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, will focus on issues around the Middle East. According to a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, Tinubu is expected to address the ongoing Israel-Palestinian conflict, highlighting Nigeria's call for immediate ceasefire and peaceful resolution. He will also advocate for reviving the two-state solution to achieve lasting peace in the region. The President is accompanied by key officials, including Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Noor Ribadu, National Security Advisor, Mohammed Idris, Minister of Information and National Orientation, and Ambassador Mohammed, Director General of the National Intelligence Agency. The Democratic Front, TDF, has welcomed Fitch Ratings' projection that Nigeria's inflation rate would decrease from 33.7% to 26.2% by Q1 2025. The group, in a statement signed on Sunday in Abuja by Danjuma Mohammed, its chairman, and Chief Wale Adedayo, secretary, said the projection aligned with the Iran's research, which considered various emerging economic variables. TDF lauded President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, citing the withdrawal of oil subsidies and unification of foreign exchange rates as key factors in the economy's growth. They highlighted Nigeria's GDP growth to 3.19% year-on-year increase in Q2 2024. Debt service to revenue ratio decreased from 97% to 68% in Q2 2024. Non-net oil exports receipts of $2.7 billion in the first half of 2024, a 6.2% increase from 2023, driven by increase in the global demand for made-in-Nigeria products. External reserves reached $39.0 billion as of September 19th. TDF noted that in spite of current inflation rates, Nigeria's economy was transitioning from a static model to a flourishing one, with implications for job wealth creation. However, they acknowledged that insecurity and logistical constraints have crippled food supplies, triggering artificial inflation. The group commended President Tinubu's efforts to address insecurity, including a $500 million loan to launch a military offensive. They expressed optimism that Nigeria's food supply process would be restored, leading to a significant decrease in inflation rates. Still to come, royals, political leaders mark Remembrance Sunday in London. Hindus and Sikhs protest in New Delhi after violence erupts at Hindu temple in Canada. These and more after the break. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Royals and political leaders gathered to commemorate Britain's war dead on Sunday at the annual Remembrance Sunday parade. King Charles was joined in military dress by Prince William and Princess Anne, with other royals including Princess Kate looking on from balconies. Queen Camilla did not attend the event as she recovers from a chest infection. For the first time since coming to power in July, Prime Minister Keir Starmer laid a wreath on behalf of the government, while newly chosen Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch laid a wreath on behalf of the opposition. Remembrance Sunday marks every year on the Sunday nearest to November 11, commemorates servicemen and women who died at war. The former Republican presidential candidate and biotech executive Vivek Ramaswamy said on Sunday that Donald Trump will carry out a mass deportation as one of his first priorities in the White House.
Not a cent of government spending should go to subsidize this, not to sanctuary cities, not to federal aid to people who are in this country illegally. And we're going to see a large number, by the millions, of self-deportations as well. And so these are pragmatic places to start that would give us, yes, the largest mass deportation in American history.
But fall far short of 11 million or more.
We're going to go step by step aggressively. Donald Trump's going to stay true to his campaign pledge, but in a way that respects the dignity of the Americans who are already here.
Okay,
and I do think it's offensive to use, when we have $34 trillion of national debt, government funds to subsidize this type of illegal migration. That's half the problem. And if any illegal migrant is no longer on the door. Look, I say this is the kid of legal immigrants to this country. It's the proud child of legal immigrants to the United States of America. If your first act of entering this country broke the law, that doesn't allow you to remain in this country. You have no right to enter the United States.
I mean, they came in as
illegally,
2 or 3,
illegally.
5 years old.
Well, let me just say a few words about this. I think we're going to be pragmatic. A few basic principles that all Americans agree with are this, okay? One is no migration without consent. Think about your nation like a body. Number 2 is that consent should only be granted and should be granted to migrants who benefit the United States of America, but those who enter without consent must be removed.
The Republican president-elect campaigns to return to the White House, vowing a vast immigration crackdown, including a promise to deport record numbers of immigrants in an operation Trump's running mates J.D. Vance estimated could remove 1 million people per year. During his campaign, Trump frequently called attention to crimes reportedly committed by immigrants lacking legal status, though numerous studies have shown immigrants do not commit crimes at higher rates than native-born Americans. Ramaswamy is considered a potential choice for the top job at the Department of Commerce. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Sunday that he has spoken with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump 3 times in the past few days, aimed at tightening the strong alliance between Israel and the United States. Netanyahu also commented on Thursday night's attacks on Israeli soccer supporters following a soccer match between visiting Maccabi Tel Aviv and Ajax Amsterdam.
In the last few days, I have spoken 3 times with President-elect Donald Trump. These were good and very important conversations. Talks that were designed to further tighten the strong alliance between Israel and the U.S. We see eye to eye the Iranian threat to all its components, and the danger posed by it. We also see the great opportunities before Israel, in the field of peace and its expansion, and in other fields. Yesterday we marked the Kristallnacht that happened 86 years ago on European soil. It was a brutal and violent attack against Jews just because they were Jews. Unfortunately, in the last few days we saw pictures that recalled that night. In the streets of Amsterdam, anti-Semitic rioters attacked Jews, Israeli citizens, just because they were Jews. But there is one big difference between that night and our time. Today we have a state.
Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said on Sunday that Israel has defeated Hezbollah and that eliminating its leader Hassan Nasrallah was the crowning achievement. Katz spoke during a handover ceremony at Israel's foreign ministries, which took place after Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant and replaced him with the former foreign minister and his close ally Katz to lead the country's war in Gaza and Lebanon.
We defeated Hezbollah, and the elimination of Nasrallah was the crowning achievement. Now it is our job to continue the pressure and And here we will work together to materialize the fruits of this victory by ensuring that the security situation in Lebanon has changed.
Dutch police took away more than 100 pro-Palestinian protesters on Sunday who defied a ban on demonstrations in Amsterdam following clashes this week involving Israeli soccer fans. Hundreds of demonstrators gathered in the capital's Dam Square chanting "Free Palestine" and "Amsterdam says no to genocides" in reference to the Gaza war. Israel denies allegations of genocide in its more than a year-long offensive against Palestine and a militant group, Hamas. After a local court ratified the city council's ban, police moved in instructing protesters to leave and rounding up more than 100 of them, according to a Reuters journalist. They were put on buses and dropped off on the outskirts of the city. Police spokesperson Ramona van den Ochten said, without confirming how many had been picked up. One protester was taken to an ambulance bleeding. The ban, which authorities extended for another 4 days until Thursday, has been in place since Friday after attacks on Israel's soccer supporters following a soccer match between visiting Maccabi Tel Aviv and Ajax Amsterdam. At least 5 people were injured in assaults that Dutch authorities and foreign leaders, including Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, denounced as anti-Semitic. Hindus and Sikhs marched in New Delhi on Sunday to condemn an outbreak of violence at a Hindu temple in Canada. Members of the Hindu-Sikh Global Forum marched through the Indian capital, chanting slogans for Hindu-Sikh unity. Last Sunday's incident at Mandir in the Toronto suburb of Brampton saw clashes break out during a demonstration by groups supporting an independent Sikh state called Khalistan. The New Delhi protesters said the violence was politically motivated and a true Sikh would never attack any religious place. Some of the protesters also crossed police barricades and tried to march towards the Canadian High Commission before being stopped by the police. Canada is home to the highest population of Sikhs outside their home state of Punjab, and demonstrations in favor of a separate homeland carved out of India have ached New Delhi. Diplomatic ties between New Delhi and Ottawa have soared in recent years over allegations that Indian authorities killed Sikh separatist leader on Canadian soil, something India has denied. Excuse me. The General Chief of Staff of Saudi Arabia's Armed Forces, Fayed al-Ruwali, visited Tehran on Sunday to meet with his Iranian counterpart and discuss defense ties. The visit follows the election of Donald Trump, who will take office for the second term as U.S. President in January and who has promised to bring peace to the Middle East. During his first term, Trump initiated normalizations between Arab states and Iran's regional enemy, Israel, known as the Abraham Accords. Saudi Arabia has not established ties with Israel, but Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has discussed the possibility with Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman multiple times over the last years. A source familiar with the discussions told Reuters on condition of anonymity. Iranian state media reported that Bagheri held a phone call with Saudi Arabia's defense minister, Prince Khalid bin Salman Al Saud, last year to discuss regional development and improve defense cooperation between the two countries. Tehran and Riyadh agreed in March 2023 via Chinese intermediation to re-establish relations between 7 years of hostility that had threatened stability and security in the Gulf and contributed to fueling conflicts in the Middle East from Yemen to Syria. Mauritius held a parliamentary election on Sunday. The primary focus for Prime Minister Pravind Kumar Jugnauth and his main rivals was addressing the cost of living crisis in the Indian Ocean archipelago. Despite the predicted economic growth of 6.5% this year, many voters say they did not feel the prosperity. Jugnauth's alliance LEPEP coalition has made several promises, including raising minimum wages, increasing pensions, and reducing VAT on basic foods. They also plan to use payments from the UK under an agreement for Britain to cede the Chagos Islands while maintaining the US-UK Diego Garcia Air Base. The opposition, dominated by the Alliance du Changement, a coalition led by Navin Ramgoolam and 2 other parties in the Lenient Reform Alliance, has also made pledges to increase pensions, introduce free transport and internet services, and reduce fuel crisis. The election involved selecting lawmakers for the 62 seats in the parliaments from a list of 68 parties and 5 political alliances, with results expected on Monday. Security forces were inspecting the Quetta railway station in Pakistan's Balochistan on Sunday, and authorities say it will remain closed for at least 4 days during the investigations into a blast that killed 24 people on Saturday. Quetta is the capital of Balochistan province, which is grappling with a surge in strikes by separatist ethnic militants that has raised security concerns for projects aiming to develop the province's untapped mineral resources. The Baloch Liberation Army, BLA, a separatist militant group, claimed responsibility for the attack in a statement emailed to Reuters. The BLA seeks independence for Balochistan, a province of about 15 million people that borders Afghanistan to the north and Iran to the west. The BLA is the biggest of several ethnic insurgent groups battling the government, saying it unfairly exploits the province's rich gas and mineral resources. Mexican authorities say gunmen killed 10 people in a bar in the central Mexican state of Querétaro late Saturday, adding to a wave of violent crime that is gripping several areas of the country. The state's Attorney General and Querétaro City Security Chief said the incident took place in the bar in the downtown area of the state's capital, also known as Querétaro, where 4 gunmen entered, killing 7 men and 3 women. 7 other people were injured. 1 person was so far in police custody. Authorities say investigators were at the scene and also looking into the vehicles believed to be linked to the incident. Querétaro is not commonly prone to high levels of violence crime, such as homicide, and is considered relatively safer than many other areas of Mexico. Firefighters from Basque Country in Spain searched on Sunday for possible victims at Albufera's rice fields, patrolling on a canoe and searching on a ravine inside the destroyed cars. The fire brigade also walked on Saturday through the Albufera canals, using rows and stakes to inspect the water. The devastating floods in Valencia killed more than 220 people in one of Europe's worst natural disasters for decades. Valencia Regional Court said on Thursday there are 78 missing people, but still 40 dead bodies that is yet to be identified. A 6.8 magnitude earthquake rocked eastern Cuba on Sunday, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, shaking buildings in Santiago de Cuba, the island's second largest city, and the surrounding countryside. The quake struck Cuba's southeastern coast in Granma province near the municipality of Bartolomé Vaso, the home of former Cuban leader Fidel Castro's headquarters during the Cuban Revolution. Homes and buildings shook violently, residents said, and dishes rattled off shelves. Some damage was reported in Pelon, near the quake's epicenter. USGS said the quake was at the depth of a 14 kilometer. The earthquake was earlier measured at a magnitude of 5.8, a figure that has been revised upwards. AS Roma has sacked coach Ivan Juric. The Serie A club said on Sunday, as the Croatian became the capital side's second coach to be fired this season. Roma lost 3-2 at home against Bologna on Sunday, their 4th loss in the last 5 league games, leaving them 12th in the standings. Roma appointed Juric in September after sacking Daniele De Rossi to become their 3rd coach in the span of 8 months. Juric, formerly coach at Torino, Hellas Verona, and Genoa, started off with consecutive home wins against Udinese and Venezia in the league, either side of a 1-1 draw against Athletic Bilbao in the Europa League. His good run, however, ended there, and Roma won only once in their subsequent 6 league games. Britain's Aidan Heslop and Australia's Rhiannon Eveland were crowned cliff diving world champions on Sunday after the season finale in Sydney, Australia. Eveland, who had already secured the championship before the final leg in Sydney, won the day's event with 359.70 points ahead of Canada's Simone Leatherneck, 325.25 points, and Nelly Chuvkavska of Ukraine, 306.90 points. Heslop finished 5th on the day, but it was enough to see him clinch the championship title with 121 points, 14 ahead of James Lichtenstein of the United States. Ukraine's Oleksik Prikorov won the day's men's event with a score of 405.80 points, ahead of Carlos Guimeno of Spain, 395.40 points, and Romania's Constantine Popovici, 366.10 points. Mark Cavendish won his final professional race at the two-day Tour de France Criterium in Singapore on Sunday, bringing down the curtain on his glittering 19-year career with a sprint finish. The 39-year-old Briton clinched the 166th career win after crossing the line of the 25-lap, 2.3 kilometers course in the Singapore Criterium. Cavendish wore the number 35, symbolizing his record for Tour de France stage wins. Cavendish, the world's most decorated sprinter, announced his retirement last year before reversing that decision and breaking the all-time record for most stage wins at the Tour de France during this year's race. The Briton won an individual silver medal on the track at the 2016 Rio Olympics and claimed 3 world titles in the Madison discipline. Cavendish's career victories included the 35 Tour de France stage wins, 1 more than Eddie Mack, plus 17 Giro d'Italia stage wins, and 3 in the Vuelta a España. He also claimed the 2011 Road World title and was knighted in October. On Sunday, 300 surfers over 50 years old attempted to break a world record with most people riding the same wave in the Brazilian city of Santos. Surfers arrived early, many of them having learned to surf only in their latter years. The event was organized by a local school focused on teaching surf to people aged 50 and above. Participants said the sport keeps them healthy and also helps them with issues like depression or solitude. Organizers said a total of 98 people rode a wave at the same time, only 13 people away from the record of 110 established in South Africa in 2009. Regardless, organizers remain hopeful that this is the largest attempt by surfers over 50 years of age. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pice. Thanks for watching. Join me in a couple of minutes right at the top of the hour for the morning show. Just stay with us.
before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the serving Justice of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
It's no longer news that there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria. Today, I'm at A Irano filling station in Metama along Kuba Expressway, whereby the station is not selling the products. To my left are the black market guys who are selling the product right in front of the filling station. The black market are selling the product at the rate of 1,000 naira per litre. All effort to speak to the management of the filling station was abortive.
The return of the queues coincided with the build-up to the nationwide End Bad Governance protest, which began on August 1st. Some of the filling stations visited on Wednesday were locked, suggesting that they had run out of stock. Those that were open had to contend long queues of vehicles to attend to. Those motorists who could not withstand the situation were forced to patronize vendors whose sales in container refers to as black markets at between 1,000 and 1,005 per litre.
I'm buying black market, each 1 litre is 1,000 naira. So I'm feeling bad. And it is not supposed to be like that in Nigeria. Because not the way Nigeria get everything. Then they are suffering us. Please, we need help.
This administration has done only a year plus. And look at the unbearable hardship that people are facing. Even during the Buhari regime, when everything was hard, at least people could still feed. But now you find people, they can't even eat. They can't even eat 3 square meals at home. And then all of a sudden you expect them to just sit down and say nothing.
Despite long queues at its outlets, the NNPCL stations have continued to dispense the product at 580 naira per litre, while some private stations sell at about 690 per litre. The Shema Petroleum Station in Kadu and Emadeb Energy were both selling the product at 690 per litre.
In this kind of hardship, it's not fair now. No, we don't do that definitely. Once we have product, we definitely sell. Can you see that? You see the queue has been moving successful. We always open. Once we open like 100 car, we enter. Definitely after the about 70 buy, we now bring another 70s again. That's how we have been doing it. And if you see that the queue there is no longer 690, that's the highest price the government need people to sell. People are selling 850, 8 something like that, but we don't sell like that. We sell at 690. All our stations in Shemas, all the branches in Abuja, that's how we have been selling it.
Some motorists and residents expressed their anger and frustration over the situation in the face of existing excruciating hardship they had to contend with.
Is the increment of fuel that brought about this. So the protest is a good, it's long overdue. People are supposed to protest. But we know Nigerians, we are good in adapting issues. We adapt to all issues, either bad or good. People don't mind. So, but I think this is the only way that government will get it.
They carry me for my compound, come here, 300, 400, but now 1,000 naira, 1,500. What in they carry us 1,500? What in person can get feeding his children? Who can die?
The kind of shame to a Nigerian to see a police filling station and whereby the fuel is not there, but they are selling, black markets are selling fuel on behind of the police filling station. It is shameful. And look at this in transport is keeping increasing day by day. Tomorrow we'll enter car from here to maybe to Zuba, 1,000. Next tomorrow you'll find that it's more than 1,000. Where are we heading to?
Nigerians are eager to see how the Tinubu administration will handle the current fuel scarcity, which is being compounded by the ongoing protests across the country.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, Ashman reporting for Signature TV News.
before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the 7 Justices of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, you know, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, you know, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to.
We're glad to have you. This is Signature Morning on Signature TV, and today is Monday. Happy beautiful week, because I know positively this week is going to be beautiful for you. It is already beautiful like this morning. Monday is always beginning of the week, working week, and we rise with this positivity, with this positive vibe, and I know you're having that positive vibe right here. Okay, how are you doing, by the way? We'll bring you the news, the newspaper headlines, every other interviews you need to know about what's happening around you in business, in politics, in sports, and entertainment. We've got you covered right here. Don't forget, you can always follow us on all our social media platforms. We are live 24/7 on YouTube as Signature TV, and all the social media platforms as Signature TV News. My name is Belinda Nwobodo. Doing this morning is Charles Pass. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for wherever you're watching us from. It's going to be a beautiful week. I mean, we've kicked it off with our news bulletin for 1 full hour. I hope you enjoyed it. And something that is still brewing across boards, the U.S. president-elect, still that controversy about deporting many people, and the vice president-elect, J.D. Vance, is stating clearly that it might be up to 1 million persons every year. So imagine this. Between 2025 and 2026, it will be 1 million persons deported illegally who had entered the country. And 2026, 2027, up until 2028, there would have been 4 million or more persons that will be deported. But then again, who is to be blamed concerning all of these things? I guess that their problems will be one that they could and they can solve when everything, when they take over office come January 20. And speaking of Nigeria, I really hate it when I see headlines about 2027. We still have issues within our domain. And some of the headlines that I'm seeing already are headlines that talks about 2027. I hate it because we have issues that is about hunger, poverty, and inadequacy. We're not able to, talk about those things, but we're talking about 2027. And that is where everyone is going to start talking right now, because all our politicians will be now talking about 2027 and who they are to align with, who are they are to basically talk with, to meetings that I saw with the Kwankwaso and Alex Oti. And of course, it cannot be any other thing beyond 2027. We'll bring you all the details shortly after this. Just stay with us. Thank you. We're going straight to the headlines on our dailies. We're kicking off on The Nation newspaper. On The Nation, just below the mass, how tax reform bills will boost revenue for tiers of government by panel.
Save us from terror group. Lucaras, KB State begs CDS.
All right, still on The Nation, Fubara, I will still work with Oko Jumbo-led assembly.
Vandals disrupt bulk power on another transmission line.
Kwankwaso's meeting with Oti signals 2027 alliance talks.
Stock exchange tightens rules on shares buyback.
We're moving over to the Punch newspaper this morning. On the Punch, state's debt hits 11.4 trillion naira as federal allocations rise. With a rider, foreign debts hits 4.89 billion naira as states owed 4.27 trillion naira local debt. Lagos, Rivers, Kaduna, Delta, Edo top charts.
Under Governor Poe, IG bans Amotekun and others as 15,500 and HOG staff deployed. With the rider, INEC clears 1.7 million voters for Saturday poll. 295,856 PVCs uncollected.
NLC gives governors December 1 deadline for minimum wage payments.
Traders demand 3.4 billion naira compensation for Lagos market demolition.
Husband arrested for allegedly setting wife ablaze in Ogun State.
Okay, I think that's the most we can take from the Punch. Moving ahead to the Vanguard newspapers this morning, Petrol banks loan for imports to hit 3.5 trillion naira.
Hunger, children scavenge for leftovers at parties, prayer houses.
Obi can become president in 2027. We will prepare very well. That's from Tanko.
It's a rare privilege to be Bayelsa governor, says Deary.
Minimum wage. NLC directs workers in the 14 states to begin strike December 1.
Demolition. We won't succumb to blackmail, says FCT minister.
Body judge to Sanwo-Olu, Lagos traders harassed, flogged like criminals.
Obaseki Opebolo Defa over invitation for inauguration alleged 5 billion naira budget.
Grid collapse, certain elements sabotaging power sector reforms, says Adelabu.
We're moving over to the Guardian newspaper. Delay 2025 to 2027 MTEF threatens budget cycle. That's on the Guardian newspaper.
Okay, still on the Guardian, we have stop weak governors from giving cars, houses to judges. Serap tells Tinubu.
2027, Jonathan Obi Kwankwaso's names resound as political jostling intensifies.
Arewa groups, Huriwa, Sani nudge North to accept Tinubu's tax reform.
NLC threatens strike December 1, demands wage review over worsening hardship.
Stranded oil's old facilities store 2.5 Mbpd oil production.
Experts underscores employees' mental health amidst rising workplace depression.
And that's all from The Guardian. Let's take a look at the Nigerian Tribune. The presidency gets hard on Atiku, where the writer says he is envious of Tinubu's position. That's on the page 3.
IGP bans Amotekun vigilante from Ondo Post, where the writer NSCDC deploys 6,000 operatives.
NLC demands action on worsening hardship, economic crisis, with rider Nigerians grown under high transportation costs.
New terrorist group in Northwest, crush it now, ACF tells federal government, where the rider acting chief of army staff in Sokoto calls for citizens' cooperation.
Investors scout for returns as 12 companies embark on 2.26 trillion naira capital raising activities.
All right, NLC demands action on worsening hardship, economic crisis, and Nigerians grown under high costs of transportation.
Nigeria's tax system, among most backward worldwide, contains 1939 laws, says Oyedele.
We're moving over to the Daily Trust newspaper. On the Daily Trust, cement hits 8,800 as cost of building materials skyrockets. With the writer, iron rod jumps from 800,000 naira to 1.6 million naira in 1 year. Situation dashing our hope of owning houses, citizens. Experts blame Naira depreciation, transportation costs.
ACF urges action as Lakurawa accused 15 in KB with rider. Governor Idris sends a delegation to NSA CDS, says terrorists may soon overtake ENUGU Emirate. AGCOAS visits Sokoto, 6 residents support.
Vandals destroy local Jagwagwalada transmission line.
Kawo to Kano governor, don't please Kwakwaso at expense of masses.
Edo governorship, ICPC to probe INEC officials over infractions.
Rescue our children, parents of Zamfara students in Cyprus, beg governor.
All right. Let's move over to the other newspaper, which is the Daily Times newspaper. Atiku, envious of Tinubu's position, misunderstands Nigeria's current realities, where the writer says ex-VP has shown more interest in undermining president than in addressing his party's internal crisis.
NLC demands swift government action on economic hardship, fuel pricing.
Nigeria's fiscal deficit surges to 7.6% of GDP, exceeding targets.
NAF neutralizes cause of terrorists in KB, Zamfara.
Support army to secure Nigeria's territory. Acting Chief of Army Staff urges Sokoto community with a rider as KB government sends delegation to CDS over new terror group Lukarawa.
Sanwo-Olu calls for collaboration to make Lagos Africa's powerhouse.
All the details you can find on the Daily Times paper, and that's all we can take on the front pages. We're moving over to our in-house analyst, Chris Monica. Good morning, good to have you.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Belinda. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Cement hit 8,800 naira as cost of building materials skyrockets. What's the reaction on this?
It was more than that before now. I remember there was a time that cement was sold at 11,000 naira per bag. So if it's at 8,000 and we're talking now, why did we talk before? The Nigerian cement industry thrives on monopoly. And when the BPE, or the government of Nigeria, sold off all the federal owned cement factories, and the individuals in this country bought them, what do we expect? And to think about the exchange rate and all, everything about our economy is controlled by the exchange rate. So this is what we get. It's even people who have money to build now that are worried about cement. God knows the last thing in my mind is about cement. I'm thinking about how to eat. A majority of Nigerians are thinking about how to eat. But some of them that have money that want to build are worried about cement. I mean, it's only a living person that will build and think about. But the worst is that we cannot overrule and think that wish it away. Even people who have building collapsing. So if you have a structural deficiency in your building, you can't even amend. Assuming some organization, the people in charge now say this building has a structural deficiency and need to be reinforced. You can't even buy cement. And think about it, things surrounding cement. We have heard of a fake cement making waves, and even the quality of the cement is no more. So, and the people who are using it to make blocks, you find they just put sand together with fake cement, and we're wondering why houses are collapsing. We clearly have an environment in Nigeria that have made everything we are doing here a failure. So it's like we clearly plan to fail as a nation. Everything is against us. And let's say, God forbid. And we should look at it. So for those who have money to buy cement, think about building, my heart goes for them. But the majority of Nigerians who can't even buy a mudu of gari, a penta of beans, at 12,000 naira, going to 15 in this era of in this season of Christmas and celebration, end of the year. So what do you think about them? So, well, because it's a headline and I'm here to review, that's why I'm talking about it. Otherwise, if you ask me, My concern now is not about cement. It's how to feed and be alive. And most Nigerians are in that difficulty, that quagmire. They can't feed. If you imagine what is going on in the homes of Nigerians, you won't be thinking about cement. So for them, like I've told them, 8,000 naira. That's so cheap. Make cement 20,000 naira. Make fuel, that is what we are crying at 1,000. Put them at 5. These are the only things that will make Nigeria get enough money to survive. Remember, anybody who eats his brother or sister for dinner has gone to bed on an empty stomach. We have government in Nigeria that are taxing Nigeria, receiving, if what is left is the little blood we have in us, just to dry it off. Because the government is not looking at the economy. There's headline everywhere, tax bill, tax bill, tax bill. The government is doing all. Even when the state governments are saying, pull down on tax, everybody still the government. And why is it, as we're talking about tax, this present government, we have noticed, you have seen, the only way is to increase fuel money, increase tax, in all ramifications of it. That's where they have money to run. And maintain the highfalutin budget we have given ourselves. There's no other arrangement. And this taxing thing is the international community, all these IMF, World Bank, and all the international community we borrow money from, are killing us. They've tied the noose around our neck. We are dying because the only way you can maintain debt is to tax. And in a country that is taxed so much and underdevelopment, cannot go anywhere. You just can stand still. Industries cannot thrive. The little money you have, you tax people to pay debt you have borrowed. And we keep borrowing. And those people are still giving us money, and they are putting high interest, encouraging the government of Nigeria to tax its people. Is going to be, it's like double wahala for dead body. That's all I say about that.
Lukarawa is threatening Sokoto and Kebbi, and the people there are asking Chief of Army Staff to assist them in flushing them away. And
What
the
will
Chief
they
of Army
ask?
Staff is
What do you expect them to do?
is going around meeting with them and asking for collaboration and support.
They began to cry very early. There's a lady story I know, I don't know how true is it, that saw that there's a new terror group and went to report, and the person is arrested and is incarcerated. So they say, see something, report something, but somebody has reported this. But that's by the way. What we are talking about is Rukarawas are here now. If the federal government do not do all they can to fight this now, it will grow again. We do it with the kid gloves. It will grow again into another BH we have, and all the bandits and terror groups that are bound in Nigeria, it will be too many terror groups for one small Nigeria. And you know what that means? Nigerians will be bleeding every day. We're counting figures. Already 15 people in one location has been killed by the same new terror groups. And you imagine, they've not even landed and they've killed 15 people. And they just say they are new. Just imagine when they consolidate and grow. So the federal government are like the states are involved, and they're all crying and making, and the Chief of Army Staff is already in Sokoto to do, but I will trust Nigerian Army, and we still salute their gallantry and the sacrifice they are making to save Nigeria. But more need to be done. Whoever has a hand in this, that is sabotaging Nigeria, getting involved in sponsoring terror groups and doing this, in the name of God, in the name of God, in the name of all things pure and holy, I plead with you on behalf of Nigerians. We have destroyed the human lives in Nigeria for too long. And I believe that part of what we are suffering, that God is punishing Nigeria because of blood of innocent Nigerians that have been wasted and nobody's accounted for it. For how long can this happen to us? So we wish the Nigerian Army and all the security agencies all the support we can give them, but we let them not give up, because it's not over until it's over. Nigeria needs to be reclaimed as a territory and a nation we can all be proud of. The state debt hit 11.4 trillion as federal allocation rises. That's the shouting headline on Punch, Charles. States, their debt profile is at 11.4 trillion as at this morning. Then there's more of my friend that used this word. He said, "Kafunefune dieto afunefuna yadiara." Then the states are owing this much. How much is the mother of all the state federal government? Maybe by tomorrow, the debt profile of federal government we'll see. And you see how Punch makes it very, very creative. The debt profile is hitting 11.4 trillion and the federal government allocation is rising. What a contradiction. Using paper to cure madness. And we say we have economic planners in Nigeria who are seeing this situation and are moving on. Now this leg, now I'm going to take reach Umuahia. I'm telling Nigerians, every day this headline, it's good we are looking at the headlines because it's telling us that brace up. It's not yet over. It's not yet to huru. There are issues. And it's like every day the multiplier effect of these issues are giving room to so many others.
But the debt profile of the federal government is looking good according to the books, given that it has stopped the subsidy payments. And it has removed subsidy, so it's no longer paying.
I like what you said. And so according to the books.
Yeah.
Good.
So according to the last, statement made by the federal government,
it looks good.
Like our debts to GDP ratio, it came down from 97% to 65%, and it's projected to even go lower, in the first quarter of 2025. So it then means that the debt profile of the federal government is looking good, and it means also that IMF is happy, World Bank is happy, and they are willing to even give monies to Nigeria more, given that they have done what they've asked Nigerians to do.
It's a relative fact when you say debt looking good. If, Charles, you have 1 billion naira and you owe somebody 100 naira, your debt profile is fantastic. It's not when you do not have. My father-in-law told me, if you don't have 10 naira, when 10 naira enter, you go. Nigerians do not have money. If you don't have 10 in the house, when 10 enters, goes. So don't compare us. Because Nigeria do not have anything to depend on. And you're talking about debt profile that has dropped from 97 to 7. And these are figures, papers they take to his brain. It's mind bending. The actual fact is that when Obi go army finish, where is his boot? After our debt profile has returned to 6-7%, how has it affected and has it stopped anything?
Well, the monies are used to pay.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the reason why it hasn't come this way. It is still being used to service debt. We're owing so much under Buhari. Buhari just went out to borrow, and under Buhari, we were even told that we were borrowing to pay salaries.
Exactly.
So
have we stopped borrowing to pay salaries? Have we stopped borrowing to service our penchants, attitude to luxury? There's no sacrifice we're seeing at all levels of the government. If you say you want to reduce debt profile and you're increasing it indirectly by your attitude and things you spend money on, and you talk about IMF and the World Bank being happy with our debt profile, those ones will always be happy with you. And they are the ones who are putting us in this quagmire, pulling us like pawns in a chessboard of international economic satanic capitalism. And that's where we are. So I don't even think about them. I'm only saying debt profile is relative. If I have 20 naira and I'm owing 1 kobo, my debt profile is fine. It means that any time I can pay. It's not when the generation of unborn Nigerians are in debt. And anything we manage to squeeze out of Nigerians through this, our policies, we use it to pay debt. In Anwana, are we moving forward or backward? That means we will run all these sacrifices and still stay 1 point, not moving anywhere. So I'm still worried. On paper, it looks, everybody is telling you what bank is your profile looks good. It is not good. Better tell ourselves the truth. Because it's only when we tell ourselves the truth that this is not, let them not be playing for us, because these ones, they will play for you because you see your girlfriend is beautiful. You go and climb Odala tree that they put juju in. That's what the IMF and this would be playing for Nigeria. Playing for you. He said those people are advisors. Come back and look at 200 million Nigerians and their lifestyle and their status of the economic status. That's what you'll be using at any time as your template for any negotiation. It's not about those at level where they operate and they don't feel this pain. I've always used this proverb. When you remove flesh from the body of a dog, show it to the dog. He will bite you. Whatever you're doing for Nigeria, we don't even understand what's happening. Every day we see hardship. Every day we see hardship. You're promising us. The same international organization, the World Bank, has told us that Tinubu's policy will mature in 15 years. Is that not death sentence? It's worse. It's like a full life sentence. It's not. It's, because if you are giving somebody 6 months, 3 months in jail or option of fine, the person will look at positive. But he said 15 years. You know, how many decades? A decade and a half. For what you are doing for us now, all this bleeding blood, that means there will be no single blood left in us after 15 years. And then how do we enjoy the dividend of all this policy? So it's within CBI, it's bring head, it take head. I don't believe in all this international community and what they are doing for us. We have to look within and start seeing how we solve this problem. We must look at our paying chances for useless spending. No matter how they look at you, want to justify, some expenses are not justifiable in Nigeria at this level where, and it's painful. When you have not eaten one meal in a day as a Nigerian, and they're talking about trillions they spend on things that don't have effect. So how do we, that's why we are talking where we are talking. If these things are matched gradually and is slow, we can see, and you are carried along, and you have that patriotism and say, this government is taking us somewhere. Policies are killing and they are too tight on us. That's my quantity. Bank loans for import hit 3.5 trillion. Punch and the Vanguard shouting headlines. You can imagine. Bank are loaning for import of fuel in Nigeria, and we are still talking about this amount. Just imagine when you put this amount on Dangote or distributing and or just invest this money within on our oil and gas that God has blessed us so abundantly, and we are giving loan to import 3.5 trillion. There was this film I watched. It was about Idi Amin of Uganda, Idi Amin Dada. Those he went to the bank when Uganda was facing a lot of high inflation, and the bank manager said, His Excellency, Ugandan money is useless. It's as useless as toilet sheet paper. There's a way they call Nigerian money now these days. You'll be imagining as a poor man who has not eaten. When they call the figure, you dizziness will carry you, shake you, understand, and say, now this country we there. Are we together? They are calling you borrowing 3.5 trillion to import fuel, and we are still somebody want to justify it, but nobody is looking in. All this money we are using to go and patronize industries. If you put 3.5 trillion inside Nigerian gas and oil within, don't you think Nigeria would have gotten some solutions? So who do this to us? It's like juju. It not be clear ayo. Bank, go ahead, borrow them trillions, let them import fuel, because the marketers and all the people have joined together. They don't want us to breathe. They just want to import, keep importing and telling us, because there's sabotage. They've tested so much money from Nigerian oil and gas, and they don't want to let go. Good luck. So, but I'm just telling you, we are looking at the headlines and this.
Yeah, I mean, there's this particular one. I wonder whether this is part of Wike's, job description, buying cars and building houses for judges. Sarap is asking the federal government to stop Wike from doing that. And very recently, there was an event that the Chief Justice attended that had politicians, all around her. And I saw a tweet from Chidi Odinkalu who says that he wanted to give the Chief Justice a chance, given that she's a woman and she will bring a wealth of experience to the table. But having to attend a meeting where there are politicians around and she's shaking hands with the Lagos State Governor, he doesn't think that that's a good thing for a Chief Justice who is supposed to be delivering, who's supposed to be be neutral in things that's got to do with politics.
Everybody who denies it doesn't know what is good. It's only being mischievous. If you play with the chicken and the roosters, you always smell of their droplets. Once you play with the chickens, chicken shit, you always, on your body and your hands, you smell it. The revered temple of justice all over the world has been made to stay away from politicians. They will always bring you close to mess you up. Why are we talking about? Are we not shameful? Are we not feeling shame as Nigerians that this will appear in the headline that a sitting official in government is donating cars to
judges? And
you will be surprised why all the judgments, if there are 1 million that have favored him over time, and then even the people, the judges, the chief justice of federation, the attorney generals, the revered and the honored people, the learned people who the life of common people depend on are being messed up. And I keep telling them, there's nothing you will do for your girlfriend's son to call you back. They will always mess what are they bringing them? That's the only hope. The only arm of governance in Nigeria that could have challenged government. And they sit down and say, like, what do we do to these people? Bring them to party? Bring them close to all your party where they drink livery and they give them gifts? So when you give a judge gift of a car, house, and then money, what else? Is it not death sentence? And that revered and the cherished angle of our life, that's the law, where people can still go and talk and get justice, is killed. And the politicians with their falutin big stomach will be laughing and they're making mess of you. That's what they will sit together and say, we have gotten them. So for you, the people who are the learned, the eggheads in the justice system, think twice. This is not good for us. It is not good for any nation. To even when we're even announcing and putting it on the headlines, we are not even ashamed. And Nigerians, so when people sit down no wonder sometimes somebody described Nigeria and said they are fantastically corrupt people. Wow. So if you are fantastically corrupt people, we all share from it. Everybody. I'm not just saying particularly. But we have to rid ourselves of that corruption only when we want to be the change that we are preaching. And if you're Charles, you are laughing. I hope you have opportunity, you take a chunk of your own
I'll change things. I'll change things. I mean,
the way you're talking now, you are going somewhere.
I'm a change maker.
Because you're almost change, like the way you talk now is like you're talking like the image maker. The image that the federal government is lacking, you are making it for them now, laundering the image on it.
Chris, changes.
But we are all laundering the image of God. What do we do? It has to get bad before it gets better. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Chris Maduka, for that. All right, we'll be taking you through what is happening on the social media. Let's bring you the Internet's Watch.
Good day and welcome to Internet Watch. My name is Joshua Ritogun, and this is your go-to channel and segment for all that's trending online and every funny moment online that you need to know and see. So first of all, big congratulations to Donald Trump for winning the US presidential election. A lot of people had a lot of things to say. Some cried, some are still crying, some are happy, some are sad. Well, whichever category you fall into, it has happened, and you might just need to start adjusting to that fact, you get. So, moving over to the street of the internet, I have an interesting conversation for you. So, sit back, relax, get your popcorn, and prepare to laugh your heart out. So, A question was asked and it goes thus. How did you know you weren't going to get the job during your job interview? Oh boy, oh boy. The responses will blow your mind. Let's go. The first I have is woke up late, got a cup of tea from the donut guy in the food truck. On the train, I got the tea, got to the office, 3 people ahead. My turn now. In the middle of the interview, na so mess come up from my ass. We look each other for 6 seconds. I stood up and excused myself. He gets why. Moving over, I have Big Shark. Big Shark commented. He said, they asked me how do I sell MTN SIM card, describing color yellow to a blind man from birth. The man interviewing me, I just told him, Oga, if you don't get person, tell me. No, they ask me question, we no get answer. And I left. Like, how do you explain the color yellow to a blind person? What? Please help. Auditor came and said his own. He said, after owning the interview, the MD asked me how I will manage my relationship with the board of directors and the managing director. And I told him I report to the board, but I will try to manage the MD as well. But where he refuses to be managed, I will report my findings to the board. Hey! It's the confidence for me. Honestly, it's the confidence for me. Alex gave his own experience. He said, when I humbly asked the interviewer to return my resume and cover letter, after asking me, who is the deputy governor of Adamawa State in 2015? I just smiled, stood up, and gently walked away. Please, how, except I'm in Adamawa State, how am I supposed to know? Don't forget, you can be part of this conversation by using the hashtag InternetWatch or follow us on any of our social media handle at Signature TV News, and we're also live on Facebook and YouTube. I got there and everyone was suited up. Nankara, where go? Immediately I stepped into the interview room. They said, you must be in the wrong place. I mean, guys, always dress well, except they told you come with Ankara, wear suits or a tie and something. It was an entry job. I was really young. HR asked, why do you want to work with us? And I responded, I just love ice cream and meat pie. On my way out, they gave me 1 cup of ice cream and 2 meat pie. At least you left there happy. You did not leave there without a gift. Jeff gave his own opinion. He said, Omo, I spy person CV. One of the core competence I wrote was ingenuity. I spied it too. It was for a teaching job in a nursery school. The man carried my CV and asked me the meaning of ingenuity. I said it means fake. Oga started to laugh. I just told him to give me my CV. I can imagine. Roy commented, I was being interviewed by the CISO and CTO for a managerial position. They asked me, where do you see yourself in 5 years? And I answered that my ambition was to become the CSIO. When they looked each other, I knew. I didn't know the CISO had been promoted. You can imagine. I get to a company and I said, oh, where do you see yourself? And I'm like, I see myself in the vice president's position in a few. And the vice president is just there. I can imagine my own current vice president just looking like, this boy must not be serious. Well, that's a wrap on today's Internet Watch. Thanks for tuning in with me, Joshua Oritogun, always your host, always excited to be here. Remember, knowledge is only as powerful as what you do with it. So stay sharp, stay curious, and I'll catch you next time.
Welcome back. So we continue our discussion when it comes to health, but this time around a totally different type of health. We have a Rotarian who has been going around mobilizing people for donation of blood, and she has also done that for herself and the community that she represents. We have with us Mrs. Ijoma Ogbe. She's a Rotarian, by the way. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you.
How do you do?
Great. You too.
Really great?
Yeah.
Okay. We've heard a lot about you. In fact, the one we've a group actually told us a lot about you, stating clearly your commitment to the community that you serve. You have mobilized over 5,000 people to donate blood. You are even in that cause. You are passionate about it. Why?
Thank you so much. I am a Rotarian, and I am grateful to Rotary for giving me that platform, that beautiful platform. Prior to my membership of Rotary, I never donated blood. I didn't know much about blood donation until I joined Rotary. And one of the very first projects I participated in is blood donation. And that spurred me to action because I saw a man that was crying. The child was almost at the verge of dying. They required blood at the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital. So the man said he had no money to buy blood. He had nowhere to run to. And look at us Rotarians coming to donate blood. I was one of the donors. And as I donated, this child was given fresh blood. While we were still donating blood, the man came, rolling on the ground again, thanking Rotarians. Oh, my child is a lot better. Just less than 3 hours. And that was his only child. And the kind of, you see this man, if you see the kind of joy within this man, the way he came back to show appreciation, and I said, no, this is a life-saving mission. And I think I had a touch within me. That is one of the joys of joining Rotary. That is, this innate satisfaction is inside of you. It's not, you can't quantify it in monetary terms. That is the kind of service that Rotary renders to people all over the world. You give blood, my blood, to somebody I don't even know, and the person came alive. I mean, I felt within me, I am a partner with God. So, and I said, this is a challenge. If this man, his child, came back to life just less than 3 hours after we gave him, the child, our own blood, then I should do more.
Is it the Rotary Club that inspired you to start donating, or is just something that is a personal thing?
Rotary gave me the platform. Like I said, prior to joining Rotary, I didn't know much about blood donation. It was when I now joined Rotary, I saw the service, the kind of services they were rendering to our community. And I saw that practical example of how someone's life was saved. And I saw the joy in that man. And I said I could make more people, more families to have that kind of joy by saving lives. So
there are this common myths about, people in Nigeria, what they believe about blood donation and all these misconceptions. Well, I'm just wondering, from your experience, what are the main challenges, that discourage people in Nigeria from donating blood, and what are those challenges affecting you? How has it been?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have a lot of myths surrounding this blood donation. Many a times, people think that when they donate blood, they will die. Oh, when I donate blood, I will die. Oh, I don't have enough blood. How do you know? I keep on telling people, when you go to hospital to donate blood, if you are a volunteer, they will check not just the quantity of blood in your system, they will check also the quality. You are going to be screened to find out the condition of your blood. That is whether it is good enough to be transfused to another person. Certain diseases are screened for. HIV, hepatitis, and so on and so forth. So people are always afraid that when they donate blood, they will die, but it is not true. Because since the hospital check your blood level and the quality, there is no way they will jeopardize your life trying to save another person's life. But there is something that happens within our system. There are people that are called commercial donors. These commercial donors are not voluntary donors. They donate blood for the purpose of making money. Yes. Those ones are the ones that endanger their lives actually, because they don't follow the policies or the regulations concerning blood donation. They are after the money. I have seen a lot of young boys. I have talked to some of them. I have been able to convince even some of them, come out from what you're doing. Because if you look at them, when they just need money, maybe the girlfriend wants an iPhone or what kind of phone, they will now go, some of them even take some drugs to boost the level of blood, and it is artificial. Because when they take that blood, after some time, it will settle, and they will see that what they have, the hospital have, is not even the real thing, you know, that kind of thing. And they endanger their lives, because you should wait for at least 3 months before going to donate another one. That's after donating blood. You must wait for a minimum of 3 months before going back. But those commercial donors, they don't. They can go to UNTH this week. Next week, they will take something and go to orthopedic. You ask them, how long, what was the last time you donated? They will tell you 6 months ago. But they just came out from UNTH last week. So that is it. That is one of the myths. People are afraid that when they donate blood, they will die. But I now said that it is not people who donate blood voluntarily that will die or something. It is those commercial donors who don't obey the standard regulation, health practice.
Apart from the 3 months you talked about, other regulation you're talking about, what are they?
Other regulations, like I said, waiting for 3 months. Other regulations like maybe the blood pressure. They check your blood pressure. Somebody who is hypertensive, they won't allow you to donate blood. They check it, all those things. Then another myth also is that women think that, oh, because you are a woman, you cannot donate blood. That is not true. They feel that once you are menstruating, you can't donate blood. You will donate blood. You can donate blood as a woman. Personally, I have donated 34 pints of blood between 2006 and 2013. I have not donated this year because the director of hematology units told me to take a break because of my age and because I've given birth to 6 children. So they asked me to take a break, except on emergency, that I should not donate again, to also help my own health.
I mean, we also speak about religion, because in this part of the world, we are religious people.
Yes.
We are situated in the religious aspect, and everybody takes a lot of these religious teachings very seriously.
Yes.
And some of them say that if you take blood from somebody else, it means you are going against the will of God or something.
Right.
So can you speak
Right.
to that?
Yeah, so many, I have encountered such several times. There are people who they believe, according to their faith, that when they take blood that from another person, maybe some people have even said that when you take blood from another person, it can alter your DNA and all kinds of things. But that is true. It has not been proven medically.
That is what?
That when you take another person's blood, it will alter your DNA. That it can be able to alter your DNA.
But
and
that
I have
is false.
said,
That is
yes, yes.
Okay, because I thought you said that is true just now. So.
No. I said that is not true, that it is false.
Okay.
It is not true. So there are a lot of those religious people. They think that when they shouldn't, one, they don't give blood. Two, they don't accept. I have witnessed a woman who died because they said she's going to be transfused. And the husband said because of their faith, she will not take blood. A pregnant woman.
Yeah.
So, and the woman eventually died. So, what do you say about things like that? So, I don't think that God is an author of confusion. In the first instance, God gave the inspiration for medical science So, and we should make good use of that opportunity. So there are a lot of religious people there. So many children, boys and girls, who are supposed to be voluntary donors, but they tell me that their parents ask them not to donate because when you donate blood, it is against their faith, that they should not do that. Whatever they said, animal, what, I don't know where they got that information from, whether. But
you don't believe in that?
I don't believe in that.
And you are a religious person?
I'm a Christian.
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I'm a born-again Christian.
Right.
I don't believe in that.
So why don't you believe that? Do you think the teaching is wrong?
That is the teaching that people should not take blood.
Not
yes.
donate or give blood.
Yeah, it's wrong. Very, very wrong. The life of every animal is in the blood. When they take away the blood from the system of any animal, whether a cow or human being, that person will no longer exist. The life will come to an end. So why won't you partner with God in saving life? Give life. When you give blood, you give life. So I believe that people should donate blood. And when you go to hospitals, you see that a lot of people are having serious challenges accessing blood because we do not have volunteers around our place. The whole of our community, our people are not given to going to donate blood voluntarily. If you go to the Western world, you see people queuing up in hospitals to give their blood. But the practice is not the same here. Yeah. You push people and push and push and beg for you to get donors. But I thank God. God has been blessing me with volunteers, and we have been doing it. So I don't think it's right. Some people even said one of those myths also is that when they give blood, they think that when they give blood, that the hospitals, they sell blood. I said, come to think of it, whether they sell blood or they give it for free. I was actually coming to that. Yeah, you should donate blood. If you are a millionaire, for instance, and your child is sick, you don't believe in going to donate blood because the hospital sell blood. You now hoard the blood. When you are in need, you bag your millions. Every other person hoards his blood so that the hospital will not sell it. When your child becomes sick and you go to the hospital, where will you find blood to buy? You can't find. So if you are a voluntary blood donor, donate your blood, whether the hospital sells it or whether they don't sell it. But I want to note that hospitals, especially University of Nigerian Teaching Hospital and Orthopedic Hospital, I know of these hospitals, they charge administrative costs. The bag, if you are a volunteer, you donate blood, they put it in a bag. That bag has cost implication. They use reagents. Those reagents, they don't get it for free. That is what the hospital charge. So, and people now misinterpret it to mean that I don't work in UNTH, I don't work in orthopedic hospital, I don't work at FMC, I don't work at FETA, I don't work at Nnamdi Azikiwe, where I have donated blood and mobilized people to donate in these hospitals, even Park Lane that I'm mentioning. So I encourage people to donate blood. Forget about what the hospital is doing, whether they are charging money or they are not charging money. The bottom line is that every drop of blood you give goes to save life. Yeah, and that is my passion. Okay. That when I donate, it goes to save life.
In your experience, has donating blood had any, profound impact on your life directly?
Sure.
Can you share that with us?
Yeah. Each time I donate blood, I feel healthier.
Healthier?
Of course, because when you give blood, it's like, I don't want to say that the system, the body mechanism of every human being is built in such a way that when you give out this blood, the body kind of rejuvenates
itself back.
Yes, the body rejuvenates itself back just within some hours. Within 48 hours, you are bubbling. You have fresh blood within your system. You have fresh blood. I'm 59. By next year, I will be 60. And a lot of people don't even believe that. I'm very strong. Okay. When you talk about maybe moving about, doing so many things, I am very strong. This blood donation has actually helped me in my life. I don't get sick. I am always a very strong person. It helps me a lot because donating blood, I don't want to use that word. Let me be conservative with my words. Otherwise, I will say it's like a cleanser within you. It's like a cleanser. You take out that blood, fresh blood is
pumped out.
Yes, it comes up. Fresh blood. So donating blood makes you healthier.
People think that after donating blood, you become dizzy, you know, and you might even fall sick or faint.
No. If you after donating blood, you may not be dizzy. For some people, I will say yes. Some people after donating blood, maybe because of the phobia, they are afraid. You know, it's psychological sometimes. The person can become dizzy or sometimes. But the good thing is that if you are a volunteer, you are not one of those commercial donors who donate for the sake of money. There is a way we carry them. And we make sure each time we go to hospital that the hospital attendants, they are there to attend to every donor, every volunteer. So that if there is any sign of dizziness, that's why we go with water. We have malts that we give to them. They need a lot of fluid. So, and that is the essence of actually screening before donating. Because some of these commercial donors, when they go into that kind of business, they don't care about whether your BP is high or low. So if your BP is a little bit raised up because you are afraid, we give you a lot of waters and allow you some minutes to relax and rest so that your blood pressure can normalize before you now donate.
You've mobilized 5,000 people.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask, 5,000 people, is it like an organization you formed for voluntary donation?
It's under Rotary. I said the Rotary has given me that beautiful platform. And I served in my club, in my district, as the chair for Blood Donation Challenge. Rotary International District 9142 has a committee, a subcommittee known as Blood Donation Challenge. And that Blood Donation Challenge, it covers our district, District 9142. Previously, it was District 9140, when we had 11 states in Nigeria under the district. Later, we were redistricted. And we now have 7 states within District 9142. And I was the Blood Donation Challenge chair for the district. So that's the beautiful platform. And my duty was to mobilize donors and also to donate myself. All my children, they are donors.
Was it across the country or just within Enugu State?
That's what I'm saying. With 7 states, it was previously 11 states in Nigeria. Okay. That's what made up District 9140. 11 states, southeast and south-south states. So they later reduced it to 7 states, southeast and part of south-south. Enugu, Anambra, Ebonyi, Imo, Abia, Akwa Ibom, Cross River states.
Delta, Edo.
No, Delta Edo was there when we were in District 9140. They are now another district.
Okay.
So we are now in District 9142. So, and that is the platform, the beautiful platform under which I operate.
What factors do you think that can motivate people to be regular donors of blood?
Well, I think that one of the basic factors is when we have vehicles, because most times the youths, I work with youths, students mainly. So, but these students, you know they are students, they don't have money. You ask them to come and give their blood for free, and they don't have transport money to take them to hospital. It's a big challenge. That's one of the biggest challenges I'm having. Getting a vehicle, and then we need some of those little things we give them. Water, not money, we don't give a dime. We need money for water, for milk.
Don't you think don't you think money would be some sort of motivation?
No, I don't want...
You're not selling, we're just...
Yeah, no. We don't encourage that, because Rotary, we render selfless service.
Okay.
Yeah, it's service above self. That is Rotary's motto. Okay. Service above self. If I give money, I'm going against the principles of Rotary. We don't give money. We can give some of these things like biscuits. We can give...
You want to give food?
Yeah, we can give food if we have.
It's money now. It's money that you're
selling. But we are not giving it directly to them as cash.
Oh.
That is the difference.
Okay.
We can prepare food, we can provide the food, we can provide the water, we can provide the malts, we can provide the transportation. Like, I have been crying out that people should help me and give me, if I have a coastal bus, that is it. I will go around these 7 states. And I have actually gone round. For instance, you may not know it, but let me mention it. You remember when we had the church massacre at Ozobolo? I was the one that mobilized the blood used to save the lives of those victims. Wow. Yes.
That's
and telling you the story of how that blood came, it will take time, maybe some other time. But I am happy that through Rotary, we were able to mobilize over 100 pints of blood that was used to save the lives of those church massacre, the victims of that Ozoblo church massacre. That was either in 2016 or 2017. You remember the story. So that is it. So if we can have buses that we move the donors, we will easily have through Rotary, because the Rotaractors, that is the youth wing of Rotary, they know everything about Rotary. They know about Rotary mission. They know about our object of Rotary, the four-way test, and everything about Rotary, the principles and policies of Rotary, how our operational modus, they know everything about it. And they also help to mobilize their friends, their neighbors, their church members, and all those whenever we have a blood drive.
All right. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you.
Madam
Thank you,
Ogbe. Truly appreciate you. Thank you for what you do for humanity.
Thank you.
May God bless you.
May God bless you, really.
Amen. Thank you.
And I hope every other person who is watching, you might want to start donating. You can see what someone has been doing just to save life. You too can save life. Yeah. All right, and that's where we wrap it up on this episode. Keep watching. We'll be bringing you another interesting discussion. You don't want to go anywhere. Stick around. Thank you very much, Ma.
Thank you.
Really, Nigeria needed.
Welcome to Signature TV. I am Ijoma Egewe, and we are on the street of ENUGU to get people's opinion on what is treasonable offense regards to the minors that was arrested for protesting for end bad government.
Personally, it's not a treasonable offense. Why? Because they were specific with their demonstration. They have some placards which they distributed and among themselves, and they were showing it off. These guys they were crying out for hunger, bad government, and should call it off. So what's the essence of the treason? We have some constitutional basis on treasonable offenses, like what you do and what you don't do. If you talk about, I think it was Eureka and sort of them that did some certain things, they said they want their own states, they want their own government outrightly. You can say, okay, it's likened to treasonable offense, but not like minors that are crying for hunger. These guys are minors. They don't have food to eat. Their families are shrinked and the families are very poor, contributing to the effect. Everybody knows what is happening in the society. Okay, so the government is not making it comfortable for them to live as human beings. So they came to the street and cry out loud. So is it treasonable? What's treasonable about it?
I don't think they were supposed to be arrested at all. My reason is that they are minors, first of all, which means the reason why we don't even arrest minors in the first place is because they are minors and they don't know what they are doing, number one. Number two, they waved a Russian flag in Lagos, Nigeria, that doesn't have any relation to Russia, and they now carry the matter on top of their head. I don't understand why you will carry the matter on top of your head. So I don't even think it's related to us. And for the fact that we are carrying them to court, another thing again, carrying minors to court, I don't think they did the right thing.
I would say that since they are minors, they are not to be detained. Since they are acting out of, like, they didn't know what they are doing, right? And then they were acting out of, they needed a situation, they needed a solution, whatever it is. They don't even want to care. So in my own opinion, I feel like they shouldn't arrest them. They shouldn't be detained.
The matter before the court was alleged treasonable offense. That was the prosecutor's position to the Federal High Court that was, prosecuting the minor. They were allegedly, on quote, found with insignia, flags of foreign country. The extant law of Nigeria does not allow presentation of any insignia that is different from that of Nigeria. So that on its own presents the matter as a treasonable felony. But the context is those bearers. What are their status, their age, and their interests? One would say because they are under the age of prosecution, they ought not to have participated. But one would also, own to the fact that there were persons that were behind that operations, that the counter punishment are being for the people that propelled them to doing it, not but from the prosecutors and the police, they said for what they had, that those people were culpable. That's why they presented the matter before the court. But the Nigerian law has it that regardless of your offenses, you only have 48 hours to be charged to court.
And that is the people's opinion. As I take you back to the studio to continue this segment of this program, I am Ijoma Egenwe, reporting for Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is Signature Television, and this is Signature Morning. So we're switching gears to talk about our local government areas. Recently, we had NULGE, that is the National Union of Local Government Employees, really adding their voice to this dichotomy, this discussion as it relates to local governments, the autonomy as it relates to the local government. With us in the studio, the president of the NULGE Association here in Enugu State, Mr. Ani Udoaga. Good to have you. Good morning.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
We're happy to have you here.
Comrade Guy.
Comrade. How do
It's a
you
pleasure.
do?
Is it?
How do you do?
I'm great. I'm great.
So, what do you make of this latest development as relates to the local government autonomy?
Okay, in Nigeria.
Yes, of course.
Okay, the recent developments. It's a good feeling. It's a potent hope, because a whole lot is going to happen with that. It's going to spiral developments within the light and breadth of Nigeria, because virtually every part of this country falls within a local government. So, with the autonomy, what it entails is that it's moving away from the stranglehold. I mean, so the financial aspect. But it's important at this point we understand that what the Supreme Court has just done by interpreting the 1999 Constitution as regards to autonomy. What they've just done is financial autonomy. They've just given, we're yet to have political autonomy. So without financial autonomy, of course, like we know, what it entails is that funds meant for local government will flow down uninhibited. I mean, without interference. And you can imagine the level of development, because before now, it has been with some level of interference from the state governments. And for those who don't mean well, the local governments had suffered over time. And I must say, majority of the states, they didn't mean well, with the exception of few. So that had strangled developments within the rural areas and rural communities. And local government system is quite important in the sense that for the person in the village, for the person in the interior parts, the obscure parts of Nigeria that can't come to the city, the big cities, that's the government they can touch, they can feel.
Absolutely.
That's the government closest to them.
Right.
So,
but do you think there's an actual autonomy right now as it stands? Because we've seen how local government elections have been conducted post-Supreme Court's interpretation. Every state, the last 2-3 months, have been rushing into doing this election in order to make sure that, because the caveat is that you are not going to receive that local government monies from the federation account if you don't have an adequate people manning those positions. So one would wonder, really, with what you have seen, really, is it an autonomy?
It's not yet quite uhuru. It's going to take time. It's for something that has been in existence for a long time. It's not going to be quite spontaneous. It's going to take quite some time for the system to get used to it. just like you said, there's been this frenzy for some time now. The various state governments to beat the deadline so that the allocation will not stop coming. So it's going to
a situation where you have governors still picking and picking people who would go for the local government election. At the same time, the party finally wins. And we have also heard there's some sort of arrangement in places like Anambra. We've seen how Tuludo is even trying to make it look like that. Look, you can't tell me what to do with my local government. There should be some counterpart funding in such a way that, you know, the government will bring some and they'll be, and that's not actually what's, you know, the import of that Supreme Court judgment actually meant. I'm sure you've seen that particular comment by the Tuludo government. What's your reaction to that?
Yes, Anambra's case is, in fact, I think Anambra is notorious in this respect, and what it has to do with the local government system, what has been obtained in Anambra for a long time, spanning over a decade, close to 2 decades. It has not been anything to write home about. We understand that until now, elections had not been held at the local levels in Anambra for a very long time, over 15 years. I think it's the highest in the country, and there was a serious outcry from even non-Anambra indigents, and the governor caved in to pressure and conducted the local government election well. There were equally views and cries about how it was done anyway. So the recent posture of Anambra State government, even to the extent of going to their state assemblies to manipulate the whole thing, like as done by the Supreme Court, is quite disturbing. It's quite disturbing. It's not like a test case. It's not like trying to throw spanner into the works of all the achievements done so far in recent time, especially with the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. So it's disturbing to the entire Norge family. In fact, I came back from Abuja on Friday. So we had a Norge week at Abuja. All the Norge family, all the Norge chapters all over the country were there for last week. It was on the front burner. What the Anambra governor is doing is disturbing, and the union is not taking it lightly. The union they have their own plans to make sure to stem that, because it's an ugly tide. To make sure, because the essence of local government, freeing the local government system. I think why most of them are succeeding is because, just like I said, what the Supreme Court just did was to the financial autonomy aspect. The political autonomy is yet to come in. I believe if the political autonomy comes in, it's going to be a different ballgame. We know that in the past there was a high level of political autonomy. I know when they used to call them FEDECO, NECO, at the point they metamorphosed into NECO, that's what we call INEC today. Yes. But it's a federal structure that was conducting the local government elections. And you need to see the level of vibrancy at the local governments. Incidentally, the proximity of the local government to my family house, my own local government, was so almost sharing the same fence. So as young men, we come in, sometimes we go to, most people don't even know, we go to witness the deliberations at the legislature. I mean, when they're having their sittings. Most people don't even know that the councillors are the legislature, are the legislative arm of the local government. It's a unicameral system down there. So most people don't even know about that now, because it's not that vibrant. It's more like an appendage of the ESCO. So, but those days it used to be very vibrant. That was what made local government vibrant, because I remember when we had option A4, what they call a little to the left, a little to the right. That's SDP and see, there's NRC. If that time local government autonomy on both financial and a political were in place. If you come to various councils, virtually all the councils then, you will see councillors from PDP, SDP, you see councillors from NRC. And come to their legislative sessions, very vibrant. You hear about impeachment, you hear about this, you hear about, robust debates. You understand? And the funds were coming directly at the end of each month after fact. The various treasurers of the local government will go to CBN.
Yes.
CBN, and get their money directly. And if you watch, most of the milestones achieved in the local government systems were then. Because you as a local government chairman, you now know that for you to win the next election, you need to perform. You understand? So unlike what we've had over some period of time now, when especially when the autonomy were taken. And I must tell you, the 1999 Constitution, which it's interesting that we have to know that it was Obasanjo's government that created local government system. It has been under reforms for a long time. And during Obasanjo's time, as a military leader in the 70s, I think that's from 1976 to 1979. So you could discover that the local government systems were very functional. A lot of things were achieved. But the 1999 Constitution came into being and created, actually it gave a local government, recognized the local government as a third tier. It gave it a statutory recognition. No, it didn't give it a statutory recognition, but recognized it as a third tier. And created what they call JAC, Joint Allocation Committee. That's what it is. Once the after fact Federal Allocation Committee finished distributing the funds, the various state AGs, accountant generals will go and get the money on behalf of both state and local government. And there's a body, a pool they call JAC in the states, various state levels. That's where they now begin to do the distribution. And but I must tell you, the same 1999 Constitution provided for 10% of various state IGRs generated to go to local governments. That is, you discover that apart from the allocations that are supposed to be accrued to local governments, the various states are supposed to distribute the 10% of the internally generated revenue from their states, distribute it to the local governments. But we all know that over time, that's not what it has been. Because of the successive governments in the past, there have been serial abuse of the local government system. And instead of giving, they were taken away. And that had seriously forestalled reasonable developments at the local government level. And to a great extent, if you search deeper, if you do proper investigations about the recent insecurity happenings in the country, it takes root from that.
Okay. You made mention of financial autonomy before. So I wanted to know, we've had NUGU support, advocating for local government autonomy. But I'm just wondering, why is NUGU supporting this? What is fueling the enthusiasm into supporting this local government autonomy? Is there any underlying gain for NUGU?
Yes, the first underlying gain of NUGU is that as citizens, first of all, as citizens, we want to see a better country where things work. Where things work in every strata. Just like I said, we know that all the parts of the country falls within the local government. And we know that this insecurity all over the country takes its significant root from the absence of visible governance at the local government areas. There were certain infrastructures and human human capacity building that were supposed to be there, and they've not been there over time. And you can imagine the level of insecurity it has created. You know, there are no jobs there. Even the agriculture that is most of the rural areas are known for, which is even one of the reasons why local governments were created, to trigger off serious agricultural developments at the rural areas. Is no longer there. So we have a whole lot of local governments have become cesspool of idle men, young men, and frustrations, and you can just imagine that that's a recipe for chaos and insecurity.
But why do you not allow it, really? I mean, because it looks like you people stayed akimbo, do nothing about what happened, and you felt like some of your executives have laid on that same bed with the state government, who, you know, in their notorious ways decided to break that connection that the local government or the autonomy that the local government should actually have.
Not quite. We've not been. We didn't lay back. It's a process. We've been fighting it over time. But you know, the politicians, I mean the political class, they seem to be somehow so powerful that they had over time frustrated all the attempts. And you know, some of these things are subject to amendment of laws, constitutional amendments. And you can imagine what the country has been over time. They had successfully frustrated. I know frustrated all our efforts in the recent past to have an autonomous local government. I know that during the constitutional amendment, sometime organized by the National Assemblies, there's several of them, I know that we had sponsored several of the amendments, which includes the local government autonomy. And we got so close, but the various states legislatures, through the pressure of this ESCOs, these various state executives, this time around the governors, I mean the previous governors, they frustrated it. Because there is certainly there is a percentage of number of votes that you require for it to sell through. So we couldn't get it because you know the local government funds seem to be a cash cow for most state governors. So they've always come heavily on any attempt for us to achieve local government autonomy. So it's not quite true that we've been laid back. And I must have to say, credit should go to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That's what we've been saying. For any leader that wants development, genuine developments at the rural areas, and by implication the rest of the country, that leader should help to bring about local government autonomy. I think that's what Tinubu had done. He seemed to have the political will, and he threw his energy, his force on this. Unlike before, it has always been only the union fighting, but this time around, we seem to have a good partner in the federal government that now realize that there is need to have a functional local government, true local government autonomy, because they've equally discovered that most of the insecurity is devastating the country has a root to lack of or the absence of local government autonomy. So we praise the federal government headed by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for throwing their weight behind it. And that's why it sailed through. We achieved what we've achieved so far, which is the financial autonomy. And like we are saying, everybody's saying the political autonomy is going to be the icing on the cake to achieving, just like what you said before, a situation where the governors handpick, even with the financial autonomy, they handpick the local government chairman and councillors. It's quite frustrating. But I think it's a process. We've
but how do you think the process should be done? Say politically, for instance, if you guys are asked, we have done this by at least allowing the local government access its funds directly. For the political autonomy, how do you think it should be done so that it would seem like something is independent, that local government is running on its own without the interference of the state government?
You're talking about the political autonomy. Yes. I think it should still go through the same legislative process. I think the National Assembly, they seem to be helping in this respect. I think very soon they will come up with a law. They're working on it to ensure, because we've all seen what happened recently, where with the recent local government elections all over the country, that most of them are nothing to write home about. They're nothing to write home about. There seem to be obvious manipulations, especially to the only the benefits of the party in power. And that cannot give the rural populace the best. Nigerians, they seem to know how to wriggle out of every situation. But we are hoping the National Assembly, I think they are doing something about it, knowing that until there is a political autonomy, the financial autonomy might not be that effective,
to some extent.
To some extent, and we bet you we will be at the forefront to us achieving the political autonomy.
Okay, coming back to financial autonomy, you talked about insecurity. The reason to breach or to stop insecurity if the local government, of course, is given that autonomy. But right now that they have financial autonomy, are we going to see a time where the insecurities in the rural areas are being reduced and then more efficient in terms of productivity?
Yes. Let's take a cue from what's happening in Enugu State. We don't do this as Labour leaders, but the present governor of Enugu State, he's showing some spark, some sparks. I think this thing is all about the governor meaning well for the people. It's all about meaning well for the people. Because if you check properly, the 1999 Constitution that gave local governments created that gave the local government, recognized the local government as a third tier, and said 10% of state IGR should go to them. This constitution means well. The draft has meant well, and I believe some governors over time have equally shown understanding. The present governor of Enugu State, we've been following him. We've been following him. He has interest in the local governments. In fact, last time we were at the government house, he told us a whole lot of programs, agri programs he has for local government, and a lot of programs, mind-boggling and revolutionary programs, So for us, in Enugu State here, I think we are having a good governor that seems to be partnering with us in the local government system. He seemed to understand that there is a need to give local government some breathing space to function with some level of synergy, because ultimately, with the autonomies, even if there's both financial and political autonomy, there should still be some level of synergy between the state and the local government. I think the present government seems to understand that very well, and they're towing that part. What was? I hope I answered your question. What was it? It's like I debated a little bit.
I wanted to be sure that the insecurities in local government areas is going to be reduced, as you said earlier.
Well, yes. There's no denying the fact that when people are, especially the youth segment of our populace, are idle, there's bound to be insecurity. And that's why I've always said that apart from the guns and firearms are not the best way to checkmate crime. Human beings by nature, even crime in itself, is not easy to be used as a trade. It's not easy, but sometimes most youths are left with virtually no option, and it's not as if going to crime is something that should be recommended, but we all don't have the same background and faith leaning. So why the foreign climes, the advanced wars, why they try to make the environment very conducive is that they want to make sure that anybody that is going into crime, the person has just made up his mind to go into crime. It's not because of maybe you can't feed, or maybe you can't afford the basics, necessities of life. But that's not what it is in this climate. Here, people are pushed to the wall already. People are not sure where the next meal is coming from. People are like, there's no hope. So, because of our different backgrounds and upbringing and lack of supporting systems, some people will go out of their way to involve in crime. So it's going to help tremendously the local government autonomy, so that we can be sleeping with our eyes closed in our various areas, our homes, safely. So it's going to be good for everyone, big and small. The local government autonomy is not just for the Norge workers. It's not just for local government workers. First of all, it's going to be the betterment of the entire populace, Nigerian populace. It's going to be revolutionary in terms of the effect. It's going to be, because imagine if there are jobs in every nook and cranny of this country, and there is hope. Hope leads people to a great extent. Like these days, most people don't even have hope.
Right.
And that's what pushes them into crime.
There's a whole lot we'll talk about, because many people have also blamed the union workers for not even speaking to their staff. If you go to local governments, it's like weeds have taken over the entire place. That workers don't even come to work. And it's true. It's something that you can verify if you go to local government areas across, the state.
But there is a cause. It's a systemic failure. It's a systemic failure. The failure, you can't just pin it down on one particular group. Is a systemic failure. If you do proper analysis, it's a leadership failure.
Wow.
Because why is it that a system that was functional, where workers will leave their homes 7 o'clock, go to local government secretariat, how come it has degenerated such a way, to such a way, it's to the extent that workers no longer go to work? So the system was working before, but how come now it no longer works? So it shows that over time, because of the leadership decadence, it has snowballed into the situation where the workers no longer go to work. Is a topic on itself.
On its own, yes. I will talk about that.
I will tell you that it's a whole lot.
We're going to talk about that.
There's a whole lot of rot in the system.
I think we're going to invite you sometime again, maybe next week or 2 weeks after, to talk about just that.
The local government workers not going to work is just symptoms
of the main issue.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the symptoms. It's not the
main issue.
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about that. Thank you so much for your time today. We truly, really appreciate your insight on the show today. The president of NUGU, that's the National Union of Local Government Employees.
Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees.
Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees.
Most times people interchange it, but it's Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees. Because other unions mostly answer national. I think that's the confusion there.
Okay.
Nigerian Union of Local Government Employees.
Okay, Comrade Odoaga Ani, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
All right, we're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Signature TV. I am Ijoma Egenwe, and we are on the street of Enugu to get people's opinion on what is treasonable offense regards to the minors that was arrested for protesting for end bad government.
Personally, it's not a treasonable offense. Why? Because they were specific with their demonstration. They have some placards which they distributed and among themselves, and they were showing it off. These guys they were crying out for hunger, bad government, and should call it off. So what's the essence of the treason? We have some constitutional basis on treasonable offenses, like what you do and what you don't do. If you talk about, I think it was Urika and some of them that did some certain things, they said they want their own states, they want their own government outrightly. You can say, okay, it's likened to treasonable offense, but not like minors that are crying for hunger. These guys are minors. They don't have food to eat. Their families are shrinked and the families are very poor, contributing to the effect. Everybody know what is happening in the society. Okay, so the government is not making it comfortable for them to live as human beings. So they came to the street and cry out loud. So is it treasonable? What's treasonable about it?
I don't think they were supposed to be arrested at all. My reason is that they are minors, first of all, which means the reason why we don't even arrest minors in the first place is because they are minors and they don't know what they are doing. Number one. Number two, they waved a Russian flag in Lagos, Nigeria, that doesn't have any relation to Russia, and they now carry the matter on top of their head. I don't understand why you will carry the matter on top of your head. So I don't even think it's related to us. And for the fact that we are carrying them to court, another thing again, carrying minors to court, I don't think they did the right thing.
I would say that since they are minors, they are not to be detained. Since they are acting out of, like, they didn't know what they are doing, right? And then they were acting out of, they needed a situation, they needed a solution, whatever it is. They don't even want to care. So in my own opinion, I feel like they shouldn't arrest them. They shouldn't be detained.
The matter before the court was alleged treasonable offense. That was the prosecutor's position to the Federal High Court that was, prosecuting the minor. They were allegedly, on quote, found with insignia, flags of foreign country. The extant law of Nigeria does not allow presentation of any insignia that is different from that of Nigeria. So that on its own presents the matter as a treasonable felony. But the context is those bearers. What are their status, their age, and their interests? One would say because they are under the age of prosecution, they ought not to have participated. But one will also, own to the fact that there were persons that were behind that operations, that the counter punishment are being for the people that propelled them to doing it, not but from the prosecutors and the police, they said for what they had that those people were culpable. That's why they presented the matter before the court. But the Nigerian law has it that regardless of your offenses, you only have 48 hours to be charged to court.
And that is the people's opinion. As I take you back to the studio to continue this segment of this program, I am Ijoma Egenwe, reporting for Signature TV.
laugh.
Well, thank you so much for being part of the program. I don't know why she's laughing, right? I think we got off talking about the man. I'm talking about Baltazar Egonga, who actually slept with 400 women, recorded it
400.
in his
He should
laptop.
be a superman. Where's the bell? I need to ring bell for this man because, I mean, who does that?
But I'm
400
even
women.
shocked that the ladies are aware about it. They are aware of the videoing. So it's a consensus.
Is he like a worker for, I don't know, what is going on? 400. Charles, can you sleep with 400 women?
Well, it's at different times. It's at different times, really. I mean, it's not like it's at the same time that he did it. It's at different times. I mean, man can.
He's trying to break. He's trying to break a Guinness Book of Record, and then we talk about the caliber of women he does that to, and he's always in his office. That's my concern. Is he trying to show us something we don't know? I don't get.
All right, but again, the caliber of women also are involved. I'm talking about the women who are wives of top executives in the government of Equatorial Guinea. And the president of Equatorial Guinea have actually said he's going to really pay for this. Apparently, he was out for an investigation. He was the head of... It was head of investigation units in the Equatorial Guinea. Jesus Christ. He was the head of an investigation unit, and he was investigated for fraud, for money laundering. And while they were searching a lot at his home, they found out stuff from his laptop, and they released it. And I'm wondering, why would they release such videos?
Okay, I was even thinking it was the man who released the video. I didn't
know. No,
it
wasn't him. I mean, the government officials were the one that found those videos and released it to the public. And I'm wondering, was it part of the investigation? I mean, it was so wrong for them to have done that.
He's right, because he's being investigated for fraud. So fraud can be anything.
Fraud is not sex scandal. He wasn't investigated for a sex scandal. Nobody knew up until that moment it was released.
I wanted to call you Chris. Charles, why would you, have say your activity and then you video in it? You place it on camera. Every one of them. Why? So I think there is an underlying mission the man has, because in the future he might use those videos against those top women.
People have
Don't
fantasies.
You think so?
People have fantasies, and some of those fantasies I know can be that. Some people's fantasy is probably doing, more sex with more people. So that could be a fantasy for him. Going back to watch it. And it's on his laptop, so sometimes he could just flip after work or maybe middle of work, flip and watch it. So it could be a fantasy. But my issue is the way and manner that it dragged. People promoting those things, posting and posting those videos. I'm wondering what are they looking to actually achieve with that?
I think everyone is condemning that act. I mean, personally, who would want to accept it? But while we keep on talking about this, things happen, really, but we bring it to you right here every time anyone breaks. We bring you every breaking news right here to your screen. That's where we wrap it up on today's edition of Signature Morning. Thank you very much for sticking around there. Don't worry, we'll continue this discussion when we join the Abuja studio for the continuation of the Signature Morning. My name is Belinda Morbodo.
My name is Charles Pius. Have a beautiful day.
Recording in progress.
Very good morning to you and welcome to Signature Morning. My name is Godwin Sunday and we are broadcasting live from Nigeria's political capital, Abuja. This morning we'll be talking about safety and prevention measures and some of the things that you need to know. Now, why are we bringing this conversation to you this morning? We're bringing it because we already hit the Mba month. And for whatever reason, the Mba month has been known and allegedly marked to be a month where we have high level of road accidents across the Federation. Now, if you go around the Federation, you will know in Nigeria right now that the government is trying to fix major roads, and most roads are already fixed. And but despite the fact that these roads are intact, we still have high level of road accidents. What are civil organizations even doing and to ensure that orientations on accident preventions are carried out effectively and efficiently, driven through the modalities, and ensure that people, especially road users, will be able to harness the full potential and understand the road dynamics and the road signposts and all of this, especially from the grassroots. Now, I'll be joined in this conversation to help shed light on some of the things that we need to know and the preventive measures and technologies that have been introduced also to help us be safe out there, even as we begin to travel from now till December. I'm being joined by the president of Road Accident Prevention Network Center, and by extension, is the board chairman of Road Safety NGOs of Nigeria. I'm being joined by Prince Ache Ogu. You're welcome to Signature Morning, sir.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure.
All right. It's an honor for us to also have you here in the studio this morning. But let's delve into the conversation. Firstly, Nigerians who are curious, I want to know firstly, what are the major factors causing road accidents? Knowing fully well that before we say that the road is bad, but right now the road is good. What are those factors causing road accidents in the country?
Yes, there are some factors, that are responsible for road accidents in Nigeria and the world over. Number one, major cause of road accidents is texting and driving. That is the leading cause right now within the city and on the highway. People text while they drive. The introduction of mobile phones into the society has increased the issue of road accident. This might come as a surprise to many, but that is the real thing. That is the point. Especially among women, the car is automatic. So when you sit, you don't press anything, you don't change the gear, you don't do nothing. You just press your accelerator and the car moves. And they feel is okay, and they pick up their phones and begin to text and do all of things while they drive. That is the first factor. Then we have others like overspeeding. People overspeed, on the highways, and without taking into consideration the consequences of overspeeding. Others is double overtaking. You see another car overtaking, and you are following that car. You are not sure whether the car has observed and checked properly before it overtakes. You are following. That is where you see multiple accidents. You see 2-3 cars overtaking, then you just queue up, you follow them, maybe it's a truck. And before you get out of that lane where the truck or 2-3 truck covers, other vehicles are coming, and there's no other way you can escape. So you see those stuff there. Apart from the infrastructure issues, talking about the roads and other issues that has to do with the government, putting all those in place, the road users, are mostly, involved, or let me say, are more concerned about these issues of, road accident. The others has to do with,
every day we say one,
let me say,
why are we not up so that we begin to
lack
internalize
of
this and do it the way
compliance with
we
the
can't
road
go
safety
anywhere with
regulations,
this,
rules and
If
regulations.
we love this station,
Even if
let us
an airplane
begin
is
to do
moving, there are
this.
rules
There's a
and
lot of
regulations you need
sacrifice. And when we
to, abide with.
we
When you are
cannot come and
driving,
relax
there are
and
rules.
walk.
Rules and regulations you need to keep while driving your car on the road.
MCR
You need to know. It's not that you buy a car and put it on the road and start driving.
The cameraman will set camera
You
and
need to
sit
get
down.
some level
And
of
when
training
you ask me, say he has come
and
to
get
work, he has
yourself
worked.
keyed into the
If
rules
we
and
don't need
regulations
camera people,
before you put
we
your
fix
car on the
this
road.
camera and then
What
the
do I need to
cameraman
do?
will leave.
What are the
MCR
necessary
will
precautions
control
I need
it
to
from
take while driving on the road?
People won't come here.
There are several rules you need to obey. There are rules and regulations that you must obey while driving on the road, because everybody uses the roads. That's the major. Even if you fly and drop at the airport, you don't jump to your house. You don't use a helicopter to your house. You must move on the road to your houses, to your homes and all that. So you must keep those rules and regulations to ensure that you get to your home. Now, talking about this season that we are in now, there is going to be a lot of high volume of regular traffic. Or people will be traveling. Many people will be moving more than ever before on the highways to their communities. People go home, coming from abroad and the rest. No matter if you fly, you must get on the road to get to your destination. So there's high volume of vehicular traffic.
Prince, I was even waiting to hear when you were listening that you mentioned spiritual dimension. Nigerians believe that most times road accidents are caused by metaphysical forces and it's spiritual activities. That probably one sorcerer somewhere has casted an enchantment somewhere, and that's what has led to. How correct is this?
So definitely, you can't rule out, based on our ethnic and traditional belief, that there are spiritual forces. You can't rule it out completely. But that not, withstanding, your personal understanding and compliance with those forces will take you out of the consequences. You understand? Okay. Now, if you are very conscious of yourself that there are forces and other things, spiritual, whatever they think, that is on the road that want to. Now, if you are conscious of yourself, you escape those forces. That is one thing. But then, if you are not conscious and you just enter, for example, there was a day I bought a public vehicle from a beggar in Abuja here to, ENUGU. And it was the one that was driving. He said, okay, God is in charge of this vehicle now. And if you see what she was driving, it was a hell. How can God be in charge of a vehicle and then you are driving rubbish? That is nonsense. So again, the passengers has a lot of role to play. You don't get into a vehicle and start sleeping and put your life, your family, and everything in the hands of the driver. The driver might be drunk, it might be under drug, it might be under other influences. You correct him or her, the driver might even fall asleep. So if you bought a vehicle and before you get to your destination, you must be on alert and ensure that the driver complies. He doesn't drive anyhow. You call him to order when he wants to misbehave, since you are in the vehicle. So everybody is involved when you talk of road accident prevention. It's not just about you alone or about the driver alone or somebody comes to pray before the vehicle moves, and after he prays, everybody will start sleeping and put their faith in the hands of the driver, who might be drunk or might be under drug influences. A lot of you are sleeping. Maybe you wake up in the next world. God forbid. So you must be on alert and ensure that you keep yourself and everybody is intact. So if the driver is misbehaving, you call him to order. And if he doesn't respond, along the line, you have policemen, you have several checkpoints, you have road safety on the road. You stop there and talk to them. Look, this is what this guy is doing. Please, can you call him to order? Or it's better you come down there and board on that vehicle for your own safety. If you find out that the driver is misbehaving, apart from other factors, we know our roads, the government is trying its best to fix the roads and all that, but it's a major factor. And the construction companies and others who are working on our roads need to also be called to order. Along the line, before you know, it's one lane. A road that's about 3 or 4 lanes because of construction work going on. Everybody is moving on that lane, and you see the level of eagerness and some drivers trying to maneuver. You see high level of road crashes along that point. If you take data analysis of what we are talking about, or if the government and those agencies that are concerned take into consideration what we are talking about. So there are some spaces or spots that have increased road crashes.
All right, Prince Archer, let's even look at the issues of some of the roads that have been fixed right now. When we didn't have a good road, a lot of people said that it was due to the fact that the roads were bad, so that's why we were having accidents. But right now we have a lot of good roads. Now, before the show started, I mentioned roads like Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that has been fixed. Roads like Kefi to Makurdi that has been fixed. Right, we still have a high level of accidents on this road. Just 2 weeks ago, we had a fatal accident on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. I'm asking right now, is it due to the fact that drivers are not giving adequate orientation? That's why we are having more accidents on the road. Or what is responsible for the level of high rise of accidents?
It will shock you. It will shock you that Abuja is one of the leading states in Nigeria. Abuja has the best road. Yeah. But as I'm talking to you now, right now, based on data analysis, Abuja has the highest rate of road accident. Do you know why? The better the road, the more the speed. You get it?
Okay.
The better the road, the more people speed, the more people, it's like a speed lane for them. Their drive and fuel is okay. Apart from knocking down pedestrians, reckless driving is more on a good road. When the road is bad, all of them slows down. Although that one has its own consequences. When the road is bad, you see criminals, you see kidnappers and others, gagging up along those spots where the road is bad. But when the road is smooth, you see high speed and reckless overtaking and all manner of things. So everything boils down to awareness campaign. These people need to get orientation. They need to be educated. They need to know the consequences of their actions while they drive on a smooth road. Even if the government fixes all the roads in Nigeria today, it's not a guarantee that you are going to have a zero accident, whatever measure, or the highway. The better the roads, the more the accident, as far as Nigeria is concerned.
So speaking of better roads, is it to say that we should have different orientations? When the road is good, an orientation program should be organized for drivers. Then when the road is bad, another different orientation should be organized for the drivers.
No, definitely it is a collective approach.
Okay.
It's going to be a collective approach. It's not just good or bad road. There must be a constant campaign. It's not just about per month. This campaign is a continuous it should be a continuous, constant campaign. From January to December. It's not about Ember month has come, let's start the campaign. Let it be beaten in the heart of everybody. Overspeeding causes this, texting and driving causes this, double overtaking this is the consequences and all that. For you to come back to your family safe and sound. It's not about prayer and miracle. Because we pray a lot in Nigeria, people pray before they travel with their family, and when they get on the steady, they do otherwise. Except if the prayer is capable of taking over your mind and your heart, and ensure that you comply with the rules and regulations that guides the road. These are the issues we are talking about now. You understand? You must be conscious and obey the rules and regulations that guides the ethics of driving. And most people don't, even driving schools these days, people just go and get a certificate.
We are coming to that point, but before we get to the driving school and that certificate, we'll get to that point. But let's talk generally on roads first before we get to that.
All right.
Peak. Are there universal principles that governs road and road safety that it's applicable, that can be applicable in Europe, in Nigeria, in Africa, in Asia? Is there uniform principle?
No, there is a global standard.
Okay.
There is a global standard. For example, the Global Alliance of Road Safety NGOs is an organization, it's an arm of the United Nations that houses over 300 to 400 NGOs. You understand me? And they empower these NGOs across the world to preach the gospel of road safety in their countries globally. Now, what we are talking here now is universal, because when you talk about road accident, there's no difference. If you are driving on the road in Europe, you are driving on the road in Nigeria, but the difference over there is that the technological innovations that has been applied are not yet applied here. For example, if you talk of ITS, Intelligent Transport System, that's ITS, the use of technology to reduce road accident. I think for now, the application in Nigeria is, let me say, I don't know whether it's even been applied. If you look at far north, if you talk of Zafara, for example, now, where you have a lot of kidnapping along the road, you have a lot of challenges why people go on the road. If the plate numbers and the cars moving there are automated, what I mean automated is that they are now technologically driven. Even the security agencies can use it to track and see the vehicles while they move on those roads. If anything happens from their office, they can see that, yeah, this social vehicle that's moving has an issue. Those vehicles can be tracked. Nigeria is within the world. We are not in another planet. So all this thing that's happening here and people feel there's no solutions, when I stay and look at it, it sounds funny. You understand me? Now, if the road safety situation is technologically driven, and those who have the technological know-how are involved in the solution for road accident prevention, definitely we will get this. It's not a nuclear, what do you call it now?
Rocket science.
It's rocket science, thank you. It's not a rocket science. But now, those who are involved, those who know the techniques and the technologies to prevent these things are not in the system. If you look at the UN Decade of Action, 2021-2030, that was launched, we handed over the plan to the government of Nigeria. My organization, Road Accident Prevention Network Center, sponsored and directed by the Global Alliance, handed over to the Nigerian government in November 2021. Up till now, I don't know whether there is any level of compliance or enforcement by the government to comply with the global standard. We know they have what they call national road safety strategies. They are forming what do you call it now? FC just launched is it a National FCT Transportation Council Forum? State are launching those forums. Now, what are the technologies or what are the principles in place to implement the global standard that will help save lives and properties on our roads? Are they being enforced? Are they being implemented? Are they in line with the global practice? So a lot of questions are there begging for answers. You understand? So I appreciate this forum, the signature, for giving us this opportunity to air this view. But then the government need to wake up to their responsibilities. At a time we call for an emergency on the Nigerian road, when we call for that social emergency during our press release, it does not mean that we are crisis driven or we are trying to put the government on edge. What we are trying to do is to draw the attention of the government to our highways. And now there are a lot of initiatives that can be introduced to even secure our roads. because of intellectual criminals and people who are not committed to this cause. When they hear you now, they're going to start something tomorrow. Or because they have network with the government, they'll start. For example, if you ask all the vehicles in Nigeria now to fix a camera, all the luxurious buses, to fix a camera on their vehicles, hidden cameras, that is like a pin. Nobody. Are you telling me that our vehicle will not be on satellite? I mean, our highways will not be on satellite. All our highways will be on satellite. If you tell APC to fix it, even their investment will be secured. Are you getting me now?
Yeah.
The transportation sector is one of the biggest sector in the economy. And for those who are operating in those sectors, to secure their investment, they must adhere to the global standard principles and employ the services of experts to see that their investment is secured. It's not, for example, if is this Cisco, ABC, all those people who do normal road travels, the biggest ones in Nigeria here, you buy vehicles in hundreds of millions. You have not put in place security to secure those vehicles. Have you succeeded in the business?
But Prince Ache, a lot of people have, even speaking along this line, a lot of people have argued that a lot of people will say, rather, that civil society organizations and also even the Roads Accident Prevention Network Center has not been doing enough of orientations, especially to people at the grassroots. How correct is this statement?
No, see, let me tell you. If you look at the action plan of the UN Decade of Action, 2021-2030, involving civil society in decision making is one of the major part and factor that the UN pushes forward to all the countries of the world. Involving civil society organizations. Now, no matter your effort and commitment, if you are not carried along by the government, your point is yeah, let me say, your effort is at zero level. You understand what I'm saying?
Even at road accident prevention?
Definitely, because the government has a lot of role to play. They are the major coordinating factor. For example, the Ministry of Transportation, for example, or the State Commissioners Transportation Forum.
But
these are institutions.
Do we need the government to print flyers to share at different local parks?
No.
Do we need the government to get to feeder roads to be able to advocate and tell people the kind of way to drive and speed level? Are we doing a lot of orientation at the local government, at the local level?
The government are supposed to drive the policy.
But civil organizations have to champion the cause of this policy.
Yes, the government has to drive the policy and put in place measures. The authorities then make the laws. For example, if the government comes up today and say, look, this is what we want, and this is what we want to happen on our highways, and then put civil society organizations in the system. Advocate, for example, NOA, National Restitution Agency. If you ask me now, what is their role in advocating for road safety in Nigeria? National Restitution Agency, NOA. These are Ministry of Information. What role have they played in carrying, in collaborating and carrying along NGOs in road safety in Nigeria? Now, these are questions. Are you getting it? Now, you need to identify. If I may recall, one of the presidents of Russia those days said that those who have the solutions in Africa are not always in power. Those who have the solutions to African problems they're always in the corridor of power. But if you are in power and you employ the services of these people and you bring them on board, there's no way you will not reduce all these crises. People are alive now. I'm very sorry to say this. Many will go down between now and December while they travel home. It's a sure bet. Many will go down while they travel. Because this is a road you've not moved on for years. Maybe between January and December, you've not traveled on those roads. You just get told in December, you bought a new car, you carry your family, you are moving down to the village. You don't know the level of vehicles that have broken on those highways. You don't know the nature of the roads. You don't know the hotspots. They have not been identified. Basically, before now, hotspots, for example, from Abuja to Enugu need to be identified and published by the government or road safety agencies. Between Abuja and Enugu, these are the danger spots. If you are driving from Abuja to Lagos, these are the spots that are dangerous. If you are driving from Abuja to Kano or Kaduna, these are the spots that are very dangerous. Slow down. It's not about putting road signs. Everybody has a phone. Most people have, what you call Android phones. If the government employ the services of civil society organizations, this information will be disseminated into homes. Are you getting my point? As you are traveling, this spot is dangerous, that spot is dangerous. This is what you need to do, this is what you need to do. It's not about, what do I call it now? Aimless or untargeted campaign. Our campaign should be targeted with technologies to enable us achieve our aims and objectives.
The government, let's agree that the government is sleeping on its responsibility. Civil societies, you've mentioned you have a plan from 2021 to 2030. So which means the civil society have a role to play.
Definitely.
And you've submitted your blueprints and goals to the government. And they've not been able to attend to it in terms of implementation, if I get you correctly.
100%.
So I'm asking at this point, while waiting for the government, what have civil
definitely, we are working.
Okay, so let's get to know some of those
we are
things.
working.
Because most people, like I said before, most people will argue that, or most people will say rather, that civil society organizations are not doing enough. That's why the accidents are not being prevented in Nigeria.
No, let me clarify something.
All right.
We are doing enough.
All right.
For example, conferences, seminars, advocacy. Last week I was in Nasarawa State. I met with the sector commander. We agreed on some of the activities we need to do in Nasarawa State. On the 25th of this month, I think the FCT command will be carrying out.
This development and all of this meeting sounds urban. We're asking the Nigerians who want to know, what are civil society organizations doing at the local level?
No,
because accidents happens in both rural and urban settings. But then we've seen a lot of attention being given to urban areas. For example, road commands, all of the road safety and other organizations find themselves in the capital city. But then we have accidents still in local government. Are civil society doing enough? Because you are an authority in this field. You are the board chairman of the road safety NGOs in Nigeria. So I'm asking, of all the coalition of NGOs in Nigeria on road safety, are they doing enough in preventing accidents? Let's hear some of those.
No, they are doing their best. For example, there's community advocacy.
Okay.
Community advocacy has to do with local communities. Most of the highways, there's nowhere along the line you have communities, along the highways. And those communities, anytime there's an accident, they are the first responder that comes out. We've tried to educate them on how to rescue accident victims along the highways. Some NGOs are doing that. Then when you talk of awareness campaigns are going on. We'll try our best to do these campaigns. Like your media now is on with us partnering. We are doing a lot to see how people get educated, get to know the consequences of reckless driving and all that. That's at the advocacy level. Now, NGOs are the ears and mind of the people. That's why that's how the global community sees it. They are the one that you can even create a level ground for government operations and create synergy between the people and the enforcement agencies so that they don't see them as enemies. When you see crisis, when people see VIO and they are fighting them, or there's zero C, because there's no proper education, they thought these people are out to attack them. You get it? So NGOs are trying their best and they are doing enough to see that the relationship between the enforcement agencies and the road users is smoothened or is flexible so that people don't attack them or fight them when they come out to do their work. But the major thing now is advocacy. This is where ALGON come in, Association of Local Government of Nigeria, all the parks in the local governments, the National Road Transport Workers, Road Transport Employer Association of Nigeria, written, and other agencies, that is critical stakeholders, NATO, National Association of Road Transport Owners. These are people who are supposed to come together on a round table and continue this advocacy year in, year out. It's not about Evermont is here. Let us start talking to people now. These are preventable measures. It's not that the devil is at work in December. We are not living on another planet or in another space. Everybody says this is December. We will now see prayers in church, mosque everywhere. Accident is this is when accident happen. This is when they suck blood. All those kind of things. The road will not suck your blood. You will have a lot of role to play physically. You understand me?
Yeah. Let
not to be too religious and spiritual about it. There are practical steps we need to take to ensure safety on our roads, and everybody is concerned. Everybody has a lot of role to play about it. You must obey traffic rules and regulations and ensure that you comply with the relevant laws that govern the roads to ensure that your lives and the lives of your family is safe. So that's the point.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I asked that question because Nigerians out there are curious to even know what NGOs are doing generally in terms of road prevention. You've heard it from the board chairman that they are doing a lot to ensure that the roads are safe from their little end. They are doing a lot of advocacy to support the road safety and other sister organizations to ensure that the Nigerian road accidents are prevented. You've heard it from him. But let's move on at this point, Prince Chair. Let's talk about the technologies of this road safety and some of the measures being put in place by road safeties. Look at it. Let's do an assessment again, a critical assessment of some of these technologies being put in place. Are we ripe for technology at this point in time? Is Nigeria set for road safety technologies, as it were, right now?
We are set for the technologies.
All right.
We are more than set for the technologies. What we need is proper orientation.
I'm asking this question because most viewers are watching us. Most people are residents in local areas where they don't enjoy the type of power supply that we enjoy, or some of us enjoy. Let me use that word. So we're asking this question. If we say road safety have created an app, already there's an app that they can use you can report incidents and accidents. They are working on modalities. They are working on open call lines that you can call for emergencies and you get road safety officers. But then people that stay in rural areas, most of them have epileptic power supply. It's a challenge. In other areas, they'll have other challenges that's confronting them heads up. So I'm asking at this point, looking at the political terrain, looking at where we find ourselves right now, should we be talking about technologies in accident prevention, or we should look other ways to prevent accidents in the country?
Technology is the way to go. What was is the way to go? When you talk about globalization, there's nothing like village anymore. Are you getting my point?
Okay.
You're talking about globalization. There's no community now. You don't see people using GoTV, DSTV, mobile phones, and all that. It's a globalized world we are living now. So we are right for the technology. What they need to do is to cover our highways with a satellite-based system. That's why you talk of ITS, Intelligent Transport System. The use of technologies. For example, there are technologies, if a driver is sleeping, there will be a beep. There's something on, you just fix that device in the car. While he's sleeping, there will be a beep that will wake him up. You understand me? That is one. If they are, like I told you before, their plate number, with the plate numbers we are using, I don't know, if you ask them to upgrade it now, the fear is that it might come up with cost. You need to pay this to upgrade to this, you need to pay this to upgrade to that, and then another crisis will erupt based on what Nigerians are facing now. If not, if we employ technologies and decide to domesticate and implement them, it will not only solve or reduce road accident, it will curb the issue of kidnapping. Yeah. Or no those places. Are they not on the same continent, this thing with us? Why is it here? What are they applying? What major are they applying? It's technology. If the criminal knows that, yes, he will be seen from his hideout, he will not be there. We're not talking of drones and other things now. If the criminal knows that he will be seen from his hideout when he wants to kidnap along the highway, he will not be there.
So if one gets to a place like you're traveling to the interior part of the north,
Yeah.
and let's say you've passed through Akwanga, you're going through Zaria, and you're going through the forest. Towards that point, there's a point where you get to and there's no network.
This network we are talking about, if it's satellite based, you understand me? We are talking, if it is satellite based system, there will be network everywhere. The network we are saying now is because we're talking about MTN, Glo, and the rest of them. That is what we use. The government can deploy a satellite based system. I don't know if we have Nigeria has any satellites in the space now. Other countries in Africa has. I don't know whether our one is functioning. If we have a satellite based system, there's nowhere that we will not be able to visualize.
That satellite system will also need to be powered with electricity.
They will have solar systems.
Okay.
Most of the satellite systems are be powered by solar. They are being powered by solar. Those ones in the space, is it electric they used to power them? We have a lot of satellites in the space. They are powered by solar because they are closer to the sun. They don't go off day in, day out. You understand? We are not talking of satellite powering your home now with solar and whatever. It is doable. It's not something that is not. It's not like I told before. It's not a rocket science. If we are ready to resolve this, for example, if you talk of the level of the way people are getting involved in trying to resolve communal and other crises that has to do on highways, in the communities, kidnapping and the rest of them, is going down because everybody is getting involved now. I watched a video yesterday where the Niger Delta people came out. They are all in their forests now to flush out bandits. They are not waiting for the government to come and decide for them. They are not waiting for the army to come and decide for them. You get it? So if we, road users, agree to get committed to the technological innovations and the government comes up with the policies on their own part, we will get this issue solved. We'll get this issue solved and resolved within the time limit. But are the right people in place? That's the question. Are they involving those who have the solutions in the implementation of these policies? Is it on party basis? Is it on who you know? Bring your brother to the system. Does your brother has the whole solution? Does he have the technological know-how? These are the challenges we are facing. You understand? Are you bringing an expert to resolve this issue? Or are you bringing your brother to come and benefit from the government? Or your sister to come and benefit? So if you bring in experts who have the solutions, you know, there's no way we'll not get it done.
Mr. Chair, speaking of technology and advancement, a lot of people are also calling for the government to come up with special marshals of road safety calls at local level. That is, even if it's volunteer corps, that will be able to support the road safety in ensuring they deliver effectively. So they can be the first point of call before the road safety and other security agencies arrive at a scene. Can this be the way to go in preventing
It's another
accidents?
big way. Another big way. Another big way. Now, Nigerians are very good in volunteering. If you see an accident now, if you travel on the highway and if you see the way people stop for rescue, it will amaze you. They don't know the person, or you see hundreds of cars parked trying to rescue the victims. So if you set up a volunteer corps within communities or within the country, working, for example, with maybe Algon, Association of Local Government, or any organization that has a network that connects all the local government and communities, it's a very good way to go. But they need to be identified. You understand? They need to be identified and empowered and authorized by the right authorities. criminals get into the system and begin to wear the same uniform and tell you they are volunteers, and to kidnap or kill people. So that's why we say government has a role to play.
But why is the government not even looking at towards that direction?
No, government is like me and you. They need ideas. They need support from the masses. They need the right people to work with. It's not that government have automatic solutions to all problems. It's just that because of our political nature and the way things goes in this country, people withdraw their ideas. They hoard their ideas from the government. They hoard solutions from the government. They don't release their ideas to resolve the problem we have in the country. Why? Because they feel they are not benefiting from it. If not, it's not that we don't have people who can solve all these problems that we are facing today in the country. We have a lot of people that can solve these problems that we are facing today, either on the roads or in other sectors. But because of the political nature and structure of our country, people withdraw their ideas. They hold their address. They don't release these ideas to the government because they feel they are not benefiting. They are not being paid for it. If I leave this idea was my own, these people will use it to go and solve the problem and make the money. You get it? Mm. So people hold their ideas from the government. That's why the government need to be holistic in their approach and call for a collaborative effort. Bringing discussing with stakeholders on constant basis on how to resolve these issues. It's not that debt amount is here, people are panicking. Many families will be traveling, many might not come back. We pray they come back safely. But is it anywhere is written that in December you must travel?
It's a culture. It's an African culture where we return back home to at least see home. well, yeah. Maybe President Chance, maybe your place is around. We that came from very far distance, we need to go and see you. but let's even talk about this technology, like you've rightly mentioned that people said it doesn't concern them. So the government, sometimes they hijack the ideas and they don't get people that initiate them, don't get to benefit from this idea. That could be a way to go why people hide their ideas. But then these technologies, as it stands right now, I understand that the road safety has come up with a lot of technology innovations, but these innovations often hit a gridlock when it has to do with local transporters. And I know you are at the forefront of advocating for accident prevention, but we don't get to see local road users comply to technological innovation. What is your organization, Road Accident Prevention Network, what is it doing in this regard?
No, the issue is, what you are saying now goes down to enforcement. It boils down to enforcement. You can come up with a policy, you can come up with a solution. Is it being complied with?
So when it gets to the grassroots, what gets to Lagos, it becomes a very interesting policy because the tendency of compliance is very slim, but it's there. What is your organization doing in this regard?
No, what we are doing right away is that we're looking at bringing this people to the round table, see how you can get them involved, educate them about the way to go when it comes to the issue of road accident prevention. Then we'll try our best. We have coordinators all over the country in some states. Those coordinators are there working with some of the state transportation agencies, working with FROSC and other stakeholders to see how they can address this, this incident. But then the unions, the transportation unions and transportation companies need to be involved. That's why they need to have a safety department.
But are you collaborating with them already?
No, we are collaborating with them.
Let's hear that collaboration.
We are collaborating with them. Like we are collaborating with the National Union NITW. We are working with the Road Transport Employers Association of Nigeria. That is written, and some of them. But much needs to be done. A lot of work needs to be done. because they are the one that owns and controls most of these transporters. They have their task force. We have NATO, National Association of Road Transport Owners. You know, they have a lot of vehicles. Most of the truck, you know, Pengasin, all those people who control the trucks, Morman, Major Oil Marketer Association of Nigeria, they are there. You know, but then these people need to constantly be on the table to educate their members and pass the message of safety, the gospel of safety to these people. Especially drunk driving, using of drugs and all manner of things while they're on the highways. They need to introduce measures and policies and initiatives. These are the channels and the approach that are very, very, very important to help our efforts in achieving our aims and objectives. You understand? These institutions are there. It's not even about releasing money now. Get involved, because most of this app is based on ignorance. That is the highest point. Somebody will carry, I was in Nasarawa State last week. You see some rams on top of a vehicle. On top of a vehicle. You see people sitting with those rams. You see people in the boot of a car with animals. I'm telling you, life is not, it's what I saw with my eyes. I said, what is the meaning of this? They will tell you the country is hard, everybody need to move to their destination because of high rate of transport. Animals and human beings are now moving together in the vehicle in some states. And those people don't care because they might be paying less to get on board with animals, to get on board with goats and sheep and cows. Are you seeing the chart building up? These are scenarios, dangerous scenarios. These animals have horns. Any small thing, those things, everybody there is gone. Are you getting it? So these are scenarios that are evolving, they are coming up. And if you dare challenge some of these people, even the community will rise up. That's the challenge the enforcement agencies are facing. They'll rise up against you and even maybe destroy the vehicles of that road safety or whoever is trying to stop them from moving, because they say, are you not aware what is happening in the country? How do we move if we don't join animals in the same vehicle? So that's safety first. So advocacy is a critical factor in educating these people and readdressing or revitalizing their mind to ensure that, yes, safety first.
Prince Chair, before we even begin to pack our things to leave the studio, are there advocacy technologies? Are there technologies that you use to advocate for accident preventions?
There are a lot of technologies.
Okay, please, let's get to hear this.
There are a lot of technologies. I told you before, the family name for the technologies is Intelligent Transport System, ITS.
Is it in place already?
It's in place. It has been in place, but is it being domesticated and implemented?
No, what we mean, if you're driving home your road accident prevention advocacies, are there technologies that you're already using that is successfully tried to use to prevent accidents advocacy?
Outside Nigeria?
No, within Nigeria.
Within Nigeria right now, the Federal Road Safety Commission, FROSC, has some technologies they are deploying. We are non-governmental. We have limit to our operations. Our authority has limit. You cannot introduce technology or enforce any technology without the approval of the government. You understand? The government have the wherewithal to approve innovations and technologies that you implement within the space of Nigeria. Are you getting it? So there are a lot of technologies in place.
Now engineer, just as a final take, I'm asking that question to ask, basically, the government have often, by silently speaking, been on a blame game scenario. The citizens are not being proactive. Civil society, according to a lot of persons, will say civil society are not active the civil society will say that the government is not efficient. The government, so it becomes like a blame game scenario. That's why I'm asking this particular question. So we can be on the same page. But I'm asking this to ask, where do we go from here as a country?
Yes, see, you're asking the right question. When there is a problem and there's a blame game, there is a problem, there's a serious problem. When you are not, the target is not being hit and the solution is not there, and the masses are complaining, what you see is shifting of blame.
So where do we go from here?
The civil society will say it's the government.
Yeah.
The government will say it's the civil society. But what we are saying right here is that when the right policy is in place, the masses have no option than to comply.
What is the right policy? Because the government right now is listening, and the government would like to know what.
No, for example,
yes.
If you say, okay, look, there's the IRA International Road Assessment. We did a pilot phase in Otako, Abuja here, Arab Junction. Under GPROS, we call it mobility snapshot and pedestrian safety. We captured live the compliance of vehicles to traffic rules and regulations. At that point, you know the rating, it was 0. You know why? Pedestrian. When people are supposed to use leg to cross, when the traffic is and give way to pedestrian to cross, a vehicle will stay right on the pedestrian line. That is zebra crossing. Are you getting it? Now, is it the duty of NGO to go and move that vehicle from there? The enforcement agencies need to be up to their game. That's why I'm happy when the sector commander of FCT introduced a program now that is going, I think it's running right now, to see how they can enforce some of these programs. Some of this is boiled down to enforcement. If you don't enforce, even in your home, if you don't put law in place, there's no way you can handle your home. Even if you are not there, they say, okay, daddy said nobody should sit on this chair. If you are not there, nobody sits there. But if you just allow it, everybody can do whatever they like. So the policy is a critical factor in addressing the issue of compliance and technological implementation and domestication in our country. These are not, you cannot move in as okay, as an NGO, you are out to see how people comply or how people adhere to laws. No. Collaboration, effective collaboration will empower the NGOs to implement their initiatives across boards and ensure that the roads are safe. We are working, we are doing enough. It's not blaming NGO. To end the blame game, in summary, the government and the NGOs need to work in synergy, come together and agree on the way to go and implement road safety measures as outlined by the United Nations 2021-2030. The timeline running. We have the Nigerian package. Only God knows what happened. I don't know. Some NGOs are members anyway. But as far as I'm concerned, whether the strategy is working, during the Osibajo time, he was the chairman as the vice president then of the Nigerian Road Safety Strategy. I don't know whether the president, vice president is involved in sharing that the board. You get it? So these are the issues that need to be addressed. It has to do with life. Road safety is the highest. I mean, a road accident is the highest killer, even more than HIV/AIDS, because it doesn't give any notice. Another dreaded diseases that people are going about, cancer and the rest of them. They have preventive measures. You have time to live. They give you drugs to sustain you. You manage it. But road accidents happen instantly. And when they happen, the person is gone. It doesn't give notice. If somebody has, they say somebody have tuberculosis, cholera, cancer, or whatever you call them now, there are drugs to manage them. Are they not there? Road accident there's nothing like that. It happened instant. And when they happen, the person is gone. Are you getting it?
Yeah.
So it is one of the highest killer in the world today. And I want to conveniently tell you, Nigeria is one of the leading countries in the world today, based on our population, we have more victims of road crashes across the board. The data collections and the information we are even receiving are not up to date. Why? Because the necessary machineries are not in place to collate these data. When WHO is telling you that 35,000 people die everywhere, road safety is telling you 7,000. How did WHO get their data? Are you getting it? That's another angle.
Prince Achel, there are a lot of conversations that we will need to raise at this point, but my producer is signaling me that our time is fast spent, because we cannot exhaust road prevention on conversation on this table. It is an ever-going conversation, because people need to understand what it entails for them to be safe out there. Like you rightly said, road accident doesn't give you it doesn't give a notice. It comes when the modalities are not being put in place. You've rightly said that, and of course, we really appreciate you for your time and the enlightenment. Of course, this is an advocacy. Whoever is watching right now knows that you've gotten a lot of information that can help you stay out there. You know the technologies that have been put in place, and you know what civil society organizations are also doing. And of course, you've heard it from the president of Road Accident Prevention Network Center, and he has told us a lot of things that they are doing and modalities and structures being put in place to ensure that the roads are safe, and all the collaborations that they are also doing to work with other sister agencies and even with the government and also other civil society coalition group he has mentioned, including Nigerian Road and National Union of Road Transport Workers. He emphasized that they are already collaborating and working together. Well, that's how far we can go today on the show. I want to say thank you so much, Prince.
It's a pleasure, my pleasure being here, and we're always around anytime you need us for our input and support to see that lives are saved on the road. We are fully committed.
And we will always contact you when the need arises. Thank you so much for your time. Well, viewers, this is how far we can go today. Till I come your way again, same time, same station. Keep watching Signature TV. I am Godwin Sunday. From all of us here in the studio, it's bye for now. Do enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello and thanks for joining us on Signature Television. This is Signature Sport, your flagship sports show that comes your way every weekdays at 11 in the morning with me, Franklin Imona, always set to take you around the exciting world of sport with no visa. And on the show today, we will be looking at top stories from the local scene as well as the foreign scene. We will be connecting to you to all the latest from the Nigerian Premier Football League, as well as the heroic feat of Edo Queens in the ongoing CAF Women's Champions League, as well as the latest feat achieved by Customs of Nigerian basketball, where we are shown the exit door by defending champions Mountain of Fire's women's basketball team. And of course, how it went down in the game between Chelsea and Arsenal at the Stamford Bridge, as well as Manchester City, whose woes continue. Man United had to breathe a smile of relief again, as well as Barcelona testing defeat for the very first time. We'll be letting you know the latest from the ATP as well as the WTP. All these and many more loading on the show today. Do us one favor. Keep your TV dial logged on a Signature Television. Let's go on the short break. When we return, Signature Sport goes a foot blast. We'll be right back. Sport is a religion, Signature Television is a worship center, and Franklin Imuna is your sporting priest. It is game on. And the game is officially on as we take you to the West African Basketball Championship, talking about the one that went down over the weekend, the FIBA Afro Zone 3 qualification round, mainly for the West African team, as defending champions of the Zenith Bank Nigerian Basketball Federation Women's Basketball Premier League defending champions, Mountain of Fire Miracle Ministry. The women's basketball team showed a class in the all-Nigerian affairs between custom basketball teams of Nigeria. In the semi-finals, it was an historic feat for the MFM basketball women's team as it ended 57 to 53 points of the Mountain of Fire women's basketball team that took both the first, the third, and the fourth quarter. But in the second quarters, the women from the Custom Nigeria bounced back, but it was not enough to help them defeat their opponent. Recall that in the finals of the Zenith Bank NBBF Women's Basketball Premier League, in the finals it was between the same Custom and MFM Basketball Women's team. But in the FIBA African Zone 3 qualification round, it was the women from the Mountain of Fire who showed class. Up next, they will be taking on the team from Cote d'Ivoire, FBA, later today in the final. And the winner will definitely represent West Africa in the African Basketball Championship for the women. And away from basketball, we move to football. And this time, we continue with women because they have done so well over the weekend. And we'll begin from the women from Edo State, Nigeria. As Edo Queens showed class, showed beautiful football, and showed why they are ready to clinch the all-important CAF Women's Champions League football, where the prize money has been increased to $400,000 in the game against the Central Bank of Ethiopia, CBE, in the first group game. In the Group B, the women from the Asian city of Benin showed that they are the superior team, even though both the Edo Queens and the CBE are both debutants from the first half from the scoring boot of Essien, who with that goal becomes the first Edo Queens player to score in the CAF Champions League. And the goal also and our overall performance earned the Woman of the Match award in the game. Also on the score sheet is Fola Shade Ijamilusi. She scored the second goal for coach Moses Adio's side. And not forgetting Chiamaka Osigwe scored to avoid this teaser from the CAF Champions League as it went down over the weekend.
Women's Champions League. Hello, good evening. Welcome to CAF Women's Champions League.
And of course, the CAF Women's Champions League is officially on. TP Mozambique over the weekend had a very good result. As you can see, we had other games that the teams represented their countries well, but we must give kudos to Edo Queens of Nigeria as they paraded the youngest squad so far in the CAF Champions League women's competition. The game went down at the Lobby Zoli Stadium right there in Morocco, Casablanca, and of course action will resume later this week as the team gets set to take their next opponent. Praise and of course our support goes to the only representative from the country of Nigeria. And away from the CAF Women's Champions League, let's come down to the Nigerian Premier Football League, where actions are resumed all over the federation. Enjoy the special report as we take you around the world of the Nigerian Premier Football League Match Day 11. The Nigerian Premier Football League over the weekend showed why the team is ready in terms of the decisive result that was pulled out in the Nigerian Premier Football League so far over the weekend. Recordings away wins and of course some draws were recorded in the Nigerian Premier Football League. We saw the game between Aimba Football Club and Remo Stars ended in a goalless draw. And the game between Plateau United and ENUGU Rangers as well ended in a goalless draw. But reports we got from the Jos Township Stadium isn't palatable. In the course of the show this morning, we will be giving you visuals as to the attack and of course the player that was attacked by the Plateau football fans, that is a Plateau United. And also in the city of Benin City, where Bendel Insurance hosted the kind of Canopilas, we saw a controversial call by the central referee, and of course the linesman who was very close to the incident didn't raise his flag, and that amounts to a penalty that the central referee had to award to the visiting side at Canopilas, to which Rabiu Ali converted to give the visiting side the much needed goal. Enjoy this penalty call from the referee. Canopilas definitely fans, we enjoyed this one, but Bendel Insurance fans will not enjoy this one. Now, take a look at this call and George, if truly it was a penalty kick. First off, the player who assisted for the penalties was believed to be in an offside position, and then we saw the referee didn't call for an offside, and yet he pointed to the penalty spot and awarded the spot kick to Capitalist. Enjoy and be the judge. Bendel Insurance will definitely lick the sore of their wounds and of course accept defeat as the center referee's call is final. And in other games, we saw the attack to Aimba, I beg your pardon, ENUGU Rangers fan, to which we hear that their team boss were attacked by Plateau United fans after the game ended in a goalless draw. This is hooliganism in the Nigerian Premier Football League, and it's something that we must kick by all standard. Now, look at these video clips by the media officers and the media team of ENUGU Rangers explaining and showing the entire world how their timbers were attacked.
Do the whiskey. The whiskey. See the glasses of the vehicle. The glasses of the vehicle. Smashed. This one completely smashed. Front and back.
Of these, we hear the Plateau United media crew had to debunk the news and says no, none of their fans attacked the information put out there, it's inaccurate. And this has caused uproar among journalists all over, saying that this rebuff that the media officers as well as the media team of Plateau United has put forward to the journalists is absolutely unacceptable. That a simple apology, simple sympathy and empathy to the ENUGU Rangers team, and of course a promise to fish out the perpetrators would have gone a long way in softening the pain inflicted to the ENUGU Rangers team. But such news to debunk that is absolutely unacceptable. We continue to give you updates concerning that incident as we hear that Enugu Rangers have officially filed a complaint against their treatment meted to them by Plateau United. And elsewhere, still in the Nigerian Premier Football League, is the news we're getting from Sunshine Stars of our Korea Football Club, as if that their ex-manager, yes, it is official now, that Kennedy Boboye has resigned from his position as a coach of Sunshine Stars following interference from the board of the team. He put up a resignation letter over the weekend, citing interference and undue working conditions by the board of Sunshine Stars Football Club. And in the defense, the chairman of Sunshine Stars Football Club has come out to say that he personally did not interfere with Kennedy Boboye's team, and that they have accepted his departure. And he has come out to say that he wish him all the best moving forward. Bamidele Olagunloye Olua has come out to also say that in his watch, in the president and the chairman of Sunshine Stars Football Club, that no board members should interfere with a coach match day squad, coach training regime, as well as the coach inputs overall. The Kennedy Boboye should accept that he has not done well so far from Sunshine Stars, rather than citing interference from the board. Let's go on this break. When we return, we will be moving straight to the foreign scene, where a man will be on standby to run us through some of the big games that went down over the weekend. Signature Sport returns after this timeout. All right, so welcome back to the second half of the show. This is a Signature Television, and you are tuning to Signature Sport. And I am Franklin Imona, and we will move straight to the foreign scene of where our man, Mr. Dayo Awuni, will be joining us on the show. We take you straight to the EPL, where exciting games kick off over the weekend. Your Manchester United are in action, same as Manchester City, Tottenham, and the big one, Chelsea against Arsenal. The game between Manchester City and, of course, their opponent ended in a defeat for the team at the Amex Stadium. At the home of Brighton and Hove Albion, it was a 2-1 defeat for Manchester City, where they slumped into their fourth consecutive defeat on the roll. Recall that they lost in the EFL also they lost in the UEFA Champions League, where they fell 4-1 to the onslaught of Sporting Lisbon away from home. And then they recorded a back-to-back defeat in the English Premier Football League. Coach Pep Guardiola he has cited injury worries to his team, as well as the team have been fatigued already. But fans have called on him and said he is now getting a dose of his own medicine, as he had a certain Nathan Ake on the bench and Manuel Akanji on the bench, but he decided to start some young stars instead of these talented defenders in his game against Brighton and Albion Bjorn. Second half goals from Pedro and his teammate condemn Pep Guardiola, Manchester City, to yet another defeat. And he has come out to say that in the international break, it will afford him time for him to clear his head and perhaps come out stronger as the season progresses. In other games, we saw Manchester United at the Old Trafford recorded an impressive 3-0 win against the Foxes, visiting Leicester City. It was the final game of interim coach Ruud van Nistelrooy at the helm of affairs for Manchester United before new coach Ruben Amorim takes over as the next coach of Manchester United. Under the watchful eyes of Ruud van Nistelrooy, United have played 4 games, to which they have won 3 of those games and recorded just 1 draw. And that draw came against Chelsea in a 1-1 stalemate. Captain Bruno Fernandes recorded his 250th appearance for the club with a very remarkable strike in the first half, and then he assisted the goal scored by Argentina winger Alejandro Garnacho on the 9th. As for Garnacho, after scoring that goal, he did not celebrate, citing that some fans are not happy with his performance in the games so far, and his goal did not excite him that much, and then he decided to take it low in his celebration. Other games, we saw Tottenham Hotspur losing at home to Ipswich, a team that haven't won all season so far. And then he recorded a loss against newcomers Ipswich, talking about the coach of Tottenham Hotspur, Ange Postecoglou. And in all the games between Chelsea and Arsenal, the big one for the weekend at the Stamford Bridge, known as the London Derby, Mr. Dayo Awoni, sport journalist and a sports analyst, joins us on the show. Good morning, Mr. Dayo. All right, let's go on this break. Perhaps when we return, Mr. Dayo will be joining us live on the show. Don't go nowhere. Signature Sport makes a return after this timeout.
field. Lopez with a chance, and Lopez with the opener. A marvellous, marvellous headed goal by Claudio Lopez. They look to take it quickly. It's floated in. Arriving at the back post is Babayaro, in off the post. And Nigeria have caught themselves. The ball up towards Lopez. An intelligent looking pass in towards Ortega. Can he find the cross himself? Well, he's gone down and a penalty's given. Crespo against Dosu. Oh, that's a fine penalty. Really, really well struck penalty. It's flicked on. And it might fall for Amakachi, and it has. And Daniel Amakachi, with a brilliant improvised finish, has got Nigeria back on level terms. Ball's called in. The offside flag stays down. Amunike has scored. Emmanuel Amunike has scored for Nigeria right at the death. Is that the goal that wins the first ever footballing gold medal? There is the final whistle. There is a historic moment. Nigeria become the first African nation to claim gold in the men's football. Defeat Argentina by 3 goals to 2.
All right, welcome to the show. It is still Signature Sports on Signature Television, and I am Franklin Emmanuel. And we continue on the show as we take you straight to Stamford Bridge, where Pedro Neto's strike cancelled out Gabriel Martinelli's goal for Mikel Arteta's side Arsenal as the game ended 1-1 between the both teams. That game produced lots of electrifying sparks, where Kai Havertz's first half goal was ruled out by the referee, and his celebration afterward was the kind that did not go down well with the Chelsea fans, with his hands over his mouth as if to tell the Chelsea fans to shush, that is, to keep quiet. Yes, the sushit kind of celebration was the one that infuriated the Arsenal fans, and their joy was taken to a fever pitch when the referee cancelled Kai Havertz's goal, judging the goal to be infringement and as well offside. And the game ended 1-1, where Gabriel Martinelli's strike in the 60th minute was cancelled by a fantastic goal by Chelsea's Pedro Neto. Here's the clips on how Neto got that goal, that equalizer, beg your pardon, against Arsenal. Welcome back. This is still Signature Sport on Signature Television, and I am Franklin Emmanuel. And we take you to the game between Chelsea and Arsenal, where Pedro Neto's goal in the second half, 10 minutes after Gabriel Martinelli had put All right, apologies for those continuous breaking transmission. We did apologize. Hopefully, when next we return on your screen, it will be a better and a bigger package. Apologies once again, and this is where we'll drop anchor on the show. Do well to join us the same time tomorrow on Signature Sport. I am Franklin Imuna saying bye for now.
In 2020, A major attack again took place across 3 local government areas of Niger State. The attack lasted over 5 hours, and the attackers razed communities, killed those who resisted, and took away over 1,000 cattle. While the attack lasted, a helicopter was sighted by the escaping residents flying over the area of the attack. It only flew away after the attack was completed. Was it a mystery helicopter giving cover and information to the attackers? Some informed Nigerians argued that the helicopter must have been that of our security agency, providing vital information to ground forces to react appropriately.
The helicopter hovering, reliably, we have been informed that as soon as there is a sign of the bandits, the Air Force in Kaduna and sometimes in Abuja will enforce. Oh, what is happening is the bandits will now notice the helicopter and they will now run into the cave. As soon as the helicopter hovered and leaves, they will now surface and attack. And the villagers will now say, oh, the helicopter brought them.
Again, as in the case of Borno State, Boko Haram, which released the video of his arrival and encampment in Niger State, and bandits who have taken over forests and remote locations in the state, now operate with sophisticated lethal weapons. How have they accessed those weapons? Was it the helicopter that provided the weapons? As if to resolve the mystery of these helicopters, the federal government 3 weeks ago announced a no-fly order over Zamfara State. Zamfara State has become the epicenter of banditry to the extent that the supreme commander of the bandits was ushered into Government House Gusau to negotiate a truce because they had such sophisticated arms and ammunition that Nigeria security agents turned tail in any encounter to stop their kidnapping and sacking of communities.
His Excellency the President has approved, based on our recommendation, the imposition and enforcement of a ban on all mining activities in Zamfara State with immediate effect until further notice. He has directed the Honorable Minister of Defense and the National Security Advisor to deploy massive military and intelligence assets to restore normalcy to that part of the country. He has also approved that Zamfara State be declared a no-fly zone with immediate effect.
Before the presidency admitted that helicopters were dropping logistics for these criminal bandits in Zamfara State, before the presidency accepted that the helicopters were involved in ferrying out illegally mined gold from Zamfara State, was there no mechanism for determining the mission, destination, and operators of helicopters in Nigeria? Who or which institution is responsible for keeping Nigerian airspace secure?
The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority should know all this. It is within their purview and their responsibility to actually grant permits within the airspace of Nigeria for civil aviation. Along with them is the Nigerian Air Force that actually should also have an umbrella defense across the country in order to monitor all this. So I'm saying that it should be in conjunction. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority has the oversight and the responsibility for the entire airspace of the country, while the Nigerian Air Force has some sort of complementary role. And when it comes to defense security, it's within their purview to also check that.
For incurable optimists, this must be comforting to hear that the federal government has put together a high-caliber committee to reinvent the Nigerian Defense Headquarters. Doing this is an admission that something is not right. But as suggested by the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, there must be layers of responsibility with a body that can centrally control, and manage Nigeria's security issues.
And government should create a system that will monitor the ability of agencies to collaborate. It's key. If immigration sees something at the border and if it calls an agency, let government know that that agency has been called and has been able to respond. In the US, it is called tasking and coordination. So you have somebody who can task and coordinate this. If immigration is asked, there is somebody, an aircraft landed this evening, and it is carrying a suspected terrorist by information available, and immigration slips, didn't check the terrorists enter this country, somebody should pay the price.
Helicopters and private jets are supposed to get clearance from the Department of State Service. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority is supposed to clear commercial flights. These agencies provide the identity, operation, destination, and mission of aircraft within their jurisdiction. But to whom do they report? And in the case of failure, as in the mystery helicopters, who should pay the price?
Before one is made a Chief Justice of the Federation, the appointment has to be sanctioned by the National Judicial Council. And for that to be done, the person has to be deemed to be qualified to occupy that position. For instance, there is a particular number of years, because in as much as it is conventional for the Chief Justice of the Federation to be appointed from the serving Justice of the Supreme Court, there is no law that also prohibits the president from even going outside the confines of the Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint a practicing lawyer. For instance, a practicing lawyer who has practiced law for at least up to 10 years in the country is also qualified to be a judge, in which case the president can go outside, the shores of the already existing Justice of the Supreme Court to appoint. So if, for instance, the person you are trying to put forward is not qualified constitutionally to occupy that particular position, then that would be a ground upon which the Senate will say no, that you have forwarded this person's name for us to give our stamp of approval, but we will not do that. Secondly, prima facie, the candidate may be qualified, but there may be an allegation, a very fundamental allegation against that person. Let's say allegation bordering on corruption. If prima facie the allegation is weighty, then the Senate may say that based on public policy, that if you have the right to, to put forward the name or names of candidates, as the case may be, who you want to occupy this particular position, that this particular individual whose name you have forwarded to us, that there are fundamental challenges that has bedeviled his candidacy based on so and so reports. Let's say security reports. If there is a very, not just flimsy, if there is a very cogent security report against the person sought to be made the Chief Justice of the Federation, based on that security report, the Senate can say, based on national interest, that we will not be given our approval, in as much as the president is given that powers to appoint whoever he wants to, subject to the fact that that appointment must be done in line with the Constitution. So it's not an open-ended power. And that's why the National Judicial Council is there to ensure that whoever may be put forward to occupy that position should be someone who is constitutionally qualified to occupy that position.
It's no longer news that there's fuel scarcity in Nigeria. Today, I'm at A Irano filling station in Metama along Kubo Expressway, whereby the station is not selling the products. To my left are the black market guys who are selling the product right in front of the filling station. The black market are selling the product at the rate of 1,000 naira per liter. All effort to speak to the management of the filling station was abortive.
The return of the queues coincided with the build-up to the nationwide End Bad Governance protest, which began on August 1st. Some of the filling stations visited on Wednesday were locked, suggesting that they had run out of stock. Those that were open had to contend long queues of vehicles to attend to. Those motorists who could not withstand the situation were forced to patronize vendors whose sales in container refers to as black markets at between 1,000 and 1,005 per litre.
I'm buying black market, each 1 litre is 1,000 naira. So I'm feeling bad. And it is not supposed to be like that in Nigeria. Because not the way Nigeria get everything. Then they are suffering us. Please, we need help.
This administration has done only a year plus. And look at the unbearable hardship that people are facing. Even during the Buhari regime, when everything was hard, at least people could still feed. But now you find people, they can't even eat. They can't even eat 3 square meals at home. And then all of a sudden you expect them to just sit down and say nothing.
Despite long queues at its outlets, the NNPCL stations have continued to dispense the product at 580 naira per litre, while some private stations sell at about 690 per litre. The Shema Petroleum Station in Kadu and Emadeb Energy were both selling the product at 690 per litre.
In this kind of hardship, it's not fair now. No, we don't do that definitely. Once we have product, we definitely sell. Can you see that? You see the queue has been moving successful. We always open. Once we open like 100 car, we enter. Definitely after the about 70 buy, we now bring another 70s again. That's how we have been doing it. And if you see that the queue there is no longer 690, that's the highest price the government needs people to sell. People are selling 850, 8 something like that, but we don't sell like that. We sell at 690. All our stations in Shemas, all the branches in Abuja, that's how we have been selling it.
Some motorists and residents expressed their anger and frustration over the situation in the face of existing excruciating hardship they had to contend with.
It's the increment of fraud that brought about this. So the protest is a good, it's long overdue. People are supposed to protest. But you know Nigerians, we are good in adapting issues. We adapt to all issues, either bad or good. People don't mind. So, but I think this is the only way that government will hear it.
They carry me for my compound, come here, 300, 400, but now 1,000 naira, 1,500. What in they carry us 1,500? What in person can get feeding his children? Who can die?
The kind of shame to a Nigerian to see a police filling station, and whereby the fuel is not there, but they are selling, black markets are selling fuel on behind of the police filling station. It is shameful. And look at this in transport is keeping increasing day by day. Tomorrow we'll enter car from here to maybe to Zuba, 1,000. Next tomorrow you'll find that it's more than 1,000. Where are we heading to?
Nigerians are eager to see how the Tinubu administration will handle the current fuel scarcity, which is being compounded by the ongoing protests across the country.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
Welcome to Global News on Signature Television. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, Nigeria Labour Congress gives state governments December 1st to implement the new minimum wage. Wike vows to demolish all shanties, posing security threats to the FCT. Donald Trump offers Ellis Staffnik job as a U.S. ambassador to United Nations. And Israeli Prime Minister claims responsibility for deadly pager attack on Hezbollah. Details shortly. The Nigerian Labour Congress has given state governments an ultimatum of December 1st to implement the new minimum wage. The NLC made this known on Sunday in a communique signed by its president, Mr. Joe Ajero, at the end of its National Executive Council meeting held in Port Harcourt, Rivers State. Ajero, who expressed dissatisfaction over the delay by some states to implement the new minimum wage, said workers in affected states were finding it difficult to sustain themselves given the worsening state of the economy. He called on government to embark on a wage review and immediately implement concrete interventions that would relieve the sufferings of Nigerians. Furthermore, he said the NLC would initiate a series of industrial actions in all non-compliant states and would not relent until the minimum wage is fully implemented across Nigeria. The NLC president, while calling for immediate concrete interventions from the federal government, called for the implementation of comprehensive social protection policies to shield Nigerians from the poverty and ensure a living wage. He decried the fact that the current price of fuel is significantly higher than the real market price. He called on President Bola Tinubu to release the remaining protesters in various jails across the nation, as NLC has severally demanded earlier, and creating adequate safeguards to avert future occurrence. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has described the political crisis in the state as divinely designed to perfect God's purpose of political freedom and economic development of the state. Fubara made the remark at a special Thanksgiving service in honor of Eze Chike Worlu Wodo to celebrate his appointment as the chairman of Rivers State's Traditional Rulers Council. Governor Fubara further enjoined the church to continue to pray for his administration and for the restoration of peace in the state.
And God loved him. I'm happy, and honestly speaking, I'm really humble that at this age and as a traditional ruler, you still reference God highly. God will continue to lift you above human imagination. I am not the one that has lifted you. Lifting is God. Because we are like, they say the king, his heart is in the palm of God. And he turneth it like water. So it's not me that has lifted you, but God at this time. So all glory should be returned to God Almighty.
The chairman of the Rivers State Traditional Rulers Council, Chike Worlu Wodo, thanks God for his benevolence and blessings over his life since his birth 78 years ago. He also thanked God, so Governor Fubara, for the appointment and prayed to God to sustain him in office.
Thank you, our governor. That is why I say I want to give thanks to God, and that people should join me. That is why we are here today. Thank you. And the people of Redeemed Christian Church, where I have been worshiping, I'm a traditional ruler. I don't go for divinations. I don't. I'm a traditional ruler with a difference. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God can bear me witness of what I have said. Thank you, His Excellency, sir, and your entourage, our leaders in the state, who join me for this Thanksgiving. May the Lord bless you all richly in Jesus' name. Amen.
Highlights of the events include the presentation of the Holy Bible to the Governor Fubara by leadership of the parish and a donation of 100 million naira to the church by the Governor. The Chief of Staff to Governor Similai Fubara of Rivers State, Eddie Senehia, has categorized the 27 pro-Wike lawmakers as Abuja-based politicians, promising a good working relationship with the Oko Jumbo-led Speaker of the House. Ehia states this at the commissioning of the 2 community town halls as constituency projects of the lawmaker and flag of the tertiary scholarship and empowerment program by the Speaker of the pro-Fubara lawmakers, Victor Oko Jumbo, in Boni local government area. Ehia said that the execution of a constituency project is one of the factors that authenticates the membership and relevance of a lawmaker, and noted that it is the only pro-Fubara lawmakers that are executing constituency projects in the state. He assured that the state government will continue to synergize and support the Rivers State House of Assembly led by Oko Jumbo to better the lives of the people in the state.
This is us assuring you that as the executive arm of government, we know that the legislative arm is independent, headed by you, but we'll continue to collaborate so that good tidings will always be the portion of our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your support so far to the government of Rivers State. Happily seen in your cooperation, the Speaker that screened caretaker committee chairman, the Speaker that has been helping us ensure that request from the executive arm is swiftly confirmed, the Speaker that will give life to the 2025 budget. Further to that, you are not just commissioning one town hall. We are here in Boni to commission 2 state-of-the-art town halls. And before us, you have just implemented economic empowerment of 100 Boni indigenes to the tune of 10 million naira cash. You have further just announced the implementation of tertiary scholarship award to 30 Boni indigenes to the highest level of their education. What more can we call representation? This is one of the dividends of democracy. As elected representatives of our people, to show that you are elected into the House of Assembly to represent your people, one of the very obvious signs is constituency projects. No be so? The 27 former assembly members that sacked themselves, has anyone done project? Have you seen or watched anywhere they are inspecting or commissioning projects? These are Abuja-based politicians.
In his speech, Victor Oko Jumbo thanks the people of Boni for believing in the 10th Assembly, stating that he has no regrets for supporting Governor Fubara and that the Assembly will not be distracted by the enemies of the state. He recalled that the impeachment plot by the lawmakers against the governor on October 30, 2023 was deliberately orchestrated, but added that the plan did not stand because it was resisted by Rivers people.
Let me stand here today to assure you that all that we have said that we will do, we will do. We will not be distracted by the enemies of Rivers State. We will not be distracted by the 27 former assembly members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. But let me remind you that I am Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly and that 2025 budget will soon be passed. So which means that Boni local government will be captured in the 2025 budget that will be presented soon by His Excellency, the one and only God-given governor of Rivers State. Today, I am standing strong, knowing that I have made the right choice.
Recall. that Dixon Ehie was the factional River State House of Assembly Speaker after court ruling later resigned his position and was subsequently appointed as the Chief of Staff to the Office of the Governor. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has vowed to demolish all shanties that pose security threats to the residents of the territory. Wike made the declaration on Sunday evening in Abuja when he inspected demolished shanties called Ruga at Wuye behind finance quarters, harboring more than 10,000 illegal occupants. The ministerial task force named Operation Sweep had been demolishing illegal settlements across the city. However, when the settlements named by the occupants as Ruga was demolished on November 5th, the illegal occupants, with support from the civil society organization CSOs, protested on Friday. The occupants during the protest called for the minister's sack for demolishing their illegal settlements, claiming it was built by their forefathers. But the minister said that no amount of intimidation, blackmail, or abuses by the illegal occupants or CSOs would deter the government from doing its job. He expressed worry that the area had been demolished 22 times and yet the illegal occupants have refused to leave. Wike warned the illegal occupants against rebuilding any structure in the demolished area, saying the FCT administration has a responsibility of protecting the lives and properties of all residents. He explained that the shanties were demolished because security agencies have identified Ruga as one of the areas that pose security threats to the FCT. He asked the spokesman of the illegal occupants to nominate 5 persons, including himself, and meet with government officials on Tuesday to find their way out for the people. The Nigerian Army says troops have recorded success in the Niger Delta region as it's dismantled over 43 illegal oil bunkering hubs, arrested 19 economic saboteurs, and confiscated over 260,000 liters of stolen products. Lieutenant Colonel Danjuma Jonah Danjuma, Acting Deputy Director, 6th Division Army Public Relations, in a statement on Sunday, said the troops also demolished over 11 vehicles, 21 boats, as well as 11 motorcycles used for stealing crude oil in the region. According to the statement, in Rivers State, troops dismantled 7 active illegal refining hubs around Abisa and Kula area in Akuku Toro local government area, just as it confiscated over 60,000 liters of illegally refined automotive gas oil, AGO. It said the troops also destroyed several illegal bunkering havens, 3 fiber boats, 5 wooden boats, as well as recovered over 41,000 liters of stolen products. It said in Buguma Creeks, 4 active illegal refining hubs, 8 large cooking spots, massive receivers, reservoirs, 3 local boats stocked with over 12,500 liters of stolen product were destroyed. According to the statement, several wooden boats with over 10,000 liters of stolen product were intercepted around Odagwa, Akwa, Oza West, Oyibo, Obozo, and Ayama general areas. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has deployed 6,000 of its officers and men to provide adequate security at the November 16th Ondo governorship elections. This is contained in a statement by the NSCDC Public Relations Officer Afolabi Babawale on Sunday in Abuja. He said that the NSCDC Commandant General Ahmed Audi had ordered the deployments to ensure adequate security before, during, and after the elections. Audi said that the personnel would be deployed from Ekiti, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Lagos, Edo, and Delta State, among others, to ensure free, fair, and credible elections. The NSCDC commandant said that some personnel would also be deployed from the Corps National Headquarters. According to him, personnel comprising Special Female Squad, Counter-Terrorism Unit, CTU, Agro Rangers units, Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear, and Explosive units will be deployed. Audi cautioned electorates against all acts of vandalism, destruction of public utilities, and election violence. He advised guardians and parents to caution their children and wards against being used as instruments of violence by desperate politicians. He noted that NSCDC was asked to protect the fundamental human rights of the voters. However, criminal-minded individuals would not be spared, but arrested and dealt with in tandem with the provisions of the Electoral Act. Ebonyi State Commissioner for Aviation and Transport Technology, Dr. Ngozi Obichukwu, has berated critics, alleging that the departure lounge of the Chuba Akadibo International Airport, Abakaliki, was converted to a church service venue due to low usage. Obichukwu explained that the staff of the ministry held monthly prayers to rededicate and smoothing the recommencement of flight operations at the airport. The commissioner said that the airport witnessed smooth landing and takeoff of aircraft conveying prominent Nigerians who came to Ebonyi State for the burial of the late former first civilian governor of Abia State, Obunaya Onu. She further said that the activities has fully recommenced at the Chuba Okadibo Airport since after the rehabilitation of the runway, and called for patronage of the general public and air travelers towards boosting the internally generated revenue of the state. Obichukwu said the essence of the monthly prayer service by the staff of the ministry was to seek God's presence and protection for all travelers. The Aviation Commissioner, in a statement issued on Sunday and made available to newsmen in Abakaliki, described the critics who alleged that the airport lounge was converted to church service venue as enemies of peace and progress of the modern Ebonyi State. The airport was built by the immediate past governor of the state, David Umahi. Meanwhile, the Transition Committee of Edo Governor-elect Monday Okpebolo has denied borrowing funds for the inauguration ceremony slated for Tuesday. The outgoing governor, Godwin Obaseki, had accused the committee of borrowing 5 billion naira to organize the ceremony. Obaseki's administration also accused the governor-elect of not inviting him for the inauguration ceremony, sparking concerns about the transfer of power. A statement by Kasima Febua, a member of the committee on Sunday in Benin, said the governor-elect had opted to fund the inauguration from his personal resources to avoid any unnecessary expenses. Afebua said that the decision was made after the committee's meeting with the secretary to the state government and a permanent secretary who requested an inauguration budget. Afebua stated that they declined to present a budget to avoid potential accusations of misusing the funds. Afebua criticized Obaseki's administration, alleging that Obaseki was frustrating the inauguration process and overburdening the new administration with last-minute decisions. He said the governor-elect was committed to making life better for the average Edo person and did not believe in an ostentatious display of resources. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has urged entrepreneurs, workers and residents of the state to support the vision of transforming Lagos into Africa's leading economic powerhouse through dedication and collaboration. Sanwo-Olu made the call on Sunday in Lagos at the closing ceremony of the Lagos International Trade Fair organized by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The governor said it was important for the business community to continue forging partnerships, innovating and pushing the shared vision of a prosperous, inclusive and resilient Lagos. He said that the administration, guided by the THEMES Plus development agenda, had set out to transform Lagos into a true megacity, one that competes globally and nurtures an ecosystem for growth and prosperity. He said that the state was creating a sustainable city that balanced economic opportunities with environmental stewardship through initiatives that prioritize renewable energy, waste management and eco-friendly policies. He lauded the LCCI for creating the trade fair platform that connected SMEs to markets, providing opportunities for partnerships and growth. Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose Medebem, celebrated the resilience and innovative spirit of both local and international business communities. She noted that the events encapsulates the state's shared vision and mission, particularly in today's fast-paced, ever-evolving global economy, where connections have become a necessity. President LCCI Gabriel Idahosa lauded President Bola Tinubu, Governor Sanwo-Olu of Lagos and other government agencies that provided useful and important services facilitating the staging of the 2024 LITF. Tragedy struck at Ayetoro Market in Epe, Lagos State, as a cement truck lost control and crashed into multiple vehicles and nearby properties, leaving several people dead and many others injured. The accident, which caused extensive damage in the bustling market area, has sent shockwaves through the community as emergency responders work to assist the injured and assess the full extent of the casualties and property destructions. Authorities are investigating the cause of the accident and urged motorists to exercise caution on the roads. Still to come, tax reform bills not dead on arrival will be passed, Rep member Jibril says. Nigeria's economy shows promise. Inflation rates projected to decrease. Do stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. The Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, NIMASA, has pledged to share its findings on the recent helicopter crash into the Atlantic Ocean near Bonny Finma in Rivers State with the International Maritime Organization, IMO. The Director General of the NIMASA, Dr. Dayo Moberola, said this in a statement by the Head of Public Relations Directorate of the agency, Edward Osagie, in Lagos on Sunday. Moberiola said that a flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR, otherwise known as the black box, was recovered at the weekend through an interagency collaboration. He stated that the collaboration includes the NIMASA, the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, NNPC, Hydro Drive, along with other local international search and rescue partners. Moberiola commended all organs of government for the partnership during the search and recovery operations. He noted that NIMASA would share information on the incidents with the IMO. According to him, NIMASA is committed to working closely with all relevant agencies to determine the cause of the incidents and to take all necessary steps to prevent future occurrences. While mourning the deceased, the NIMASA boss reaffirmed the agency's commitments to the safety of Nigeria's maritime domain and continued interagency collaborations. A lawmaker representing Kiru Bebeji Federal Constituency of Kano State in the House of Representatives, Abdulmumin Jibrin, has expressed confidence that the controversial tax reform bills presented by President Bola Tinubu will be passed into law. The bills have generated a lot of controversies, meeting some resistance from the northern parts of the country, with the National Executive Council also advising the president to withdraw the bills. The senator representing Borno South in the National Assembly, Senator Ali Ndume, had also said that the bills were dead on arrival. However, speaking on Channel Television Sunday Politics, Jibril insisted that the bills were not dead on arrival. According to him, after the passage of the bills, Nigerians will be able to know that they are not inimical to the interest of the country, nor are they inimical to the northern parts of the country. Meanwhile, in the wake of the controversy trailing the tax reform bills, President Tinubu last week said the document would not be withdrawn from the National Assembly. The Democratic Front, TDF, has welcomed Fitch Ratings' projections that Nigeria's inflation rate would decrease from 33.7% to 26.2% by Q1 2025. The group, in a statement signed on Sunday in Abuja by Danjuma Mohammed, its chairman, and Chief Wale Adedayo, secretary, said the projection aligned with their own research, which considered various emerging economic variables. TDF lauded President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, citing the withdrawal of oil subsidies and unification of the foreign exchange rates as the key factors in the economic's growth. They highlighted Nigeria's GDP growth to a 3.19% year-on-year increase in Q2 2024. Debt service to revenue ratio decreased from 97% to 68% in Q2 2024. Non-oil exports receipts of $2.7 billion in the first half of 2024, a 6.26% increase from 2023, driven by increase in the global demand for made-in-Nigeria product. External reserves reached $39.07 billion as of September 19th. TDF noted that in spite of current inflation rates, Nigeria's economy was transitioning from its static model to a flourishing one, with implications for job and wealth creation. However, they acknowledged that insecurity and logistical constraints have crippled food supplies, triggering artificial inflation. The group commended President Tinubu's efforts to address insecurity, including a $500 million loan to launch a military offensive. They expressed optimism that Nigeria's food supply process would be restored, leading to a significant decrease in inflation rates. Canada says it will no longer accept study permits application of Nigeria Students Express and Nigeria Tax Reform bills to centralize revenue collection. These and more in our business news.
Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada (IRCC) has announced that it will no longer accept study permit applications through the Student Direct Stream (SDS) and Nigeria Student Express (NSE) stream effective immediately. This shift is part of Canada's new approach to manage temporary residence and streamline student and work permits. The NSE, launched in 2020 for Nigerian students, was designed to reduce processing times by allowing applicants to use a verifiable banking solution to show sufficient funds. Meanwhile, the SDS, introduced in 2014 for students from 14 countries including India and China, required applicants to hold a Canadian Guaranteed Investment Certificate (GIC) for financial proof. Moving forward, all study permit applications will follow the standard process. Nigeria's proposed tax reform bills currently under consideration at the National Assembly seek to centralize federal tax collection under the Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS), which will be renamed as the Nigerian Inland Revenue Service (NIRS). Taiwo Oyedele, chairman of the Presidential Tax Committee, explained that this move will allow federal agencies like the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission and the Nigerian Customs Service to focus on their primary roles rather than collecting revenue. The reform would halt revenue collection by approximately 60 agencies, shifting all federal tax collection to NIRS. Oyedele emphasized that Nigeria's current model is unusual, with multiple agencies collecting taxes and levies. He argued that this reform will enhance efficiency, aligning Nigeria with global best practices. The International Olympic Committee (IOC) has confirmed that preparations for the Dakar 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Senegal remain on schedule. This event will mark the first Olympic event ever hosted in Africa, offering young athletes aged 14 to 18 a global platform. IOC Vice President Nawal El Moutawakel called this a historic moment for Africa and an important milestone in the Olympic movement's expansion. Senegal plans to complete all major infrastructure projects by December 2025 in time for test events. Organizers see the Games as an opportunity to celebrate African youth, boost cross-cultural exchange and Senegal's economy through increased international attention and tourism. Jordan's tourism industry, a key contributor to its economy, faces severe challenges as the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict deters visitors from the region. The ancient city of Petra, Jordan's top tourist destination, has seen a steep drop in visitors, causing hotel owners to reduce staff pay and, in some cases, close businesses. Data shows flight bookings to Jordan fell 35% year-on-year, with some airlines suspending flights due to safety concerns. Local business owners like Abdullah Hassanat of the Petra Hotels Association expressed worry for the industry's survival as international tour groups cancel bookings. This regional decline reflects the broader economic impact of conflict affecting Middle Eastern tourism across the board. At the 7th China International Import Expo (CIIE) in Shanghai, diplomatic representatives voiced optimism about strengthening ties through trade. A record number of 73 countries and 4 international organizations participated, including a notable increase in African delegations, reaching 20 pavilions this year. The expo facilitated numerous agreements with over 3,500 companies involved in trade negotiations. Ecuador's commercial councillor Jorge Chavalos shared his successful deals on export like bananas, reflecting positive business outcomes. Overall, the event highlights China's major role in global trade and promotes economic openness among participating countries. At the close of the trading session on Friday, October 8th on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, 477.9 million shares were traded in 9,015 deals, totaling 9.06 billion naira. This represents a 24% drop in volume, 44% decline in turnover, and a 7% decrease in deals compared to the previous trading session. Its current market capitalization stands at 58.9 trillion naira. Out of 125 listed equities, 30 recorded gains profits and 23 recorded losses. Leading the gainers was Aradel Holdings with a 10% rise to 485 naira 30 kobo per share, followed closely by Conoil, John Holt and Lasako Assurance. Maya topped the losers, down by 9.98% to 7 naira 67 kobo, with Abi Mortgage Bank, Etana and Sunu Assurances Nigeria also posting losses. Sterling Bank recorded the highest traded volume at 119 million shares. The NGX All-Share Index ASI gained 311.33 points, that's 0.32%, to close at 97,236.19. And that's the news on Signature Business. I am Thompson Ime Natus.
Still to come, Bitcoin breaks $81,000 as Trump's election turbocharges cryptocurrencies. Russian attacks kill 6 in southern Ukraine. Details shortly. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. The scandal surrounding Baltasar Ebang Edbongo, the dismissed Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, has taken a new twist with allegations of infidelity involving his wife. Egonga, who was recently sacked and detained after investigators uncovered over 400 sex tapes allegedly involving him and the wives of prominent individuals, now faces a fresh wave of controversy as video footage of his wife in an intimate encounter with another man has surfaced online. Popular social critic Martin Sose, known as Very Dark Man, disclosed the video via Instagram, fueling further debate on social media. The uproar has prompted an official response from First Lady Constancia Mangui Obiang, who voiced her dismay and urged government action to protect the dignity and privacy of Equatorial women. This case, which has gripped public attention, highlights deep concerns over both ethical and legal standards within the country's public offices. Wife of the sacked Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, Baltasar Ebang Engonga, has been caught in extramarital affairs. Video footage emerged of Egonga's wife having an intimacy with another man. Egonga was recently caught with about 400 sex tapes with several women during an investigation into a fraud case. The leaked videos have continued to generate controversy via the social media space. Reacting, First Lady Constancia Mangui Obiang expressed outrage over the scandal during a meeting with Prime Minister Manuel Osa Nsue. Mrs. Obiang called for immediate government intervention to uphold the dignity of Equatorial women and protect their privacy in this digital age. Following the discovery, Egonga was relieved of his duty and subsequently arrested. The former Director General of the National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, in Equatorial Guinea, Mr. Baltasar Engonga, has been remanded in Malabo's Black Beach prison, Signature TV has learned. The embattled former anti-graft chief, who was sacked Wednesday, was immediately arrested for allegedly recording over 400 sex tapes involving the wives of prominent figures in the country. This scandal surfaced during a fraud investigation into the 54-year-old economist, resulting in an impromptu search of his home and office by ANIF officials who reportedly discovered several CDs that revealed his sexual encounters with different married women. As the footage leaked online, causing a media uproar, Equatorial Guinea's President Obiang Nguema Mbasogo dismissed Engonga. According to Decree number 118/2024, dated 4th November, the dismissal was due to irregularities committed in the exercise of his functions, as well as inappropriate family and social conduct for the performance of public duties. A viral video surfaced on social media on Friday showing Engonga handcuffed on both hands and legs during a court appearance. In a fact-checking report published Wednesday, Dubawa verified that Engonga had indeed been taken into custody on corruption charges and was being held in Black Beach Prison. Just like their husband, the wife of the sacked Director General of Equatorial Guinea's National Financial Investigation Agency, ANIF, Baltasar Ebange Bongo, has been caught in extramarital affairs. President-elect Donald Trump has offered Republican Representatives Ellis Stefanik the job as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, and citing two unnamed sources. Reports say that Stefanik, as fierce Trump ally, was under consideration for the role. President-elect Trump will begin making decisions on who will serve in his second administration soon. Those decisions will be announced when they are made. Caroline Levitt, a spokeswoman for Trump's Vance team, said in an email statement without confirming or denying the report. Stefanik could not be immediately reached.
Members from all across the conference shared their support for this important bill, and they shared their support for Speaker McCarthy's strong and effective leadership. This is a win for the American people and future generations. Last November, the American people sent a message strongly that they did not support the failed policies and reckless spending of single-party Democrat rule. The country entrusted House Republicans with our vision of a commitment to America to deliver results and rein in out-of-control spending causing crippling inflation. The Fiscal Responsibility Act is a historic step to restoring fiscal sanity and holding Washington accountable.
Bitcoin soared to a record high above $81,000 on Monday on expectations that cryptocurrencies will boom in a favorable